Chapter 2951. Ending Life. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. There you are. Why aren't you resting at this hour? Kitoka Hoshi's voice was familiar. Lingling turned to him only to see him exhausted and haggard. He probably had not fully recovered from his injury after touching the forbidden barrier. He probably still felt the pain from his wounds. How did you get to the forbidden barrier? Don't you even have the slightest recollection of how you got there? Asked Lingling. Kitoka Hoshi shook his head and said wryly, I slept very early that night. A sharp pain jolted me awake. Sleepwalking, just like Shinchi no Mochizuki. He didn't even know what he had done. Lingling related the two issues together. Kitoka Hoshi's expression changed. That's right. Shinchino and I encountered similar incidents. Besides, both of us might be disqualified from becoming the National Institute team players. Could someone be messing around in the dark? Kitoka Hoshi sensed that things were not as simple as he thought. If Shinchino and you are disqualified, who will most likely be the next to join the National Institute team? Asked Lingling. It's not good to simply make a speculation without evidence, especially on things like this, said Kitoka Hoshi. I'm just asking. I'm not convicting that person, said Lingling. Kitoka Hoshi hesitated. Ikuko Ishida will most likely be the one next. However, the Mochizuki family has settled Shinchino's issue in private. So, he stands a high chance of recovering his spot. Lingling nodded. Then, she keyed in the two people's names into her notebook. Kitoka Hoshi could not quite read the strange data in her notebook. Since she was a professional hunter, she must have a unique insight about collection of data. He did not ask about it. We've got a problem. Nagayama rushed into the restaurant from outside and charged at Kitoka Hoshi. The restaurant was very near to the State House. The students often were found there during the breaks. What's wrong? Asked Lingling. My uncle committed harakiri, said Nagayama. Lingling frowned. Nagayama's uncle had a very poor mental state. But from what Lingling noticed, he still had a very firm will to live and to rid himself of the mental burden. He had not seemed like a person who wanted to commit harakiri. Your uncle has cut his belly. Why are you here instead of with him? Exclaimed Kitoka Hoshi. Officer Ozawa asked me to come over to inform Ms. Lingling, said Nagayama. We'll go there and take a look, said Lingling. Ooh? It looks scary. Are you sure you want to go to the scene? When they arrived at the scene, there was a pool of blood on the floor. The blood dripped slowly. Nagayama and Kitoka Hoshi looked away. They could not look directly at the corpse. Meanwhile, Lingling looked like a veteran detective who frequented the crime scene. She wore her gloves skillfully and carefully examined the body. It's suicide, Lingling said with great conviction. The military penal officer from the West Guardian Towers beside her was stunned. Miss, I should be the one to say that line. Don't try to act like Detective Conan. After leaving the scene, Lingling was deep in her thoughts. Kitoka Hoshi's phone fell on the ground and made a loud sound. What are you doing? He's my uncle, not yours. Why do you have to be so nervous? Nagayama scolded. Kitoka Hoshi picked up his phone. He showed his phone to Lingling and Nagayama. It was a short video that Kitoka Hoshi had just received. Lingling clicked on it. To her horror, she saw a girl soaking her head in the bathtub, and her hair spread on the water. Who is she? Why did she have to shoot something so scary? Asked Nagayama. She's my junior, said Kitoka Hoshi. He looked pale. He had just received the message. The three of them immediately ran to her apartment. The room door was locked. Nagayama crashed the door open. The moment they entered through the door, the water in the bathroom had overflowed to the living hall. Kitoka Hoshi panicked. He quickly dashed into the bathroom. Lingling was slower. However, by the time she entered the bathroom, Kitoka Hoshi and Nagayama stood frozen at the door. She might still be alive. Lingling pushed the two away and carried the girl out from the bathtub. Unfortunately, Kid Tokahoshi's junior's eyes were filled with blood veins. She had suffocated. There was a cell phone propped up on a stand next to the bathtub. She recorded the process of ending her life with that phone. She had scheduled the video to get sent. What's going on? Why, all of a sudden? Nagayama was shocked. I rejected her yesterday. I told her that. I just want to focus on the World College Tournament. Kid Tokahoshi was devastated. Throughout his youth, Kid Tokahoshi had many girls who showed an interest in him. He politely refused their advances. All of them just went on with their lives. Kid Tokahoshi collapsed on the floor. Why did she have to end her life just like that? She was a living being. Why did she have to do that just because he rejected her? Had he been so brutal that she had lost all willpower to move on? Kid Tokahoshi, please leave. Get a hold of yourself. Ms. Lingling, I have to delete her video. Everyone is tense right now. If the rumor spreads that his junior committed suicide because of him, this will affect his journey in joining the National Institute team. Nagayama was calm. It looked like he was very concerned about Kid Tokahoshi's future. Apparently, Kid Tokahoshi did not think about it. He had not recovered from the shock of his junior's suicide. Don't delete the video. If you delete the video, it will only make him more suspicious. Do you think the interrogators are children? If a person ends their lives, no matter what you do, it will change nothing. Moreover, we don't if the cause of her suicide was the rejection or something else. Lingling stopped Nagayama's reckless behavior. Nagayama heard her out and did not do anything hastily. Inform Officer Ozawa, said Lingling. Contact her teacher, her family, and her relatives. Don't touch anything. Her death may not be as simple as you think. Chapter 2952. The Prisoner Visits. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Officer Ozawa and several other officials in charge of the Order of the West Guardian Towers gathered in front of the door. They checked the contents of the video with Kid Tokahoshi and made a copy from his phone. Officer Ozawa walked out of the house with a dark expression. Lingling was sitting outside the house. What do you think? Officer Ozawa asked. Your intuition is right. Many strange things happened in the West Guardian Towers, and they all should be related to the two people who committed suicide. I'll find the substance that affected their emotions as soon as possible, said Lingling. The magnetic field of the Red Demon had become more powerful. The emotions of people like Nagayama's uncle, who felt guilty and tormented, were amplified. Finally, they chose to end their lives by committing suicide. It might be the same thing that happened to Kid Tokahoshi's junior. It showed that the Red Demon's magnetic field had greatly affected both because they might have come into contact with that powerful evil energy. I'm so sorry to trouble you. The East Guardian Towers are also in trouble, so we have many things to handle, said Officer Ozawa. Lingling returned to her room. She had obtained information on the daily activities of Nagayama's uncle and Kid Tokahoshi's junior. After some simple comparisons, Lingling soon noticed a pattern. The Sacrificial Mountain. Nagayama's uncle and Kid Tokahoshi's junior never crossed paths. One was part of the fortress's military, and the other was in the academy. The twin Guardian Towers were large, so the probability of the two meeting was small. However, the Red Demon's magnetic field had greatly affected them more than anyone else. In Lingling's opinion, the two might have gone to the same place at the same time where the evil energy was manifesting. The closer they were, the easier it was to be affected. The next morning, Lingling and Officer Ozawa went to the Sacrificial Mountain. The Sacrificial Mountain was a Japanese temple. It was a place where the people of the twin Guardian Towers paid tribute to their deceased relatives. Every few days, Nagayama's uncle would come here because of his guilt. He wanted to wash away the pain and guilt he felt by asking for forgiveness at this place. I have already confirmed what you asked me to look into. The spirit tablet of the father of the girl who committed suicide yesterday is indeed here. The day before yesterday was her father's death anniversary. Someone saw her here. She stayed here for a long time, Officer Ozawa said to Lingling. Everyone needs to register to enter the sacrificial mountain, right? Lingling pointed to a monk who was guarding the gate. Yes. Everyone must register, said Officer Ozawa. List down all the people who have visited this week. I'll go in and take a look, Lingling said to Officer Ozawa. Okay. Lingling walked into the sacrificial mountain. There was an old, small temple inside. Many people's spirit tablets were in the temple's main hall, and these spirit tablets were arranged in orderly rows and columns. Each spirit tablet had an oil lamp at the side. The bright oil lamps illuminated the small temple and made it appear mystic. Lingling read the general instructions. Only the spirit tablets of those who had contributed to the twin guardian towers would be displayed on it. Of course, they were all deceased. A delicate scroll summarizing the lives of the deceased was under each spirit tablet. Golden ink was used to highlight the remarkable things they did for the twin guardian towers. Lingling was proficient in various languages. Although the scrolls were in Japanese, she could understand them. She read a few scrolls at random. Officer Ozawa walked over with a book and told Lingling that he had noted down the list of recent visitors. Officer Ozawa, is this the one that Nagayama's uncle accidentally killed? Lingling pointed to one of the spirit tablets. Yes, he was a brave person. It's a shame such a thing happened. Officer Ozawa nodded. Didn't you notice anything? Lingling asked. Officer Ozawa did not understand. After carefully observing the full name on the spirit tablet, he suddenly realized something. The father of the girl who committed suicide was Akamatsu. Yes, they came here recently to pay tribute to the famous Akamatsu, who was accidentally killed, said Lingling. This, Officer Ozawa was creeped out. Two unrelated people suddenly committed suicide, and they were related to Akamatsu, who was accidentally killed because of association with the evil group. Beep! 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 Officer Ozawa's communicator rang. He glanced at it and found a text message about the Battle of the Night Sea. The sea-facing part of the Twin Guardian Towers was a military fortress. In the past few days, the ocean demons had been trying to invade it. However, the main battles were at sea, so the Twin Guardian Towers would not be affected. Officer Ozawa did not pay much attention to it at first. After all, he was not responsible for the Battle of the Night Sea. He was mainly in charge of the Twin Guardian Towers. After flipping through the list of deaths in the battle, he saw a familiar name. What's wrong? Lingling asked. I'm not sure if it is a coincidence, but a female soldier named Shizuka Soto, who died in the Battle of the Night Sea, also came here 4 days ago, said Officer Ozawa. Lingling took the book with the list of names and made a comparison. She found that a person had visited late at night 4 days ago. Officer Ozawa, I would like you to make some comparisons regarding this visitor to see if there are any other people who have had similar accidents, said Lingling. Officer Ozawa nodded and took photos of the list of names in the book with his phone. That's weird. Officer Ozawa's hand stopped moving, but he continued to pose for pictures. On one of the pages, he fixed his gaze on the last name. Kikuroka. Why would this person be listed as a visitor? Lingling leaned forward to observe. Since Kikuroka was not a particularly unique name, she couldn't figure out why Ozawa was shocked. Is there anything special about this person? Lingling asked. It is impossible for him to appear here. He is imprisoned in the lowest level of the East Guardian Towers, said Officer Ozawa. He is imprisoned? That means he is a sinner who isn't allowed to see sunlight for the rest of his life. Why would such a terrifying person visit here? How did he escape? I must look into this. Officer Ozawa uttered hastily. He appeared to be scared. Is it that bad? Lingling asked. It is worse. Officer Ozawa did not dare to stay any longer. He ran down the sacrificial mountain while calling the headquarters of the West Guardian Towers military fortress. Chapter 2953. The third suspect. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. After Officer Aizawa left, Lingling walked around the sacrificial mountain. She could confirm that this was where the evil energy was released. Lingling knew very well that the red demon might be nearby. If she was too obvious, the red demon might target her. Lingling left. She already knew that the evil energy was in the sacrificial mountain and was likely in the temple spirit tablets. After Lingling returned to her room, she opened the visitor list and carefully checked the names. Lingling was checking the first page when someone knocked on the door. She frowned. "Who is it?" Lingling asked. "It's me." Mo Fan's voice came from outside. Lingling opened the door. "Didn't we agree that we won't meet up?" Lingling angrily asked. "I found something." "What about you? Did you find any clues?" Mo Fan walked in. He glanced at Lingling's laptop on the table and the list of names. "I haven't found anything so far. I only know that a guy, who was imprisoned at the lowest level of the East Guardian Towers, escaped and visited the sacrificial mountain. What about you? Did you find anything special?" Lingling stood in front of the door. "I sneaked into the East Guardian Towers." "It was different from what we expected," said Mo Fan. "In what sense?" Lingling asked. Everything in the East Guardian Towers was in order. The guards were on patrol, the prisoners were strictly guarded, and there were almost no signs of riots, Mo Fan replied. "That is a bit abnormal. Ordinary people live in the West Guardian Towers, and it is full of anger, ugliness, and irritability. On the other hand, the East Guardian Towers have many criminals, but it is calm and peaceful," said Lingling. "Did you find anything else?" Mo Fan said helplessly. "No. There are very few clues and everything I have found till now is all fragmentary. I feel that nothing is related to what we are looking for, but at the same time, everything seems to be connected. It is giving me a headache," said Lingling. "Okay. I will continue to search. Come and find me if you find anything important," said Mo Fan. "How can I find you?" "I still don't know who you are disguising as," said Lingling. "Let's choose a place. If you find anything, we will meet at the stone platform at the East Cliff," said Mo Fan. "Okay." After closing the door, Lingling opened the notebook and began to look for information about Kurokawa. Lingling soon found the documents about shocking things Kurokawa had done. These documents were internal documents of the Japanese government and were not open to the public. They recorded the terrorist incidents of Kurokawa slaughtering civilians. Kurokawa was a manslayer. He had slaughtered people more than once. He had killed thousands. Lingling finally understood why Officer Aizawa was in a panic. If such a manslayer was out, it would seriously affect the Twin Guardian Towers and even Osaka Castle. Was this also related to the Red Demon, she wondered. The Red Demon was not a manslayer. It liked to control other people's minds and turn them into its spiritual slaves. Lingling's mind was a mess. The special environment of the Twin Guardian Towers made it possible for people to be affected by the magnetic field of the Red Demon. However, who were the people related to the Red Demon Kozuoki? Where was the Red Demon hiding? The Red Demon was greedily staring at these people caught in his game like a cunning game designer. Lingling lay on her back on the soft bed, turned her head to the side, and looked at the 3 sketches on the bedside table. She had drawn these 3 sketches near the suspension bridge. They recorded the scene of an army entering the East Guardian Towers. At that time, Lingling felt that there was something strange about it but could not understand exactly what. She took 2 of the papers each in one hand. Suddenly, she got it. Lingling understood the difference between the 2. The first sketch showed the army entering the East Guardian Towers. The third sketch showed the army coming out and walking on the suspension bridge. The number of people had changed. When they entered, there were about 12 men in that army. When they exited, there were 13 people in the army. There was an extra person. Lingling got up from the bed and finally understood why she felt something was strange. Why was there an extra person? Either a soldier was guarding it and he came out with the others, or the army took someone out of the East Guardian Towers and asked him to put on a military uniform to hide him. Could it be that the person they brought out was Kurokawa? Ling Ling muttered. Did the army let Kurokawa out? Did someone use the army to help Kurokawa escape from prison? Did the army do it on purpose? There were so many questions in her mind which could only be answered if she talked to the army directly. Why is he on the visitor list? She found that Ki Tokahoshi was also one of the visitors. Ki Tokahoshi also visited the sacrificial mountain. The night of his visit, he sleepwalked to the edge of the cliff, and the yellow lightning severely injured him. If he could not recover, he would lose the chance of joining the National Institute. Ling Ling continued to flip through the notebook. If she was guessing right, a person named Shinchino Mochizuki should have also visited the sacrificial mountain. Since the sacrificial mountain was where the evil energy was stored, people who behaved strangely would be on the list. Ling Ling looked at last month's record but did not see Shinchino Mochizuki on the list. Ling Ling typed his name on a fresh page and circled it in red ink. She wasn't sure if he was affected by the red demon's magnetic field. Either it made him lust after a woman and commit a crime, or he was the red demon. There were some side effects when the red demon occupied someone's consciousness and memories. It can also be Kurokawa. Ling Ling wrote down the name. A person imprisoned in the East Guardian Towers had escaped and visited the sacrificial mountain of the West Guardian Towers. Either someone had helped him escape or it was the red demon who was in fact Kurokawa. Ling Ling was about to close the notebook after she keyed in the names of these two suspects. However, she hesitated. She reopened the suspects column and added another space. She had a third suspect in mind, but she didn't key in the name yet. Chapter 2954. A Photo. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The lights in the house at the end went out, and the long corridor became as dark as the night sky. The brilliance of the crescent moon could only illuminate the silhouettes of the twin guardian towers. No one could see what was going on inside. In the woods outside the lengthy passageway, a thin individual stood. He had short hair and dark brown eyes that glistened even at night. He had just been concentrating on the lit room. He still had no plans to go even after the light went out. His body was encased in a layer of dark red, evil energy, and the beads hanging on his waist glowed with a special luster like luminous pearls. "Who is in the woods?" asked a night watchman. Mo Fan walked to the watchman. "I am just taking a walk after eating." "Don't be so nervous. It's midnight now. I had a late dinner." "Is that against the law?" Mo Fan asked. The watchman turned his flashlight on Mo Fan's face. "You are Mo Fan," he said. "You are the one who defeated Showatani with just one move." "You flatter me," said Mo Fan with a smile. "I was only able to win because Showatani didn't go all out on me. I even dare to think he gave in intentionally." "You're indeed very strong. You don't have to be so humble. Although you're from China, we have always respected the strong regardless of nationality." "Can I take a photo with you?" asked the watchman. Mo Fan nodded. The watchman happily took his phone out and took a photo with Mo Fan. The torch flashed. It emitted a glare, but Mo Fan held his eyes open. The photo was finally taken. "Thank you. Thank you. I never thought I could take a photo with an amazing person like you." The watchman left contentedly. After the watchman left, Mo Fan waited for a while in the woods alone. He left after a while when he didn't detect anything unusual. In Ling Ling's room, she took the notebook and snuggled under the blankets with her notebook. She opened the suspects column and noted down the third suspect's name, Mo Fan. When it was dawn, Ling Ling pulled the blanket away from her head. She looked in the mirror. She had barely slept, so she had dark circles under her eyes. She wouldn't have cared in the past, but she had changed. She wanted to look beautiful every day. She covered them with an eye cream. Although her complexion was pale because of lack of sleep, she thought she still looked good. Ling Ling changed into simple sports clothes and went on her morning run. Then, she took a bath, put on a full set of makeup, and went to the restaurant for breakfast in good spirits. She continued her healthy habits that she had opted for a year now. Lingling was finally active like a 17 or 18-year-old girl after quitting the unhealthy habits of staying up all night, drinking milk tea, and skipping meals. She exuded the attractiveness that was particular to girls her age, like a flower that was just beginning to bloom. After breakfast, Lingling returned to the room to start her hunter's work for the day. She discovered a picture wedged in the door gap as soon as she entered the room. This photograph still smelled of ink, thus it ought to have been printed just recently. It was a photo of two people. A man dressed as a watchman with a bright smile, taking a photo with Mo Fan. There was nothing strange about Mo Fan's face, but his dark brown eyes looked strange because of the glare from the flashlight. Other than that, nothing was amiss. Lingling looked at the photo, and a smile appeared on her face. "I stayed up all night for nothing." Lingling pouted. Lingling could have a restful night's sleep if she knew Mo Fan was by her side. The quiet night was moonless. In West Guardian Towers, strange deaths were a continuous occurrence, but these killings had clear motives that could be justified. There was no mistake. The majority of them who mysteriously passed away were on Lingling's list of visitors obtained from the Sacrificial Mountain. There was no question that the Sacrificial Mountain contained the evil energy. Those who had been there had been adversely affected by the Red Demon's magnetic field. Their intense feelings drove them to commit suicide. Even though she was aware of a list of people who would eventually pass away, Lingling was unable to stop them because she could not control a group of people who were destined to die. She was aware of the location of the evil energy, but she was unsure of the Red Demon Kozuoki's true identity. Only one thing Lingling was certain of was that the Red Demon had a clone, and that clone was also passing for another person. Kozuoki, the Red Demon, had not yet slipped in any way. The Red Demon Kozuoki's actual identity was patiently awaiting the moonless night. By impersonating someone, his clone was causing chaos in the West Guardian Towers. Lingling was aware of his disguise, but she was unable to confront them head-on. The Red Demon Kozuoki would only become more careful in concealing his true identity. If only I can go to the East Guardian Towers, I can find out who are allies and enemies. Lingling held a small notepad in one hand and a pencil in the other. Strange energy emanated from the Twin Guardian Towers as a whole. These strange occurrences might be perceived as normal by other hunters. Lingling, however, was unique. Her expertise lay in linking seemingly unrelated topics while removing truly unrelated ones. Kikuroka had recently escaped from the East Guardian Towers, and the chief of the towers decided to lock down the Twin Guardian Towers. Nobody was permitted to enter the country as a tourist, and nobody was permitted to depart. The manslayer Kikuroka might be hiding in one of the Twin Guardian Towers. It was a possibility. Officer Ozawa wanted to hire other hunters or even report to senior officials in Osaka Castle. However, the chief of the towers ordered the Twin Guardian Towers to be locked down. No one could enter or leave until they found Kikuroka. Lingling became the only hunter in the Twin Guardian Towers as of now. Officer Ozawa asked Lingling to deal with some minor incidents before, but he had not expected the situation to escalate. Chapter 2955. Frame Up. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Lingling was not surprised by this. The moonless night was coming soon. It would be weird if there were still peace here. Someone deliberately released Kikuroka to prevent everyone in the Twin Guardian Towers from entering, leaving, and communicating with the outside world, Lingling said. Could it be that someone is going to implement a dreadful plan? Officer Ozawa asked. What actions will the chief of the towers take if a prisoner escapes from the East Guardian Towers? Lingling asked. Lockdown, of course. In fact, there are two prohibitions in the Twin Guardian Towers. The first is to lock down the East Guardian Towers. Outsiders can't break in, and the prisoners inside can't escape. The second is a safety measure. If a prisoner accidentally leaves the East Guardian Towers, the prohibition on the West Guardian Towers will also be activated. Then, the entire Twin Guardian Towers will be on lockdown to prevent prisoners from escaping into society, Officer Ozawa said. The system of the Twin Guardian Towers was simple. The East Guardian Towers and the West Guardian Towers used to be prisons for a very long time. The sole entry and escape, if the inmates were held prisoner on a cliff, similar to the East Guardian Towers, would be the suspension bridge. In this fashion, if inmates managed to scale the East Guardian Towers cliff and escape, they would have to cross the suspension bridge and enter the West Guardian Towers. The convicts would be unable to flee if the West Guardian Towers were placed on lockdown. In the past, the East Guardian Towers provided some assurance. The strictness of the East Guardian Towers, however, eventually rendered the West Guardian Towers essentially worthless. The West Guardian Towers were initially transformed into a military facility by the army. The West Guardian Towers eventually developed into a location with educational, military, and tourist services. If Kikuroka had not escaped, many people who lived in the West Guardian Towers for a long time would not even be aware of the second level of safety measures. The chief of the towers is very sure that Kikuroka has not left the West Guardian Towers. Every prisoner has a prisoner's mark after being imprisoned. This mark is related to the prohibition of the West Guardian Towers. Once he tries to leave the Twin Guardian Towers, the second-level prohibition will be automatically triggered. Kikuroka knows this, so he does not dare provoke this second-level prohibition, Officer Ozawa said. The manslayer fled into the West Guardian Towers and mingled among its occupants, blending into their social circle. People continue to die in strange ways, but the reasons are not clear. Since the evil gang has returned, everyone is wary of those around them. The Twin Guardian Towers are on lockdown and don't have contact with the outside world, creating an environment for panic, said Lingling. Master Lingling, you found out about the escape of Kikuroka. Now that so many days have passed, did you find anything else? If we can catch him, everyone won't be so anxious, Officer Ozawa said. Let's handle it one at a time, Lingling said. Who? Do you already know where Kikuroka is hiding? Officer Ozawa asked. Well, sort of. Officer Ozawa called the higher-ups of the Twin Guardian Towers. The chief of the towers, Katana Mochizuki, Tegami Fujikata, and General Takuichi were the four chiefs of the Twin Guardian Towers. The chief of the towers, Shigekyo, was in charge of the defense of the East Guardian Towers. All the guards had to obey his orders, and all the prisoners were under his management. In the Mochizuki family, Katana Mochizuki played an important role. This family built the Twin Guardian Towers. They were the earliest residents of the Twin Guardian Towers, and their family members held many positions in the entire Twin Guardian Towers. Tegami Fujikata was in charge of the State House and the Academy. All the teachers and students were under her management. General Takuichi was the leader of the military fortress. In addition to ocean demons, he dealt with other threats to the city, such as prisoners who might escape from the East Guardian Towers. Officer Ozawa had no idea that all four chiefs would show up at once, and he had no idea why they would show up to support a chief military officer like him. Officer Ozawa entered the hallway and saw that the four chiefs had been invited to an emergency meeting by an unidentified person. A wide range of professionals were also in attendance. Ozawa, you told me a long time ago that you hired a 7-star hunter master to handle the strange incident in the Twin Guardian Towers. Where is the 7-star hunter master now? The chief of the towers, Shigekyo, asked. A woman named Lingling is the 7-star hunter master. She has some major discoveries and seeks to report to all of you, Officer Ozawa said. There were a lot of people there, and they were all staring at Lingling. To be honest, it was hard to believe that a young girl could be a 7-star hunter master, yet no one expressed any skepticism. Okay. Young master, what are the reasons for all the troublesome things happening in the Twin Guardian Towers? Also, how did you find Kikuroka's name on the Sacrificial Mountain's visitor list? Why were you at the Sacrificial Mountain? The chief of the towers, Shigekyo, took charge of the overall situation. Lingling found a place to sit down. She needed to tell them everything one by one. First of all, let's talk about what happened to the Mochizuki family a while ago. According to my investigation. I don't care about that matter. I hope you could talk about Kurokawa. It is the most urgent thing we need to know right now, the chief of the towers, Shigekyo, interrupted Lingling. Lingling glanced at the chief of the towers, Shigekyo. However, she ignored him and continued, according to my investigation, the scandal of the Mochizuki family was deliberately committed by someone. Akamatsu has a daughter who is studying in the academy, and she loves Kid Tokahoshi. She knew that Kid Tokahoshi wanted to join the National Institute's team, so she used psychic element magic to force Shinchino Mochizuki to sleepwalk and do some terrible things, forcing Shinchino Mochizuki to lose his position in the National Institute. Shinchino Mochizuki was also present. When he heard Lingling's words, he trembled and stared at Kid Tokahoshi in horror. Everyone in the conference room abruptly stopped speaking. We actually checked it out. It's just as Miss Lingling said, Katana Mochizuki said slowly. Although the Mochizuki family did not take disciplinary action against Akamatsu's daughter, she still blamed herself and chose to end her life the day after Kid Tokahoshi rejected her confession, Lingling said. Kid Tokahoshi sleepwalked and almost died. At that time, his junior was already dead. It won't make sense unless we assume that the spirit of his junior controlled him, Nagayama said hurriedly. You can ask Kid Tokahoshi. He knew what was going on. Lingling looked at Kid Tokahoshi. Kid Tokahoshi suddenly panicked. Under everyone's attention, he was obviously under pressure. After hesitating for a while, Kid Tokahoshi lowered his head and said, Miss Lingling, you're really smart. It was true that I pretended to sleepwalk. Shinchino lost the qualification of the National Institute because of me. When my junior confessed, she told me the truth. I hoped to return the quota to Shinchino, so I violated the prohibition late at night and hurt myself. Chapter 2956. A Wrong List. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. So, these so-called bizarre things that happened in the State House were simply because of the relationship problems between the students. Officer Ozawa was quite surprised. He did not expect this result. After all, it was difficult to explain everything that had happened. I'll take care of the things in the State House, so there is no need for everyone to worry about it, said Tegami Fujikata. I apologize for making everyone concerned about my affairs, said Kid Tokahoshi. Miss Lingling, if you only resolved the personal grievances of these young people as a 7-star hunter master, then there is no need to hold this emergency meeting. The chief of the towers was unhappy with Lingling. From the perspective of the chief of the towers, these matters pale in comparison to Kurokawa's location. Everyone had their ideas and was prepared to act in ways that were absurd due to the extremely stressful environment throughout the Twin Guardian Towers. It would take too long to take action against them. If you want to know the whereabouts of Kurokawa, you need to listen to me patiently because they are all related to the next thing I'm going to say, Lingling said. Can't you just tell us where Kurokawa is? The chief of the towers was angry. Chief, please listen to Lingling. Even if the matter is urgent, we can still spare some time. Besides, the Twin Guardian Towers are on lockdown, so Kurokawa can't escape, said Katana Mochizuki. Lingling ignored the impatient chief of the towers and continued, let's talk about the officer who committed suicide. He used to be the guard of the East Guardian Towers. He blamed himself for murdering Akamatsu, who was framed and imprisoned. Recently, he had the symptoms of a mental disorder as he said he could always see the ghosts of those who died. He could not bear the guilt and torture, so he chose to commit suicide. The chief of the tower snorted coldly but did not interrupt Lingling this time. Everyone knew what Lingling was talking about, and the death of Nagayama's uncle was not included among the strange incidents. Ultimately, he was affected by his own guilt and the opinions of others. Nobody was shocked when he decided to end his life. While we're on the subject, we should bring up the evil gang that's hanging around the East Guardian Towers. The East Guardian Towers security personnel formerly faced a serious danger from the evil gang, which had amassed a sizable number of inmates. Did you give the order to assassinate every member of the evil gang, Chief? Lingling asked the chief of the towers. The chief of the towers, Shigekyo, glanced at everyone present. This matter was not a secret inside the Twin Guardian Towers, so he admitted without hesitation. Yes, I issued an order to kill all the members and let the prisoners serving their sentences have their souls extracted in advance. Then have you thought about the problem? Ling Ling said. What problem? The people you ordered to kill were not members of the evil gang but those who did not join or were unwilling to join the evil gang, said Ling Ling. When Shigekyo learned it, his face transformed. He violently slammed the table. Nonsense! Katana Mochizuki, Tegami Fujikata, General Takuichi, Chihaya Mochizuki, and Officer Ozawa were all shocked. How is that possible? At that time, we had gotten rid of the evil gang. Although we did kill some innocent prisoners in the process, we got to curb the expansion of the evil gang. It was inevitable. Miss Ling Ling, maybe you are mistaken? How could the chief, soldiers, and guards executing at that time carry out a completely different order? In an effort to lighten the mood, Officer Ozawa attempted a smile despite the heavy atmosphere. Since many innocent people were killed, it meant that you guys could not distinguish the members of the evil gang. Was it possible that the evil gang was quite large in East Guardian Towers, but some people refused to obey them, such as the righteous Akamatsu? After the chief of the towers realized this force was growing, the head of the evil gang wanted to get rid of the gang in advance. Therefore, he put innocent prisoners and those who refused to join them on the list of members. Then, he made good use of the chief's order to kill them, so the gang had control of the entire East Guardian Towers. While speaking, Ling Ling paced, but her gaze was questioningly fixed on the chief of the towers. The conference hall was silent. They could only hear Ling Ling's light footsteps and her terrifying inferences. Shigekyo, the chief of the towers, began to breathe heavily. Nonsense! Nonsense! You are only a little girl. You know nothing. Have you lived through that period? Do you even know what happened inside? Akamatsu joined the evil gang out of resentment because he believed that he was falsely accused. This was a fact at the time. Why do you say that we wronged him? Why should we accept this criticism? Shigekyo said angrily. Chief, you don't have to be so angry. I think you were also misled by others about this matter. At that time, you would never have thought that in addition to the prisoners being brainwashed by the evil gang, someone in your security team also might have joined the evil gang, Ling Ling said to Shigekyo. Hearing Ling Ling's remarks, the irate chief was startled and sat stiffly back in his chair. Chief! Katana Mochizuki stared at the chief of the towers in horror. Ling Ling's recent statement was nothing more than a supposition, thus the chief of the towers was justified in reprimanding her. After all, if Ling Ling was correct, the chief of the towers committed a grave sin that could not be atoned for. Even if Ling Ling's assumption was reasonable, everyone still did not quite believe it. Even the chief of the towers scowled at her claims. Katana Mochizuki and Tegami Fujikata realized that Ling Ling's assumptions might be true since the chief of the towers looked so panicked. Why else would the chief of the towers react in this way? Could it be that all the people killed at that time were not even members of the evil gang? The evil gang was in charge of the East Guardian Towers as a whole at that time. Chapter 2957. The Twin Guardian Towers have been infiltrated. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Nagayama, your uncle killed himself not just to make amends to Akamatsu. He wished to express his regret to the duped chief of the towers and all the deceased captives. He was one of the guards who joined the evil gang, and he was the one who compiled a list of non-members for the chief. Akamatsu did commit manslaughter, but so did all the other convicts who perished as a result of this episode. However, other prisoners were serving heavy sentences, and society would not care about them. Akamatsu was different. As a result of what happened to Akamatsu, people were aware of the plan to eliminate the evil gang. Unfortunately, people did not know much about it. After Ling Ling finished speaking, everyone's expression changed, as if it took time to digest this critical piece of information. Some people at the management level paled as they thought about further details. If all the people who died at that time were dissidents of the evil gang, it means that all the prisoners in the entire East Guardian Towers were members of the evil gang. Now that so many years have passed, they must have grown to a level that we can't even imagine. Showatani said in a trembling voice. It was too frightful. Evil gang had not been eradicated back then, and now it must have expanded beyond measure. With their growth rate like parasitic bacteria, the current East Guardian Towers must have become a concentration camp for the evil gang. Miss Lingling, do you have any proof for your claims? Officer Ozawa said in a low voice. Officer Ozawa specially invited the Chinese hunter master to appease everyone and solve the strange incidents. The idea was to calm everyone's anxiety. After all, too many strange events had come to pass in quick succession. At first, Officer Ozawa was happy to see Lingling solve the problems between the State House. It turned out that the students were to blame for the strange occurrences in the beginning. He had not expected Lingling to reveal such shocking news. It did nothing to calm people down, instead it revealed more horrifying possibilities. They become much more frightened. Although I don't have any clear evidence, those involved knew whether the story was true. I can only expose it. Chief, even if you want to conceal it, I can tell you responsibly that when the moonless night is bound to arrive, everyone in the Twin Guardian Towers will die. By then, you will have strengthened the evil gang, manslaughtered the inmates, and destroyed the Twin Guardian Towers, which had stood for hundreds of years. Lingling was firm. There was no trace of playfulness on her somewhat immature and young face. Lingling was so solemn that her aura did not match her young age. She had a lot of experience, like a mentor. The chief of the towers, Shigekyo, had been seated for a while. Even though he had known about this for a while, he was still hesitant to accept it. He made an effort to convince himself that the evil gang was really defeated by his strategy. But the truth was something else. His subordinate had confessed everything to him before committing suicide. Shigekyo saw Nagayama's uncle kill himself that evening when he was in his room. His blood flowed, and he was dying slowly with remorse and despair. He begged Shigekyo to save the Twin Guardian Towers. Shigekyo thought he could hide this sin forever, but he had not expected a hunter master to expose it. How did an outsider know everything so clearly? Chief! Please tell us the truth. Chief, are the Twin Guardian Towers in danger? Chief, we should end the lockdown and contact Osaka so they can come forward to solve this. Yeah, it is not the best idea to trap everyone here. It will only make us more uneasy and cause more terror incidents. Suddenly becoming enraged, the chief of the towers struck the table. No way. The lockdown cannot be lifted. I won't let scum get away. I won't allow such a thing to happen even if the Twin Guardian Towers are impacted, the chief of the towers said sternly. Everyone looked at the chief of the towers in confusion as they attempted to understand his startling statement. Finding Kikuroka is just an excuse. I believe that you know where he is. Your purpose is to lock down the Twin Guardian Towers and identify the head of the evil gang under the pretext of finding Kikuroka, Lingling said to the crowd. Miss Lingling is right. Kikuroka didn't escape from the prison. I asked an army to enter the East Guardian Towers and take him out of there. The chief of the towers nodded. Chief, why would you do that? Why did you create such a panic for everyone? Asked an instructor. Miss Lingling, please help explain the matter. I am ashamed to even say it. The chief of the tower's attitude toward Lingling was different. Everyone could tell that he respected her. Like I said before, the evil gang eradicated dissidents and grew continuously in the East Guardian Towers. Many guards became their members. However, that was many years ago. The evil gang has already crossed the suspension bridge and infiltrated the West Guardian Towers. The members have entered the spheres of management, academies, the military, and prisons, among others. There are members of the evil gang among your friends, colleagues, teachers, subordinates, and bosses, just as you feared. Lingling glanced at the conference hall sharply. Her statement caused an uproar. The evil gang created by the prisoners had infiltrated the West Guardian Towers. Chief, is that true? General Takuichi stared at the chief of the towers. Katana Mochizuki and Tegami Fujikata remained silent. Were they really unaware of this? They might have observed it, but they couldn't be certain. Lingling's findings were unbelievable, and they felt powerless against the truth. For so many years, the West Guardian Towers has been in good order. How did the evil gang get inside? Yeah, those prisoners are all imprisoned in the Dongsho Pavilion, and there are restrictions to trap them. Even if they are all evil gang members, they can't escape from the East Guardian Towers. Chief, it would be better not to simply acknowledge such an assumption. Regardless of our position, we all serve the Twin Guardian Towers with loyalty. It breaks our hearts to see other people being suspicious of us. It's difficult for the enemy to destroy the Twin Guardian Towers, but the panic and suspicion caused by such remarks will ruin us. Soon, a group of individuals opposed it and voiced their disagreements. Several disputed Lingling's assertions. This was often the case with people. Despite knowing the truth, they would rather judge it as false. Otherwise, it would be challenging to keep things as they are. I'm sorry, everyone. Locking down the Twin Guardian Towers means I'm determined not to let the Twin Guardian Towers be corroded. Chapter 2958. More Panic. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Chief, even if you decide to do this, you need to have everyone's consent first. All of us work for the Twin Guardian Towers, and we are also willing to risk our lives and honor to defend the towers. How could you imprison us over fabricated charges? It only shows that you don't trust any of us, said the head of the Guard Regiment. The Twin Guardian Towers has always been well organized. There's no such thing as the evil gang. What did they do? Are they truly threatening us? Chief, we're disappointed with your hasty decision. What was the evil gang? Thus far, they did not find any evidence about the evil gang's operation. Moreover, the East Guardian Towers maintained foolproof security. Aside from Kurokawa, whom the chief of the towers had brought out of the prison, none of the prisoners had ever escaped from it. If that were the case, why did they have to seal off the Twin Guardian Towers due to some strange theories, and why did they imprison everyone inside the towers because of this made-up evil gang? People from various departments raised objections. Perhaps they did not even care about the existence of the evil gang. Chief, since you mentioned the existence of such a terrifying organization, kindly reveal it to us so that we can see that the organization is real. Before your subordinate committed harakiri, he was already mentally unstable. It was only natural for him to say strange things. As for the young woman, she was the one who arrived at the crime scene first, hence she believed everything she saw and heard, refuted the head of the Guard Regiment. Everyone, keep quiet. When Katana Mochizuki saw them quarreling, he finally stepped in. Katana Mochizuki was still an influential man. The crowd respected the elders of the Twin Guardian Towers. I can understand that all of you are in a bad mood because of the recent, strange deaths of the people you know or are familiar with. However, based on the facts laid before us, we don't have to be divided into two groups and suspect each other. We must unite and make up for the past mistakes by investigating the departments that may have been infiltrated. On top of that, we have to figure out what the organization is trying to do and who the leader is. Everyone, it's not that I suspect you, but I believe some of the evil ideology has demonic properties and can affect our minds subconsciously. Don't feel burdened if you have come into contact with them. As long as you're willing to help us, we won't pursue the matter. After all, it's not your fault, Katana Mochizuki said to the crowd in the emergency meeting. Mr. Katana, are you saying that you agree to the suggestion? Asked the head of the Guard Regiment. Yes. Katana Mochizuki nodded. Tegami Fujikata, how about you? Tegami Fujikata also nodded. We should work hand in hand to get through this together. But what is the challenge for us? It seems to me that this atmosphere is all made up. Didn't most of the bizarre deaths end up having a logical explanation? The truth is, we also have no idea what the challenge is that we're facing. This is what worries and disturbs us the most. We haven't figured out what the organization is really up to. Katana Mochizuki let out a long sigh. This sort of emotion was horrible. It appeared as though they were aware that disaster was coming but were unable to spot any indications of it. It was as if lightning had just struck in the afternoon, and, immediately after, a downpour occurred. They were powerless to stop it. Katana Mochizuki knew the enemy was on the way. It was approaching them. However, he did not know who the enemy was, or what action to take. He did not know a thing about his enemy. The chief of the towers made up his mind. He insisted on sealing off the twin guardian towers and would issue a notice to the public that a prisoner had escaped, thus no one was allowed to go in or out of the towers. After they left the meeting, Officer Ozawa looked wistful. He turned to Lingling. "I didn't expect it to turn out this way." "But you're the one who insisted on giving an explanation about the bizarre phenomenon," said Lingling casually. "I didn't expect the issue to be more serious than I anticipated. If I knew the truth, I would have rather remained in a state of panic as before. At the very least, we can comfort ourselves by assuming that everything that happened was purely coincidental." Officer Ozawa looked disheartened. No one should blame him for being discouraged. After all, he hired the hunter to keep the twin guardian towers in order and to solve the bizarre issues. Who would have thought the hunter was so smart to the point of researching the background of the twin guardian towers? The twin guardian towers was covered in years of filth. There was a lot of stuff hidden behind the public eye in the world. This happened not only to the twin guardian towers, but also to the Japanese regime. As long as the man in power turned a blind eye to the issues, who would find out about the internal rots? Most people were only concerned with the chaotic phenomena that happened on the surface and quarreled over personal interests. Officer Ozawa, have you ever considered the idea that the evil gang had long since occupied the twin guardian towers and had altered their appearance and way of life with the aid of the towers? Lingling asked. He was so shocked that he almost stumbled. That was a very bold speculation. Ms. Lingling, your thoughts are indeed quite different from us. Ahem, if the evil gang truly occupied the towers, wouldn't I have become one of them, too? Officer Ozawa answered wryly. That's why no one should be trusted except Mo-fan and I, said Lingling. If that's the case, it is equally possible that Mo-fan and you could be the main culprits of the evil gang too. You stir up panic in the twin guardian towers, then you control the chief, Katano Mochizuki, and Tegami Fujikata. You make us harm one another and cause us to be trapped inside the towers, said Officer Ozawa in jest. You finally get it. Lingling's face turned solemn. When Officer Ozawa noticed Lingling's change of expression, he was so shocked that he almost missed a step again. Could this be the truth? By the time Officer Ozawa regained his balance, a chill went down his spine. A silvery laughter rose. Lingling laughed so hard that she held her stomach and sat on the bench by the stone steps. Her body trembled with laughter. Officer Ozawa stood by the side and scratched his head. Ms. Lingling is teasing me. Ms. Lingling, you seem like you still had a lot to say during the emergency meeting. Although I might not look trustworthy right now, I hope you can tell me more about the issue. I dislike the feeling of being kept in the dark. Even if the truth is worse than what I anticipated, I want to be informed, Officer Ozawa said solemnly. There is a demon here. It enjoys role-playing. We've known about it for a while, and we've been tracking it since. In the past, we believed it prowled the world's prisons, feeding on human resentment and other negative emotions. However, we've neglected the fact that this is its birthplace, and where the most infamous prison in the world is located. If I were the Red Demon Kozuoki, I'd also build my foundation here, said Lingling. Chapter 2959. Give a name list. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Before Lingling and Mo-fan entered the Twin Guardian Towers, they subconsciously thought that the Red Demon Kozuoki would make radical changes to the towers and stir it up before the moonless night. However, both were wrong. The Red Demon did not lay its hands on the Twin Guardian Towers at all. It would not simply lay its hands on its people. This was because the Twin Guardian Towers were already within its grasp. The evil gang was one of the Red Demon Kozuoki's evil sprouts. It had grown into a gigantic tree. The shade of the tree covered the towers like a mass of dark clouds. The moonless night was about to arrive. The Twin Guardian Towers was its fortress that would protect it during its ascension. The moment it ascended and became the Emperor, it would use the Twin Guardian Towers as its base camp to infiltrate and grow rampantly. It would turn Osaka into a prison. Ms. Lingling, do you mean that the Twin Guardian Towers have been substantially infiltrated? Asked Officer Ozawa in horror. Officer Ozawa, you may have underestimated the Red Demon's ability. Its doppelganger appeared in Kuan Mountain of China. Since its inception, it has maintained solid control over a sizable prison. If not it, then who else gained control of the Twin Guardian Towers? Said Lingling. Oh, my God! Ms. Lingling, is it because the Twin Guardian Towers are completely under the evil gang's control that you didn't mention all this during the meeting? Officer Ozawa could barely control the pitch of his voice. He was informed that the towers had only been breached. He believed the impact to be quite minor, much like the proportion of corrupt officers among the officials. But according to Lingling's argument, the Twin Guardian Towers had completely fallen. How could this happen? Everything appeared to be in order, didn't it? Officer Ozawa, you're the chief and Takuichi's right-hand man. When the meeting was over, didn't the chief allow you to draw up a name list of the suspected people? Asked Lingling. Not yet, said Officer Ozawa while shaking his head. Oh, perhaps he wants you to send me back first. Officer Ozawa, how about we make a bet? Said Lingling. What's the point of making a bet? So that I can know if you're trustworthy, said Lingling. I need to digest your words first. Officer Ozawa was scared. He found his world view disintegrating. You're the one who pleaded with me to tell you the truth with sincerity. I am telling you the truth now, but you refuse to hear it and you want to retreat, said Lingling. Fine, Ms. Lingling, I admit that I'm starting to get scared. After all, I grew up here. I spent my childhood and most of my adulthood here. I served the Twin Guardian Towers. It's my home. I'm very familiar with everyone. They are very dear to me. Officer Ozawa's tone changed. At that moment, he did not know what to do. Lingling's words shocked him. He wondered whether he could trust her, or if he was even willing. That's very common. Most people would rather live in a dream. Even after they are inadvertently woken up from it, they want to return to it. However, a dream is, after all, just a dream. Dreams are illogical without any common senses and connection to reality. Dreams show things that appear in one's subconscious minds. When they are able to think normally and revisit their dreams, they'll find that everything in their dreams is like a sketch. The faces of the people they have been obsessed with are distorted with a hypocritical smile. The beautiful scenery behind their backs is drawn with a few rough lines. The outlines are blurred. They don't actually like the things inside the dreams, they are only placing their hopes on them so they have the feeling of relying on them, said Lingling. Officer Ozawa was rendered speechless. Lingling had used an appropriate to depict the circumstance. The Twin Guardian Towers were very much like a dream. Everything looked normal when they did not notice its problems. However, the moment they probed into it, thought of them carefully, and got to the bottom of them, they realized many things appeared bizarre and unusual. Did the situation involving the few young individuals from the State House, for instance, appear normal? It was clear that it was just a minor incident, but many people were hurt by it. It was deformed once they touched it. I'll go back to my room and take a rest first. The moon is disappearing soon, said Lingling to Officer Ozawa. What is the bet you mentioned? Officer Ozawa asked. Lingling whispered a few words to him. He fell deep into his thoughts. After Lingling closed her room door, Officer Ozawa still smelled her lingering fragrance. However, at that moment, he felt ambiguous. Who should he trust? He trusted the place where he grew up. He also trusted the elders and peers he had known since he was a child. But Lingling, the Chinese girl who had wandered here by accident, made some terrifying remarks. Officer Ozawa sucked in a deep breath before returning to his post. He was in charge of maintaining the security of the Twin Guardian Towers. All of the events were within his purview to handle. Right after he returned to his office, a slender silhouette stood before the window. Officer Ozawa was stunned. The faint moonlight reflected the person's appearance. He was a familiar figure. It was Chief Shigekyo. "Chief, why are you here?" Officer Ozawa asked in surprise. He was about to switch on the light, but the chief stopped him. Chief Shigekyo turned around, looking depressed. "Ozawa, you have been in charge of the Order of the Twin Guardian Towers over the years. You handle almost all the internal incidents that happen inside the towers. You know the ins and outs of every department, level of management, and the staff. I hope you can draw up a list for me of the people who may have been affected by the evil gang," said Chief Shigekyo. "How could I simply convict people without any evidence?" said Officer Ozawa in shock. "It's just a name list with suspected people. Everyone in the country has the right to list out suspects. They have nothing to fear if they haven't broken the rules. With your current position, you communicate, interact, reconcile, and handle everyone from the Institute to the families, Ministry of Security, and the military. You deal with Kateno, Tegami, and Takuichi. You're familiar with their subordinates. No one knows better than you what they're doing, or what they have done over the years. The Twin Guardian Towers are in great danger. You're my most trusted man. The reason I came alone is because I need to seek your assistance as you've been an honest and loyal person. I need your help for the sake of preventing the towers from rotting," said Chief Shigekyo solemnly. Chapter 2960. The Blood Demon. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Officer Ozawa hesitated. "I'll do my best." "Good, but you have to act fast." Officer Ozawa bowed to him. The chief waved his hand, signaling that Ozawa did not have to do that. After the chief left, Officer Ozawa heaved a sigh of relief. He was under a lot of pressure. He sat down on the chair and stared at the table. He was compelled to scratch his head. How should he draw up the name list? Based on his observation, many people fit the characteristics of the evil gang. They acted strangely and lacked common senses. But how could he prove that those people were part of the evil gang? What if those were just stressed, hence the erratic behavior? What if it was just a mistake? Officer Ozawa was under tremendous pressure because of the task assigned to him. Truth was, he did not want to pit anyone against the Twin Guardian Towers. The moon outside the window resembled an eye, casting its bone-chilling gaze on the jagged, rocky cliffs of the Twin Guardian Towers. A Japanese castle was on top of the cliff. It was situated in the middle of the rocks under the bleak moonlight. It was clear that there was not even a single trace of fog in the night, but the fortress looked as if it had been shrouded in mystery. When one fixed their gaze on it, one would find oneself fascinated by it. Later, it was shocking to realize that many pairs of eyes looked back like hungry wolves. Lingling sat on a rock bench at the stone platform. She could view the scenery from the platform. The atmosphere was serene and quiet. The place was utterly empty. Even a night watchman did not patrol such a remote nook. She looked up to see the moon. It was above her head. She guessed the moon would vanish entirely in 2 days. By then, the land would fall into absolute darkness. Lingling. A man approached her. He smiled lazily as though he had just woken up. Lingling neither got up nor turned around. The man was Mo Fan. They had agreed to meet at this place if any one of them found a clue. They had decided to meet at midnight. "Did you discover anything this time?" Mo Fan walked up to her. "I did, but the enemy is too cunning," said Lingling. "How so?" asked Mo Fan. "It has several doppelgangers. It won't reveal its true form until the most critical moment. When I saw a fish caught on the net, I deliberately waited for a couple of days. Little did I know that I would still find the same fish on the net. Regardless, catching a small fish is better than catching nothing." Lingling turned around and gave him a charming smile. "We have to do things one step at a time. Who is that small fish?" Mo Fan continued to walk forward. Mo Fan was ready to take another step when all of a sudden, as if his legs were being tugged by a rope, his body stiffened. It was difficult for him to move. Mo Fan frowned. He looked down, only to find that he had stepped into a trap. He had stepped within a magic circle that was about the size of a manhole cover. Brown light trails are interspersed throughout the magic circle. No matter how complex the light traces were, they intertwined with one another and formed a trap demon hexagram. A light spear grew in the middle of the trap demon hexagram and nailed Mo-Fan in place. He could not move at all. "You are that small fish." Lingling smiled. "Lingling, stop joking around. Are you under the demonic spell, too?" "I'm Mo-Fan," said Mo-Fan. "Are you really Mo-Fan? Allow me to ask you a few questions to confirm. If you can answer all correctly, I'll spare you. How does that sound?" Lingling walked around him. "Go ahead. Where did we meet the first time?" "At Clear Sky Hunter Agency," Mo-Fan said briskly. "When we first met, how many stripes were there on my Scottish striped uniform?" asked Lingling. Mo-Fan was speechless. "You can't answer it, right? Go to hell." Lingling snapped her fingers. The trap demon hexagram unleashed a powerful light-inch spear and sliced his flesh piece by piece. "Lingling, are you mad?" Mo-Fan screamed in pain. Lingling remained motionless. Mo-Fan was under torture, and she stared at him shrewdly. Mo-Fan was trapped inside the trap demon hexagram. He could not endure the pain any longer. He glowed in crimson-red light. He looked like an expanded large vessel that was going to burst at any time. Bam! Blood splattered. The blood, as sharp as a sword or an axe, split the surrounding rocks apart. Lingling dodged. She was protected from the splattered blood by a barrier that encircled the area where she was standing. "Ha! You finally reveal your true self." Lingling fixed her gaze on the man trapped inside the trap demon hexagram. The man was bathed in flowing blood. She could not see his face or his skin. Mo-Fan finally revealed its true form. The blood demon did not have a face, so it could transform into any body it liked. "So where exactly did I reveal my flaws?" The blood demon looked creepier under the moonlight. When it opened its mouth, it did not have even a single tooth. It looked like a skinless old man. "Who?" Lingling stood inside the protective barrier. "I'm a dedicated and motivated blood demon. Whenever I impersonate a person, I can do it so well that I can live with their families in peace. I can even do better than their true selves, making their beloved ones become obsessed with me and forget their true loves. Is there anything that I can do to improve myself? Can you tell me before dying?" The blood demon smiled hideously. "If you want to impersonate a person, you have to learn their weaknesses first," said Lingling. After the blood demon heard her words, it was deep in its thoughts. It smiled. It seemed to have understood her words. A person looks real with their flaws and annoying pet peeves. They will look scary and hypocritical if I create a perfect image of them in order to gain other people's approval. "Is that what you mean?" said the blood demon. Lingling did waste time on meaningless conversation with the blood demon. It laughed. It appeared extremely content, as though it had discovered a remarkable talent. "Thank you for your guidance. You can meet your creator now." The blood demon continued to laugh, but its laughter was one of rage and madness. Chapter 2961. Unable to impersonate his sense of despicability. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The blood demon's identity had been exposed with ease. The moment it entered Lingling's room using Mo-Fan's identity that night, she already saw through it. Lingling stood inside the protective barrier and stared at the furious blood demon indifferently. Its body expanded. Its blood was like hot lava. Its blood was as foul and corrosive as a strong acid when it flowed upon the ground. The blood demon broke itself free of the trap demon hexagram and slowly walked toward Lingling. Its claws were red. Another black figure suddenly materialized close to Lingling when it got to her. The black figure responded in a split second. The blood demon exploded with terrifying blood plasma, but he pressed it on the stone wall ruthlessly with a single hand. The shape of a human appeared on the stone wall. The blood demon struggled to break free. However, it was as if it was no more than a 3-year-old child before the dark figure. The blood demon could not cast its powerful, demonic blood plasma power. Meanwhile, a dark, evil shadow that resembled the Darkspawn appeared behind the black figure. The Darkspawn shadow made him look like the descendant of a demon. He was filled with destructive power. Creak! 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 He exerted more force with his arm. The blood demon's bones were crushed. The next moment, a wolf appeared from the black figure. The wolf bared its fangs and severed the blood demon's head. For a moment, blood gushed out of the blood demon's neck and spilled onto the stone wall. Its blood was as striking and red as bright red paint. The blood demon finally went limp. The wolf ate up the rest of the body before fading behind the black form. The black figure wore the cloak of a night watchman. He took off the hood and revealed a common appearance. Before the blood demon died, it had seen the black figure's true form. The black figure was none other than the night watchman who had taken a photo with it in the forest. Unfortunately, it's the blood demon. How I wish it was the red demon itself, said the night watchman, shaking his head. It won't act so carelessly. After all, it will be its ascension day in 2 days, said Lingling. Lingling recognized the night watchman. It was the same night watchman in the group photo that was clipped to the door the other day. To be honest, I didn't expect to take a picture with myself in this life. The night watchman smiled. Mo Fan found this to be funny. He used the eye of deception and impersonated an ordinary night watchman. He protected Lingling from the shadows and noticed another Mo Fan trying to ask Lingling about the clues she had gotten from the sacrificial mountain. Mo Fan did not give it a second thought. He pretended to bump into Mo Fan and took a group photo with himself. Lingling did not sleep throughout that night. She was aware that it was not the true Mo Fan who had visited her. She believed it had to be one of the Red Demon's doppelgangers that she had brought back from the sacrificial mountain. The Red Demon's doppelgangers wanted to find out what she had learned, thus it impersonated Mo Fan to test her. At that moment, Lingling had not said anything. She also did not seek help, because the blood demon stood guard at the forest. It would have laid its hand on her if she had walked out of the room. She had forced herself to stay awake. She had switched off the light and hid under her quilt. Fortunately, Mo Fan had been watching over her in the dark. He sent her the photo. The purpose of the photo was to tell Lingling that she did not have to be so scared because he was guarding her. When Lingling saw the group photo, she knew that the night watchman was indeed Mo Fan. The reason they did not immediately expose the blood demon's true identity was because they wanted to lure the main culprit out, the red demon, Kazuoki. However, the blood demon was worthless. It seemed like it had nothing to do with the red demon Kazuoki. Knowing that they could not fish out any useful information from it, they decided to kill it, lest it caused them trouble. Lingling, I'm curious. You mentioned that it has to impersonate flaws too if it wanted to look real. May I ask about the flaw that I have which gave it away? Mo Fan removed the disguise of the eye of the deception. He revealed his true form. No one can ever impersonate your sense of despicability, Lingling answered nonchalantly while checking the blood demon's carcass. Mo Fan regretted asking the question. In fact, the reason Lingling saw through Mo Fan's impersonator was because of his habitual actions and unintentional intimacy. She could not sense the same despicable aura from the blood demon. The real Mo Fan would never stand outside the door and ask for her permission to enter her room. The blood demon had underestimated Mo Fan's shamelessness. It had overlooked his brazen habits. So, how could it truly impersonate him? We still have 2 days left. No matter what, I think we have to barge into the East Guardian Towers. What I am worried about the most is the inside of the towers. The environment inside is too quiet. Mo Fan glanced at the pitch-black mountain range in the middle of countless yellow lightning and the strange castle on top of it. But the East Guardian Towers are more heavily guarded than before. We cannot enter from other places except the Drawbridge. Lingling was frustrated over the matter. In the past couple of days, Lingling discovered that no matter how hard they tried, they could not get through the entrance of the East Guardian Towers. They were too heavily guarded. That's why we have to find a way out. Katana Mochizuki and Chihaya Mochizuki mentioned that without the chief and military general's permission, they could not open the door for us. Mo Fan was equally irritated over the matter. Before that, Chihaya had sealed off the secret passage in the cliff. Hence, the drawbridge was the only entrance. The drawbridge was heavily guarded with many experts. Someone used to sneak into the towers by using shadow element but failed. There were several layers of protection inside the East Guardian Towers. Actually, there's a person who can help us. I wonder if he is willing. I hope I guessed correctly, said Lingling. Who is that person? Asked Mo Fan. It's Ozawa. I have inquired after him. Aside from holding the general affairs position, he is also in charge of supervising food and disciplinary issues of the East Guardian Towers. If he's willing to help us, then we can enter the towers easily, said Lingling. Ozawa? I guess he's not a cunning person, after all. But why would he turn against the chief and other superiors and place his trust in us? Mo Fan was confused. It all depends on his understanding. I talked about a lot of things with him today. I wonder if he can understand them. Lingling sighed. He's quite pitiful. I guess he's one of the few people who has been kept in the dark. It must be hard for him to live with the puppets, assholes, and parasites for so long. Is there any problem with Ozawa? Asked Mo Fan. No problem. How did you assign him to think things out? I've made a bet with him. I suppose the outcome is revealed. Let's go back to my room first. If he waits for me there, I guess he has finally understood, said Lingling. Chapter 2962. Entering the East Guardian Towers at Night. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Mo Fan wondered what bet Lingling had made with Ozawa. When they returned to the house, there was no one at the entrance. It seems like Ozawa didn't come, Mo Fan said in resignation. Without Ozawa's help, they had to enter the towers by force. The East Guardian Towers system was very robust. Barging in by force would be Mo Fan's last option, if at all. Ms. Lingling. Just then, a whisper rose from the narrow cobblestone canal outside the long corridor. It was Officer Ozawa's voice. Mo Fan and Lingling's eyes lit up. They walked to him. Ozawa sat there. He looked depressed. Lingling was right. Mr. Mo Fan. Ozawa smiled wryly at Mo Fan. He said, although I'm not sure who I should put my trust on, or what to believe anymore, I want to find out the truth as much as you do. We want to enter the East Guardian Towers. Officer Ozawa, we need your help. We know most about the West Guardian Towers situation, said Mo Fan to Officer Ozawa. I can help you, but I'll have to come with you, said Ozawa. Okay. So, when are we taking action? We don't have much time left, said Lingling. Now. The guards on duty late at night will be having their dinner. You can disguise yourselves as kitchen helpers, said Ozawa. Mo Fan and Lingling nodded. They put on the uniform of kitchen helpers, complete with the identity tags. Mo Fan was curious how Lingling convinced Officer Ozawa to make such a decision. Officer Ozawa was a crucial member of the middle and upper management in the West Guardian Towers. Taking outsiders into the East Guardian Towers without permission was considered treason. After they got ready, Officer Ozawa led the way. Mo Fan pushed a heavy food cart and walked toward the drawbridge. The chief asked me for a name list. Officer Ozawa walked ahead of them. It looks like he's planning to let you take the fall. Regardless of the name list you provide, it will eventually be twisted to do the chief's bidding. The same tragedy is about to happen again, said Lingling. He had used the same trick. Back then, the leader of the evil gang had manipulated the guard regiment and asked the guard for a name list that allowed him to wipe out all the dissidents. As a result, the entire East Guardian Towers were occupied by the evil gang. Today, Chief Shigekyo once again proposed to eradicate the evil gang by asking Ozawa for a name list. Who were the people on the name list? Were they truly people from the evil gang, or those from the West Guardian Towers who refused to obey the chief's instructions? The twin Guardian Towers had been sealed off. How was this different from sealing off the prison back in those days? What would happen in the end? The decision would all end up on the person with power. What was the evil gang anyway? A member of the evil gang did not necessarily have an evil mark on his head. Anybody could be one of the evil gang members. Even though Chief Shigekyo appeared to be a righteous man and had the intention to get rid of the bad people from the towers, at the end of the day, he was the one to make the decision which would condemn people whether they were guilty or innocent, just like the innocent prisoners in the past. The job she had assigned Aizawa to think about was simple. What the chief had said during the emergency meeting were facts, but they were just a small part of the truth. Most people followed the crowd. The evil gang occupied more than half of the total number of people. Thus, the remaining people were considered deviant. The name list that the chief asked for was exactly the minority people of the West Guardian Towers that were not part of the evil gang. "You'll find the answer after you arrive at the East Guardian Towers," said Lingling as she patted Officer Aizawa's shoulders. "Why me? Why must I be the one to draw up the name list?" Officer Aizawa could not understand. "Probably because you're a trusted man for both sides. The evil gang trusted you, the crowd who fought against the gang trusted you, so did Mo-fan and I," said Lingling. "Being trustworthy turned out to be a bad thing. Will I eventually lose the battle with my conscience over my indifference to the towers and become just like Nagayama's uncle?" Officer Aizawa sounded frustrated. "Maybe. The truth will be harsh. It might cause you endless pain. Your conscience will constantly torture your spirit," said Lingling. Officer Aizawa did not say anything. In fact, he did not expect he would be caught between the two parties. No one had ever told him anything. Even though the West Guardian Towers were different from the past, no one had informed him which side he was on. He only worked hard to do his job and help those who sought his help. He could not tell the difference between the two parties. Perhaps his ignorance was the reason he had obtained the approval from both parties. "You're a little late today, Aizawa. We're starving. Uncle, what have you prepared for us tonight? I can smell something delicious." The guard on the drawbridge smiled when he saw the three people approaching. "Curry." Mo-fan used the eye of deception to disguise himself as a middle-aged chef. "Ha ha. I guess so. Please save more for me," said the guard on the drawbridge. "I don't think so." The guard glanced at Lingling. However, he did not find her to be suspicious. Aizawa was usually the one in charge of dinner delivery. He would personally deliver dinner every week. Meanwhile, the middle-aged chef uncle had always been the same man who brought the food for several decades. As for the female kitchen helper, they changed every few months. Hence, the guard was not surprised to see Lingling. He knew the middle-aged cook and Aizawa, after all. The soldiers conversed with Aizawa and his company, but carefully examined the food cart. After they had checked everything, they used a device to scan the food cart once more in order to catch anything amiss. It would reveal anyone using magic to conceal themselves. The guard allowed them to cross the drawbridge after making sure everything was okay. After crossing the drawbridge, there was a small door under the large entrance. They entered through the small door that could fit the food cart. The guard stood by the side. They followed them until Aizawa and his group placed the utensils and food on the designated place. Another guard in a brown uniform approached them from the opposite end of the bridge at the same time. He walked toward the East Guardian Towers. The guard at the drawbridge bowed to him. "Sir." Was that the middle-aged chef who entered the towers? Asked the head of the guard regiment. "Yes." Officer Aizawa personally delivered supper. "There's also a new girl," said the guard at the drawbridge. The leader of the guard regiment frowned and fastened his pace toward towers. Chapter 2963. The Chiefs have been. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. After moving further and approaching the final cell door, Mo-fan, Lingling, and Aizawa heard a voice that sounded like a foghorn. Mo Fan and Lingling panicked. They had arrived at the final cell door. Even if their presence were discovered by others after entering through the cell door, they would have, at the very least, assessed the situation inside and figured out what happened to the East Guardian Towers. But if they were stopped here, they could not do anything. Officer Ozawa, you seem to have forgotten the rules. Those who enter the East Guardian Towers have to report to the chief beforehand, especially if it is a new person. The leader of the guard regiment raised his hand to remind the guard at the final cell door to keep watch. Mo Fan made the decision to storm the towers after noticing that things did not appear to be going well. They had come to this point. If they dragged on any longer, the Red Demon would ascend and take action. Sir, are you doubting me? Ozawa shot a glance at Mo Fan, telling him covertly to not do anything yet. Why will I doubt you, Ozawa? It's just that we must follow the rules. The girl can naturally enter to deliver and pick up the food after 3 months. The head of the guard regiment smiled. Lingling had disguised herself. It was obvious that the head of the guard regiment did not recognize her. Sir, I don't get what you were trying to say. I handed over the report to the chief 3 months ago. I wonder if your mind is somewhere else, or if I failed to follow the rules. Please find it out from the chief. Additionally, sir, you should correct the young guard stationed at the 3rd cell door. It's disrespectful for the guards to whistle at a female cook like delinquent boys, even though the kitchen is tiny and unnoticeable. Officer Ozawa asserted. Did something like that happen? The head of the guard regiment asked one of the elderly captains next to him. Oh, Officer Ozawa, my subordinates were just joking around. After all, standing watch at night was incredibly dull. Please accept my apology, said the elderly captain. Sir, I still have other important matters to handle. Please open the door now, said Ozawa. You mentioned that you've handed the report over to the chief, but I haven't received it. That is your issue. If I fail to hand the report over to the chief, I'll bear the consequences. However, if you fail to read it or misplace the document, you must formally apologize to the chief, said Officer Ozawa. The guard regiment's commander paused. Finally, he motioned with his hand for the guard at the final cell door to let them in. Mo Fan and Lingling breathed a sigh of relief after entering through the East Guardian Tower's prison corridor. They gave Ozawa a thumbs up. Ozawa was thankfully assertive enough. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't be able to go into the towers. Even though Mo Fan was unlikely to be trapped inside the East Guardian Towers, he certainly could not see the things he was looking for. This way. I remembered the chief used to say that he heard some strange sound in the 9th prison corridor, said Ozawa. Mo Fan and Lingling followed Ozawa to the 9th prison corridor. Mo Fan trapped the guards who pursued them in the chaos compartment. They followed the usual path. When they reached the 9th prison corridor, Mo Fan pushed the food cart and heard a loud clanking sound from the large iron door. It sounded as if someone was knocking on the iron door frantically. Mo Fan froze for a second in shock. He stood on his tiptoes to see the situation inside the prison. There was only a small window inside the prison, and it was sealed off with iron wires. When Mo Fan looked inside, a face appeared in front of the window suddenly. He stared at Mo Fan begrudgingly. The face was full of dirty beard. He had a large nose and thick lips. The prisoner looked like a middle-aged homeless man. He did not look anything special at a single glance, but Mo Fan stared at him for a very long time. Officer Ozawa first gave the prisoner little thought. But he was so astonished that his mouth dropped when he focused on the prisoner's filthy face. The prisoner was none other than the middle-aged chef. For more than 10 years, the middle-aged chef had been preparing meals for the guards at the East Guardian Towers. In addition, it was the same person Mo Fan had been impersonating when he used the Eye of Deception. What was going on? Mo Fan could not regain his composure even after a while. He had taken a group photo with himself not long ago. This time, he discovered another him within the prison after disguising himself as a middle-aged chef. If this was the middle-aged chef who had Mo Fan attacked in the West Guardian Towers, there were now 3 middle-aged chefs at the present. Go, go, go. Let's continue forward. Lingling urged them. The prison's middle-aged chef went into a frenzy that made him want to charge outside and rip Mo Fan apart. However, the middle-aged chef was just an ordinary man. He was trapped inside the jail, so he could not possibly escape. But it was obvious that he was quite pissed off at Mo Fan. Mo Fan and his group continued to walk forward. They soon arrived at the soul-sucking prison. The prison consumed the Mag's magic and soul power, turning them into common people so that they could not use magic to break free despite being trapped in just a simple sort of prison. As they moved forward at Lingling's urging, they were astounded by what they saw. It was the 4 chiefs, Katana Mochizuki, Tegami Fujikata, and the chief Shigekyo. Aside from the military general Takuichi, the 3 chiefs of the East Guardian Towers were being held inside the prison. Then who were the 3 people in the emergency meeting just a few hours ago? Ozawa, is that you? Chief Shigekyo got up from the prison and lunged at the door with delight. However, the next moment, Chief Shigekyo seemed to have realized something. He appeared distressed and sat down gloomily. Chief, Ozawa felt as if his head was about to explode. What exactly is going on? Ozawa, I believed that you were the only one who wouldn't be affected by the evil gang even if everyone in the Twin Guardian Towers were. But I didn't expect you to join them anyway. I've a poor sense of judgment. Chief Shigekyo exhaled deeply. His face was partially hidden by his long, unruly hair. Even so, Ozawa clearly recognized the prisoner. The prisoner was indeed Chief Shikian. He recently spoke with Chief Shigekyo. He warned Ozawa that there was a serious threat to the Twin Guardian Towers. But why was Chief Shigekyo suddenly locked up here? His disorganized appearance made it obvious that he had been a prisoner for quite some time. Chief, what's going on? What the hell is happening? When Ozawa clutched the cell door, the potent forbidden system nearly electrocuted him. Aren't you aware of it? Chief Shigekyo walked up to Ozawa and gave him a bewildered look. Chief Shigekyo then glanced at Mo Fan and Lingling. It took some time before Mo Fan and Lingling returned to their senses. They removed their disguises and revealed their true identity. At that moment, Tegami Fujikata and Katana Mochizuki stood up. They recognized Mo Fan. Mo Fan! Mo Fan! It's really you! Oh, thank goodness! Tegami Fujikata and Katana Mochizuki cried out in excitement. Chapter 2964. The Blood Demons Ruling. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Looking at the messy Katana Mochizuki and Tegami Fujikata, Mo Fan was at a loss. Why did the pair sound as though they hadn't seen him in a while? Mo Fan wondered why they had been locked up here all of a sudden. Did you two come here to live the prisoner's life? Mo Fan hesitantly inquired. Both Katana Mochizuki and Tegami Fujikata's faces turned dark. Did he have a few screws loose in his head? Why would anyone want to experience life in a prison? We've been trapped here. The Twin Guardian Towers are no longer the same as they were. Don't trust anyone you encounter. Katana Mochizuki sighed. How should I make this clear to you? We saw you 3 just a few hours ago. So, who are you? Questioned Mo Fan. We are who we are. The 3 outside who look like us are not the real us. An evil power has long penetrated the Twin Guardian Towers. It was already too late when we realized there was a problem with them. The 3 of us were harmed and confined to this space, said Katana Mochizuki. It's the Blood Demon, they have been replaced by the Blood Demons, said Lingling in a low voice. The Blood Demon was an expert persona impersonator. Recently, one of them had pretended to be Mo Fan. They initially believed there to be just one Blood Demon in the Twin Guardian Towers. Mo Fan and Lingling had no idea that the Blood Demons had taken the place of even the 3 chiefs, Katana Mochizuki, Chief Shigekyo, and Tegami Fujikata. The real them were here, trapped in the prison. Mo Fan and Lingling exchanged glances. How many Blood Demons were there inside the Twin Guardian Towers? How many people were replaced by the Blood Demons inside the towers? Who are the people being imprisoned at the back of the corridor? Ozawa looked horrified. Go and look at them yourself, Chief Shigekyo said with a sigh. Ozawa walked slowly into the depth of the pitch-black corridor. Prison cells surrounded the corridor on both sides. Numerous hundreds of prisoners were being housed in the jail cells, based on their size. Ozawa saw familiar faces inside the prison cells with every step he took. The prisoners looked shocked. They regarded Ozawa in puzzlement. Ozawa recognized most of them. They were members from the Mochizuki family, instructors and students from the institutes, as well as the soldiers and officers from the military. Ikuko Ishida? Ozawa called out. Nakamura-kun. Kimi wa. The West Guardian Towers was their home. But why were they all being held here as prisoners? Only the most horrible convicts were housed in the East Guardian Towers. Where were the real prisoners? What the hell is going on here? Ozawa felt as if he was falling into a scary, deep pit as he walked deeper into the corridor. He could not help but grab at his hair. He wanted to shout and felt as though he had a bad headache. He did not, however, dare to utter a syllable. He collapsed, and tears welled up in his eyes. At that moment, he understood what Lingling had meant by the truth. Was this the truth? Why did reality seem even more absurd than a nightmare? When did it become like this? The West Guardian Towers had been overrun by monsters. They took on their appearances and resided in the West Guardian Towers after imprisoning the residents of the West Guardian Towers in the East Guardian Towers. Officer Ozawa left the dimly lit jail hallway, confused. He could not even walk steadily. He had delivered the food to the East Guardian Towers on numerous occasions, but he never once entered the jail hallway. Why did he never examine it himself inside? He would have only needed to take a quick peek at it to understand why the twin Guardian Towers were being surrounded by an unusual aura. I thought the people inside the twin Guardian Towers were ill, hence they behaved in a sickly manner. But I never thought everyone inside the towers had been replaced. Tell me, what are those things clothed in human skin? Tell me. Officer Ozawa was on the verge of a mental breakdown, but he would not let himself collapse. He was indignant. He exploded in rage. He had been deceived for so long. At that moment, he thought he heard the monsters covered in human skin shrieking mockingly at him. They laughed at him after talking to him like everything was fine. So, there are hundreds and thousands of blood demons occupying the West Guardian Towers. Mo Fan sucked in a deep breath. Yes. The outcome is more than we expected. Lingling nodded. Lingling had foreseen the outcome. She had predicted that most of the people in the West Guardian Towers had been manipulated by the evil gang, and a minority of them were still being kept in the dark. However, after the moonless night, the remaining few people's memories would be wiped out. By then, the twin Guardian Towers would entirely become the Red Demon's lair. It would not be a surprise if they break through the twin Guardian Towers' forbidden system and expand to Osaka. However, Lingling had not expected that a large group of blood demons had replaced the people inside the West Guardian Towers, including the three chiefs. She felt disgusted and frightened when she realized the people she had interacted with in the West Guardian Towers were truly blood demons. It made sense why she had felt something wasn't right. She had discovered that everyone was acting strangely and that something was amiss with West Guardian Towers as a whole. And yet, they even told her about the strange incidents. Mo Fan, Kozuaki always uses this place as its lair. It brainwashed the heinous criminals and transformed them into blood demons. There are still many blood demons in the black corridor down there. The blood demons are waiting for a chance. Once they are able to take control of a suitable person, they will imprison that person inside the East Guardian Towers, then one of the blood demons will change into the person's appearance and take over everything, said Katana Mochizuki. Is it down there? Asked Mo Fan as he pointed to a pitch-black corridor. Yes, it's down there, said Katana Mochizuki. How about the red demon Kozuaki? Which one is it? Asked Mo Fan with urgency. We don't know. He appears in a mass of blood mist. We can't even see its face, said Katana Mochizuki. There were many blood demons. They were equivalent to the red demon's doppelgangers. The issue was how to distinguish the real red demon from its imitators. They did not have much time left. If they could not find the true red demon before it ascended to become the emperor, Mo Fan could not stop it even if he used his full force. Lingling, are we going to search for it one by checking the imprisoned people over here? Asked Mo Fan. We can't possibly find it that way. Mo Fan, do you still remember the letter? The one set up by the red demon itself? Lingling asked. Chapter 2965. Which is the true form? Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Which letter? Was it the letter that the Cold Hunting King wrote to Lingling, and it took many years before she finally received it? Moreover, the letter was received in the form of a commission. Lingling's father, the Cold Hunting King, wrote a commission before he fought the Red Demon to death. He had entrusted the experts from the Hunter Union to kill the Red Demon Kozuoki. But the Red Demon Kozuoki had tampered with the letter of commission. As a result, it took more than a decade before Mo Fan and Lingling finally received it. The Red Demon Kozuoki commissioned us to kill the young Red Demon Lu Kuan in order to obtain my father's soul. It fulfilled my father's last wish with the aim of obtaining one of the 8 souls, which is the rightful soul, said Lingling. Mo Fan nodded. The young Red Demon Lu Kuan was no more than one of the Red Demon Kozuoki's pawns. The Red Demon Kozuoki used it to gain the Cold Hunting King's rightful soul. Kozuoki is also one of the 8 souls. It represents the righteous soul. Do you still remember it? He asked Lingling. Mo Fan nodded. Apis had mentioned that the Red Demon followed the ritual of the evil Temple 8 Souls. If it were to ascend to become the wicked god, it had to obtain the souls according to the 8 Souls frame. I think he has obtained 7 souls, except one, which is its righteous soul. Otherwise, why would it set its final ascension destination at the Twin Guardian Towers, said Lingling. Katana Mochizuki and Tegami Fujikata were beside them as they listened to Lingling's analysis. The righteous soul. Kozuoki was indeed a righteous man in the past. When the rest had their hearts being distorted as a result of the evil bead's negative energy, Kozuoki took the evil bead away, thus allowing Katana, Fujikata, and their group to resume normalcy. However, he fell and became a red demon. He sacrificed himself in order to save us, Katana Mochizuki muttered to himself. Since my father owned the rightful soul, Kozuoki had to fulfill his last wish to gain his soul. So, what do you think Kozuoki's last wish is? Lingling asked Katana Mochizuki and Tegami Fujikata. His last wish, for a moment, Tegami Fujikata did not know how to answer Lingling. Those who live inside the Twin Guidance Towers wake up every day to see familiar faces. Despite their tiredness after a long day of work, they smile and greet everyone they see. The elders enjoy their retirement. The peers compete with one another, but they patch things up among themselves. The peers work very hard to grow stronger, Officer Ozawa spoke up. He spoke in a very solemn voice with a bitter smile on his face. Upon hearing his words, Mo Fan and Lingling were shocked. They turned around and stared at Officer Ozawa. Could Ozawa be there? Just then, Ozawa quickly returned to his senses. He waved his hand. Don't get me wrong. I'm not Kozuoki. Back in one of the summers when I was young, my peers went for a vacation with their parents. My parents had to attend to their duties, so they didn't have time to accompany me. As a result, I spent the time alone inside the Twin Guardian Towers. I didn't have a friend, and I said something outrageous. I told myself that I will never stay in the Twin Guardian Towers that are no different from a prison. Those words were spoken in the heat of the moment, and Brother Kozuoki overheard them. He talked to me. He took me to the beach and played with me. That summer, Brother Kozuoki taught me a lot of things, and I had a lot of fun. After I came back from school the next summer, I tried to find him, but he had disappeared into thin air. Before we bade farewell, he told me these words. I still remember his words even to this day. All these years, I took his words as a code for conduct. I wanted to turn his words into reality, so I treated the Twin Guardian Towers as my home. I treated everyone inside as my relatives. Katana Mochizuki and Tegami Fujikata were inevitably lost in their thoughts upon hearing Ozawa's words. He was right. It was because Kazuoki treated each and every one of them as his own relatives that led him to make that decision. Katana Mochizuki and Tegami Fujikata grew even more remorseful. They regretted their inability to maintain greater composure and sobriety. At that time, the evil bead was still not as powerful yet. It was their own greed and selfishness that had led to their downfall. That's why the Red Demon used the Blood Demons to replace everyone inside the Twin Guardian Towers. With that, Kazuoki's righteous soul can live in a made-up dreamland to fulfill his last wish. Ling finally realized. This explained why, despite holding a position of importance, Ozawa had not been supplanted by the Blood Demon or had his mind impacted by the evil gangs. Kazuoki saw his own reflection in Ozawa. If not for the fact that Kazuoki had been consumed by the Red Demon, he would have lived inside the Twin Guardian Towers and managed the towers in silence, just like Ozawa. If Ozawa is not the Red Demon, who else can it be? Ling was deep in her thoughts. According to Ozawa's words, the Red Demon Kazuoki would most likely impersonate him. After all, Ozawa's current life was all that it wanted. However, Ozawa was not affected by it, thus it was clear that he was not the Red Demon. And even if Ozawa were the Red Demon, he would not have taken Mo-fan and Ling into the East Guardian Towers. This would only ruin its plan. I still have doubts. Since the Blood Demons have replaced all the people inside the towers, why doesn't the Red Demon just kill them? Why did it have to imprison them inside the East Guardian Towers? Asked Mo-fan. The Red Demon transformed the prisoners into Blood Demons. Unless the Blood Demon souls are destroyed, they will trigger the West Guardian Tower's forbidden system if they leave the towers. Regardless of the people the Blood Demons are impersonating, they can never leave the Twin Guardian Towers. However, Osaka will assess the East Guardian Towers. If they find the number of prisoners becoming lesser, the external authorities will question the chief. As such, we must replace the prisoners and be imprisoned here so as to avoid being under examination, said Chief Shigekyo. Besides, the Blood Demon is drawing on the information from our memory. If we die, the impersonators may not be able to support the operation of the Twin Guardian Towers. At the end of the day, they are learning to replace us completely, said Tegami Fujikata. Mo-fan nodded. Mo-fan. A thought sprang up in Ling's mind. What? Mo-fan turned to her. If the middle-aged chef is a Blood Demon, and you've transformed into him using the Eye of Deception, our identities will be exposed very soon, cried Ling. *T. Mo-fan patted his head. Mo-fan assumed the chef was an ordinary human, hence he cast a mild level of black aura to make the chef fall asleep, because he did not want to shorten the chef's life expectancy. However, if the chef was a Blood Demon, the chef would wake up much faster than he expected. We need to get out of here first. Ling sensed the seriousness of the matter. They did not have time to save the chiefs. If they did not leave the place, they would be trapped inside the East Guardian Towers. The prison door mechanism in the East Guardian Towers was terrifying. Regardless of how astounding Mo-fan's power was, the moment his soul energy was sucked away, he would become magically dried up, just like the prisoners. Chapter 2966. Fierce Battle on the Drawbridge. An ear-piercing alarm rang. Mo-fan, Ling, and Ozawa did not have time to save the prisoners. If they dallied, they would be trapped inside, too. Fortunately, they quickly arrived at the first prison door. The drawbridge on the cliff swayed when a strong wind blew. It made one's heart palpitate as if they were going to fall into the bottomless pit at any time. The drawbridge was filled with security guards. This was the only exit for the East Guardian Towers. Thus, once the drawbridge was occupied, no prisoners could escape. There are so many of them. Ling cried out in shock. Although the drawbridge was spacious, the number of guards was endless. Usually, there were only 2 teams of guards patrolling the area. However, after the alarm rang, all the guards from the West Guardian Towers immediately flooded the drawbridge. We can't get out of here. Ozawa despaired. Everything will be fine as long as we don't get trapped. Mo Fan had no intention of giving in without a fight. He walked toward the crowded drawbridge. Follow behind me. I'll make a path to the outside even if it means fighting them. Mo Fan smiled carkily. Aizawa shouted, the head of the guard regiment. He was furious. Are you aware of what you've done? There has never been a traitor in the Twin Guardian Towers in the past several hundred years. I didn't expect you to become so lost. The chief mentioned that the evil gang has infiltrated the Twin Guardian Towers, and I refuse to believe him. But now I do. Sir, it's unlikely that you still don't know who the prisoners are inside the East Guardian Towers, right? Do you still need to lie? The reason the Twin Guardian Towers have fallen is all because of people like you. If you still have the pride inherited from the towers in you, then accept my declaration of war in a dignified manner. I won't lose this fight. Aizawa displayed his heroic side. Having said that, Officer Aizawa tactfully stood alongside Lingling. They followed behind Mo Fan, letting the fierce tiger charge and kill the guards. Aizawa was prepared to go all out. He was an advanced level mage. Even though he had not fully focused on his cultivation, he was able to fight some guards. But after he saw Mo Fan charge at the guard regiment and knock them down like a savage wolf, he realized that he could only help Mo Fan by following behind him and not getting in his way. The guard regiment was considered powerful. However, Mo Fan's current level of magic was different from theirs. If it had not been for the fact that the drawbridge was protected by a special barrier and forbidden system, Mo Fan's meteor fire rain fist would have destroyed everything. Mo Fan shot his flames everywhere. He stepped on a carpet ablaze in flames and sent the guards flying away with every step he took. The guards hit the barrier. The barrier prevented them from falling and being shredded apart by the yellow lightning bolts. But it was unlikely that they could return to their senses. Red Eagle! Mo Fan raised one of his hands. A red, massive thunderstorm appeared above his head. The thunderstorm was not made up of fire or wind, it was made up of flocks of flaming eagles. The flaming eagles were red with bright feathers. They were covered with fiery magic feathers from crown to tail. Each of them looked magnificent. They danced in flames. There were thousands of flaming eagles. Mo Fan produced them by fusing his fire element with his summoning element. He then summoned the elemental army from another plane. The guard regiment had never seen such gorgeous and extravagant magic before. They looked up to see the flaming eagles, and their jaws dropped. By the time the army of flaming eagles swarmed them, the guards fled in horror. The drawbridge had limited spaces for them to escape, including the outside area surrounded by the forbidden system. However, Mo Fan summoned all the flaming eagles from their magic lair using his fusion of fire and summoning elements. As a result, the guards fled while wrapping their hands around their heads. They were burned, pecked, scratched, lifted into the air, and incinerated by intertwined plumes of fire. The head of the guard regiment was at the other end of the drawbridge. He looked apprehensive when he was greeted by this nightmarish scene. Did that guy descend from heaven? How did he manage to beat the whole regiment up? Mo Fan soon arrived at the middle of the drawbridge. Behind him, an undetermined number of individuals collapsed. The protection net of the illegal system outside the drawbridge had several of them entangled. Their posture changed. They were essentially no longer able to fight. Who the hell are you? Do you know you will be wanted internationally if you cause trouble at the East Guardian Towers? The head of the guard regiment pointed at Mo Fan. Enough nonsense. Show me what you've got, said Mo Fan. The head of the guard regiment flew into a rage. Yet, he did not have the courage to confront Mo Fan head-on. The guards had undoubtedly inherited some kind of ancient secret spell formation. All of a sudden, they formed a neat line together. They had yellow armor that flashed. They formed a line that resembled a row of armored dragons and snakes. Soon, the armored dragons and snakes appeared on the drawbridge. They were mighty, bold, and covered in face armor. When the flaming eagles crashed on them, their flames and claws had little effect on the guards. The corners of Mo Fan's lips twitched when he saw the armored dragons and snakes formation. He had not summoned any formidable creatures yet. He took a few steps back and cast a chaos element vortex before him to prevent others from interrupting him when he cast his spell. Ancient magic portal! The turrets atop the 1,000-tribe elf tower were so tall that they nearly touched the clouds. Among them was a fire cloud. Even the flaming eagle summoned from the magic lair had to submit to the element elf queen inside the fire cloud. It was a one-shar eagle in flaming red feathers. It was the ruler of all fire elemental feather beings. At that moment, Mo Fan used his supreme fire element cultivation and 10th realm of spiritual power to communicate with the one-shar eagle and make it submit to his summoning. The ancient magic portal finally started to open. The light flashed. In midair, a ball of fire as hot as the sun appeared. Its brightness was considerably more pronounced than during the daytime as it illuminated the entire twin guardian towers. The ice-cold boulders were cast in a vivid crimson shadow, which caused the rocks to heat up as if they were on fire. The moment one-shar eagle appeared, the feathers around the flaming eagle's crowns became hotter. Above the drawbridge, a terrible feather fire thunderstorm formed by coiling feather fire clouds. The ruler looked down from the sky. It grabbed the armored dragons and snakes with its flaming claws. When it squeezed its claws, heat waves exploded from the armored dragons and snakes' spines. The armored dragons and snakes were defeated. The flaming eagle soared in the sky. Some of them dived like a rain of red arrows, and some of them coiled into an enormous red lotus root and smashed the drawbridge. Chapter 2967. Desperate Commission. The guard's understanding of fire element magic had been altered by Mo Fan's surprising and striking magic. It was difficult to believe that a single individual was responsible for all of the magic. To execute magic of that size and strength, at the very least, an army of mags would be needed. That's very powerful. Mr. Mo Fan, did you reach the realm of the flame god in just a few years? Azawa looked amazed. It was no wonder Mo Fan could defeat Zhao Watani with a snap of his finger. Mo Fan's magic had reached the apex, and no one could stop him. Please don't flatter me. Let's leave first, said Mo Fan with a smile. The guard regiment's formation on the drawbridge was in shambles. They lacked solid skills to stop Mo Fan. Mo Fan and his group dashed out of the drawbridge. Meanwhile, the head of the guard regiment had already vanished. He must have gone to report to his master. The massive barrier of the forbidden system was still around. The faint moonlight illuminated the barrier, they barely saw its outline that resembled pale yellow bubbles. Mo Fan and his group sneaked into the complex West Guardian Towers. However, the towers were agitated. Apparently, the chiefs had received the news. They gathered a large number of armies, guard regiment, and patrol mags to surround all the towers. Mo Fan would not make enemies with anyone inside the West Guardian Towers, despite the fact that most of the residents were the evil gang and a sizable number of blood demons. After all, a portion of them, like Azawa, were still being kept in the dark. These people held on to their faiths and kept themselves from crossing the lines. They fought valiantly. We have to find allies. Otherwise, we'll be branded as thugs and heretics by those fake chiefs and heads, said Azawa. That's not a good idea. The West Guardian Towers have fallen. We've barged into the East Guardian Towers and triggered their bottom line. Everyone inside the towers have basically branded us as their enemies, anyway, said Lingling. We have to expose their lies. We can't allow them to continue to wreak havoc, said Azawa. How do you suppose we do that? We've already alerted them. We can't possibly tell the crowd that the chiefs, Katana Mochizuki, Tegami Fujikata, and the others are actually blood demons. The reason they have never been suspected shows that they have assimilated with the actual identities in many ways, Mo Fan said guiltily. How could they convince the crowd? Only the trio was aware of the reality. No one would believe Azawa since he was branded a traitor. They wouldn't believe such a ridiculous tale unless the crowd saw the imprisoned chiefs, Katana Mochizuki, and the rest of the gang in the East Guardian Towers by themselves. We have to uncover the Red Demon's true identity. Once we uncover it, the blood demons will be neutralized, said Lingling. Tomorrow night will be its ascension day. The West Guardian Towers is in chaos. The fake chief will take this opportunity to wipe off the deviants, said Ozawa with great urgency. Don't panic. Give me some time. The red demon has to fulfill its righteous soul's last wish, after all. It will not leave it alone. It is certainly inside the twin Guardian Towers. Lingling sat down and repeated the hypothesis she had previously put out in the jail. Lingling had some inkling that the red demon was nearby. But she was unsure of just which it was. It had to be a demon posing as someone else who spoke normally to them while snickering behind their backs. Mr. Mo Fan, the chief told me something very important just now, Ozawa whispered to Mo Fan while Lingling was deep in thought. Mo Fan and Ozawa stood at the side. It was best to let Lingling figure things out in silence so that they could scale down their area of investigation. What is it? Asked Mo Fan. The West Guardian Towers Forbidden System is an ancient system to prevent the prisoners from escaping the East Guardian Towers and entering society. Before this, I didn't understand why the fake chief sealed off the West Guardian Towers by using Kikuroka as an excuse. But the chief reminded me of something in the prison, said Ozawa. He paused for a moment. He stared into Mo Fan's eyes and said solemnly, once the West Guardian Tower's ancient forbidden system is opened, it will last for a week. After a week, the ancient forbidden system will enter a period of dormancy. Dormancy? Mo Fan's jaw dropped. The fake chief has the intention to release all the blood demons. The red demon wants to grant amnesty to the prisoners inside the East Guardian Towers. The scariest part will be that they can walk among others in human skin, said Officer Ozawa. The blood demons were the true prisoners. The red demon had transformed them into blood demons before impersonating the people inside the West Guardian Towers. They had prisoners' marks on them. Even if they became someone else, they could not leave the West Guardian Towers, because the ancient forbidden system would stop them. However, if the fake chief used a lousy excuse to open the ancient forbidden system and exhausted the energy stored in it, the demons, murderers, and bloodthirsty thugs from the East Guardian Towers would enter into the society when the ancient forbidden system entered the stage of dormancy. The majority of the prisoners were inhumane. They would only cause panic and trouble to Osaka. Mr. Mo Fan, can you do me a favor? Ozawa asked gravely. Mo Fan did not answer him. If we fail to stop the red demon, could you destroy the twin Guardian Towers? Asked Ozawa. There are still many innocent people inside the towers. Ozawa, how can you make such a request? Asked Mo Fan. The old chief once told me that there is nothing to be proud of or any sense of superiority among the guards manning the twin Guardian Towers. The ones who truly contribute to the world are those who sacrifice themselves in arresting the wanted criminals. The East Guardian Towers imprison thousands of heinous criminals, but more are the number of people who sacrifice themselves in arresting them. These people are truly worthy of our admiration. Hence, we write down their spirit signs in the sacrificial mountain. Whenever we are at a loss, or we are in the middle of greed and foolishness, we go there and worship them, so that we are reminded of the people who established the twin Guardian Towers for us. If the twin Guardian Towers fall, the heinous criminals will escape. Even if we commit harakiri, we lack the fortitude to confront our ancestors. Therefore, we must stop the criminals from leaving this area at all costs. Those that are still rational would, in my opinion, make the same decision that I do. We'd sooner die beside them than allow even one of them to escape. Ozawa spoke with resolve. Mo Fan could even hear his loud breathing. I can't do that. Mo Fan shook his head. He turned down Ozawa's outrageous request without hesitation. Mr. Mo Fan. Officer Ozawa said sternly. No one will blame you. Instead, you will redeem all of us inside the twin Guardian Towers. Please fulfill our wish. I'm a man of principles, Ozawa. I won't destroy the twin Guardian Towers even if you're the only person inside with a clear head, let alone for the innocent people inside who cling to their beliefs even now, Mo Fan remarked sadly. But we still have some time. Since you choose to believe in us, don't simply blurt out such nonsense. Trust us, the red demon is not only your problem, it is also our target. Mo Fan patted Ozawa's shoulders. Azawa looked perplexed. Mo Fan breathed out a sigh and whispered to Azawa, Lingling's father was a hunter. He died because of the Red Demon. Even though he knew he was going to die, he saved a death commission for us. Mo Fan had taken over the commission. The desperate commission was not just a commission from a hunter, it was also a commission from a father. Although he never had a chance to speak to the Cold Hunting King, Mo Fan promised him that he would take good care of Lingling. He would carry out his instructions and destroy the Red Demon himself. The Red Demon was the main culprit. Chapter 2968. Swagger. So, the Red Demon has caused suffering for everyone. I have faith in you and your partner, Mr. Mo Fan. Azawa gave a solemn nod. He also wished there was a perfect answer to the problem, rather than seeing the twin guardian towers turn into an enormous grave. It's dawn. Take a rest. Tonight's our last chance. Mo Fan glanced at the dawning light outside the towers. When the moonless night arrived, it would be the Red Demon's ascension time. Mo Fan could not wait until that moment to strike. Hence, the critical moment was just before the last of the crescent moon's tip disappeared. They hoped the moon could illuminate the Red Demon's ghostly shadow. Azawa did not dwell on the issue. He was aware that a great battle was about to occur. Furthermore, he had no way of knowing how many of the Twin Guardian Tower's residents were still rational. He would fight until the very end, even if he was the only person left. He lay on the couch with a blanket over his body. Azawa hadn't slept for the previous 2 nights. When fatigue overcame him, he dozed off. Mo Fan also needed to recuperate. He sat on the floor. He noticed Lingling examining the data in the notebook when he turned to face her. Lingling had the final say in the situation. She had never disappointed him. She must have learned something. Otherwise, she wouldn't work this hard to figure out the secret. They occasionally heard military boots outside the house making rhythmic marches and fast footfalls. The army appeared to be heading in their direction and could barge in at any moment. They were taken into hiding by Azawa. Strangely enough, despite the patrol mags repeatedly pacing back and forth close by, they failed to locate the dwelling. It's possible that only individuals who were familiar with the Twin Guardian Tower's layout would be aware of such a hiding area. In the late afternoon, Mo Fan awoke. Azawa, meanwhile, dozed off on the couch like a log. I'm a little hungry, said Lingling. We'll go to the restaurant and eat something. I'm hungry too. As for Azawa, let him sleep. After all, he has done his best, said Mo Fan. Azawa had done them a great favor by summoning the courage to take them into the East Guardian Towers. Mo Fan and Lingling would handle the rest. They left the house and made their way along the forest's winding paths to the restaurant. Despite the tragedy that occurred, it seemed unusual to see the restaurant open as normal. Numerous students ate in the restaurant. They conversed joyfully, acting as if nothing had occurred. It's possible that they were unconcerned with the mayhem that erupted inside the West Guardian Towers or the rebellion in the East Guardian Towers. They were exempt from having to consider these matters. They only needed to do their individual tasks. Mo Fan ordered 2 bowls of ramen. He split the disposable chopsticks before passing them to Lingling. Mo Fan ate his food faster than Lingling. He added some chili powder to the ramen, took a spoonful of the soup, and then swallowed the noodles. Soon, he finished half of the bowl. Meanwhile, Lingling had eaten only a few pieces of nori and sipped some broth. The restaurant still operated as usual. But for some reason, the number of people slowly reduced. At a single glance, they left as usual after taking their food. However, several students ordered large meals, and they left suddenly after only having a few bites. Mo Fan looked at his watch. It was peak hour for lunch. The restaurant was left with very few people. The students did not enter the restaurant again. After 5 minutes, Tegami Fujikata, Chihaya Mochizuki, Xiao Watani, and the rest of the group walked into the restaurant. Behind them were the students from the State House. They were here for a meal after finishing the classes. Mr. Mo Fan, Ms. Lingling. Nagayama was the first to discover them. Weren't they on the wanted list yesterday? Zhao Watani asked in confusion. He approached Lingling and Mo Fan. The others did likewise. You two, why did you spend last night within the East Guardian Towers? There are no-go zones in the East Guardian Towers. If anyone enters the towers without authorization, even those who serve there, they will be charged. Despite knowing this, why did you still violate the law? You're making life challenging for us. Zhao Watani sat down. He did not treat Mo Fan and Lingling as if they were wanted criminals. At that moment, Tegami Fujikata walked into the restaurant. She stared at Mo Fan. Mo Fan looked up. He gave her a chilly look and went back to his ramen. He had to fill up his stomach so that he had the energy to fight with the impersonators. It's a long story. I suppose everyone is starving. Sit down. Let's talk slowly, said Mo Fan to the crowd. The communal table in the restaurant was large enough to accommodate everyone. Let us listen to what Mo Fan has to say. Perhaps he has his own reasons. Chihaya Mochizuki suggested everyone to sit down. Tegami Fujikata nodded. She wondered what kind of tricks Mo Fan was going to pull. The rest did not order their meals. Outside the restaurant, they could hear loud footsteps. Additionally, they picked up a tiny vibration created by the military boots on the stone steps. Although the short fence had blocked the view, Mo Fan and Lingling were aware that the army had surrounded the restaurant. The army is outside the restaurant. Mr. Mo Fan, Ms. Lingling, please give us a reasonable explanation, Tegami Fujikata said with a straight face. She looked fearless. She was not afraid of Mo Fan and Lingling exposing their lies. After all, the twin Guardian Towers were under their control. Even if a minority of people heard Mo Fan's theory, they would not believe him. Mo Fan was aware of Tegami Fujikata's intentions. But he was not in a hurry. He finished eating his noodles first. Lingling was hungry, so she slowly finished her food. It's true that we barged into the East Guardian Towers last night. What we saw inside the towers opened our eyes. You don't have to believe my words. You can just go in and see it for yourself. You will then realize you are actually living in a terrifying reality, said Mo Fan to the crowd. Tegami Fujikata and Ikuko Ishida were certainly the blood demons. But Mo Fan was unsure about the identities of Chihaya Mochizuki, Shinchino Mochizuki, Nagayama, Kid Tokahoshi, Zhao Watani, and the rest of the group. It was a little complicated inside the twin Guardian Towers. The evil gang, in addition to those in positions of authority who had been supplanted by the blood demons, was there to brainwash the populace. The mob would misidentify the inmates in the East Guardian Towers as the actual monsters and demons even if they were visible to them. Rules are rules. We don't simply break the rules. We hope you haven't caused anything bad. I hope the chief will be merciful to you, said Ikuko Ishida. Mo Fan chuckled. I can't be stopped by any of you. To put it arrogantly, none of you can stop me. It's up to me to decide whether or not I wish to extend you my mercy rather than you doing so. Chapter 2969. Public Trial. After hearing Mo Fan's remarks, Zhao Watani and another instructor became angry and irritated. How could there be such an arrogant and domineering person? He did not show any respect to the people in the twin Guardian Towers. Mo Fan, I admit that you're strong. However, the twin Guardian Towers has a foundation that lasted hundreds of years. Even if you defeated the guards yesterday, you wouldn't be able to compete with all the masters in the twin Guardian Towers. You should calm down and admit to your mistakes. Considering that you're a foreigner, the chief won't punish you very severely, said Zhao Watani. Mo Fan abruptly exclaimed, Zhao Watani, after hearing your remarks, I think you have a clear mind. What do you mean by a clear mind? Everyone here has a clear mind. Both you and Officer Ozawa stepped over the line yesterday. Zhao Watani said sternly. You know nothing. Don't you realize that other people around you don't care and are not confused by what we did? Mo Fan asked. The question surprised Zhao Watani, who then turned to look around. he understood that nobody had questioned Mo Fan and Lingling about their motivations for trying to enter the East Guardian Towers. Perhaps he was the only one who was ignorant. Lingling, we have another ally, Mo Fan said to Lingling. Lingling tucked her hair behind her ears and glanced at Sho Watani, who was still confused. It was true that Sho Watani did not know anything. Since he was suddenly transferred here, the people here probably did not want him to stay. Mr. Sho Watani, you should just ignore them. Breaking the strict law of the Twin Guardian Towers is a serious crime, Ikuko Ishida reminded him. Why yes, but they need motives to commit crimes. I want to know what your motives are, said Sho Watani. Motives? Mo Fan said. I want to save individuals like you who don't know the reality. Sho Watani was even more confused. He looked at Tegami Fujikata and Chihaya Mochizuki, then he turned to Mo Fan and Lingling again. Why does everyone appear to be aware of what is happening? Meanwhile, I don't know anything. What the hell is going on? Chihaya, take Sho Watani with you and leave, Tegami Fujikata suddenly said. Okay, Miss Tegami. Chihaya Mochizuki nodded. Mo Fan glanced at Chihaya Mochizuki. It seemed that she had fallen into the hands of the enemy. It was unknown whether she was controlled or replaced. There were several floors of cells below the East Guardian Tower, and Mo Fan did not have time to check them one by one. Why do I need to leave? Sho Watani was even more confused. Why did she want him to leave when they were still having a conversation? Sho Watani, there are some things you don't need to know. The Twin Guardian Towers have its way of handling things, said Tegami Fujikata with a smile. I have the right to know. After all, I'm one of the instructors in the State House and a member of the Twin Guardian Towers. Sho Watani did not intend to leave. He wanted to know the whole story. I'll let you know later, said Tegami Fujikata. No. I need to know the truth. Or is there another secret behind this matter and you don't want to disclose it to me because I have only been here for a month or two? The more Sho Watani listened, the more he found this whole situation very strange. Well, Miss Tegami, I don't quite get it either, said Shinchino Mochizuki. He was also obviously baffled by the whole thing. Shinchino, this is not something you should ask. Chihaya Mochizuki glared at him. Then what should I ask? Am I to be excluded even though I'm a member of the Mochizuki family? Everyone knows what kind of a person Officer Ozawa is. I could believe that anyone in this place could betray the Twin Guardian Towers except him. Why did Officer Ozawa want to break into the East Guardian Towers? There must be something happening in the East Guardian Towers that has a huge impact on every one of us, said Shinchino Mochizuki. Ozawa obviously had a good relationship with people in the Twin Guardian Towers. Shinchino Mochizuki's remarks resonated with other instructors and students. Yeah, how could Officer Ozawa make such a decision? Why did he sneak two outsiders into the East Guardian Towers? What did he see in the East Guardian Towers? Yeah, what happened to Ozawa? Could it be that he was affected by the evil gang? He did make a mistake, but I believe it was unintentional. Many students started to comment on the matter. Mo Fan and Lingling were surprised to hear these comments. It seemed that the Blood Demons and Evil Gang did not have total control over the Twin Guardian Towers. There were still many people with sober minds in the Twin Guardian Towers. There was still hope. I have something to report. Officer Ozawa has voluntarily surrendered himself to General Takuichi. As Officer Ozawa requested a public trial, ministers from various departments have already joined him in court. Everyone in the Twin Guardian Towers can participate. A soldier suddenly ran in and saluted Tegami Fujikata. Tegami Fujikata frowned. Mo Fan and Lingling exchanged glances. Was Ozawa trying to feign ignorance? Why did he voluntarily surrender? Did he want to confront the Twin Guardian Towers, which were ruled by demons? Those blood demons might mutilate him. It was extremely dangerous. General Takuichi hasn't been replaced, Lingling whispered to Mo Fan. Mo Fan nodded. He had not seen General Takuichi in the cell. However, there were still people in the Twin Guardian Towers whose minds were controlled. Since the blood demons controlled their thoughts, most of them did their bidding without even being replaced. Officer Ozawa said that he was the one who sneaked Mo Fan and Miss Lingling into the East Guardian Towers without authorization. They had no idea about it, so they didn't realize they were violating the commandments. Officer Ozawa was the one who ordered Mo Fan and Miss Lingling to fight against the guards, so it has nothing to do with them, said the soldier. Tegami Fujikata's face darkened after hearing the soldier's words. Ozawa took all the blame, so Mo Fan and Lingling were still guests of the Twin Guardian Towers. They also did not have a valid reason to arrest them. It will only be clear whether he is guilty after the trial, said Tegami Fujikata. Please read to the court, Miss Tegami, said the soldier. Ha ha, it just so happens that I want to go there too. Tegami Fujikata sneered. Ozawa would have a public trial. So what? He could not possibly overturn the twisted system of the Twin Guardian Towers alone. Even if it was a court, most of the jury were their people. Whether he had committed a crime or not was up to them. They could not reveal their true colors before the moonless night came and their master ascended. This act had to go on. Let's go. I also want to know why Officer Ozawa did such a thing, Shinchino Mochizuki said to Nagayama and Kid Tokahoshi. The two nodded. Showatani wanted to figure things out, so he followed everyone to the court. Are you done with your meal? Mo Fan asked. Yes, Lingling replied. Let's go. Tonight, it will be its ascension, said Mo Fan. It's also the night of judgment. I've been looking forward to this day, said Lingling. Ozawa was not the one who Lingling wanted to see on trial, but the red demon Kazuoki. Chapter 2970. List of sinners. The court was huge. It was like a large stadium where people could watch sporting events. In a place like the Twin Guardian Towers, there was a great deal of controversy, and public voting was required for many major decisions. The members of the Twin Guardian Towers had the right to vote to decide the appointment of others. When Mo Fan and Lingling arrived at the court, it was already full of people. It seemed that everyone attached great importance to this matter. Considering the recent events and the lockdown on the Twin Guardian Towers, the chief still needed to give an explanation. They were only able to inform a limited group of people of the details and were unable to call an emergency meeting as before. The central area housed the processing court. Its size was comparable to a basketball court, and it included a sizable outside seating area that could hold thousands of people. There were more than thousands of people in the Twin Guardian Towers. The catering staff, gardeners, migrant workers, maintenance workers, and cleaners did not attend the trial. They were not official members of the Twin Guardian Towers. The demon aura is everywhere. Mo Fan glanced at the crowd and sighed. Who was the leader of these monsters? A crescent moon, which appeared to be a curved silver line, slowly rose in the sky as outside the big French window. It was gradually squeezing into the murky, turbid darkness. It was the final night. If they could not find the red demon, Mo Fan could not become a forbidden mage. Mo Fan glanced at Lingling. She was very serious and focused. She had a clear clue, but this clue pointed to several people. She needed to rule out some things to be sure. Dong! A strange gong sounded, and the four chiefs appeared on the main seats like four judges. Ozawa stood below them. Ozawa turned around and looked at Mo Fan and Lingling. He smiled apologetically. I needed to do something about it. But it is dangerous for you to do this. How did you get the chance for a public trial? What if the person you surrender to is also a blood demon? Mo Fan said helplessly to Ozawa. Other than you two, there are people who I believe are still trustworthy. Besides, nothing can be done without a price. Brother Kazuoki made sacrifices for his friends and companions in the past. Although the red demon controlled him in the end, he still bought more than 10 years for the Twin Guardian Towers, said Ozawa. When Lingling heard Ozawa say those words, her eyes lit up. Dong! At this time, the gong sounded again. Even though it wasn't loud, banging the gong in the middle of the night was unsettling. Azawa, you took outsiders into the East Guardian Towers and attacked the guards and injured them. This is a felony. If you think of the Twin Guardian Towers as a small kingdom, your action is no different from treason. Do we have to throw you into the East Guardian Towers so that you can reflect on your mistakes and remember your identity as a guardian, said General Takuichi. Azawa surrendered himself to General Takuichi. He seemed to be the person Officer Azawa trusted. He possessed the Twin Guardian Towers' military might. He was in charge of ensuring the security of the Twin Guardian Towers and battled primarily against ocean demons from the sea. After all, those held in the East Guardian Towers are all demonic beings who posed a threat to numerous nations. The chief of the towers visited me. He told me that the Twin Guardian Towers were in a crisis and may collapse at any time. We also mentioned this in the emergency meeting. Everyone in the Twin Guardian Towers should be able to tell that the towers are different from before. Falsehoods, oddities, and inexplicable occurrences are present everywhere. The unexplained things that are exposed, and things that are still hidden. The chief of the towers asked me to hand over a list to clean up the incumbents who may have endangered the Twin Guardian Towers, said Azawa. I know that I have a grave responsibility, and the name of any person I write may affect that person's life. I dare not be rash and have to be responsible for every incumbent in the Twin Guardian Towers. So, I entered the East Guardian Towers myself and wrote a list. Azawa took a large letter out from his sleeve while he spoke and presented it to the 4 chiefs with both hands. The chief of the towers did not speak, but their faces were stiff. However, General Takuichi looked at the chief of the towers and asked, "Chief, is what Azawa said true?" "Yes, but the list of suspects has nothing to do with the felony of breaking into East Guardian Towers," said the chief of the towers. "Should we take a look at this list first?" said General Takuichi. The chief of the towers hesitated and looked at Katana Mochizuki. Katana Mochizuki nodded. It was just a list. Nothing would happen even if everyone looked at it. The list was presented and projected onto the screen through a projector, ensuring that people in the public courtroom could see it. Positions. Names. 2 straight columns made up the list. The first had positions, whereas the second had names. From the top to the end. When everyone saw this lengthy list, there was an uproar. After a few seconds of silence, the chief of the towers was enraged. "Azawa, are you making fun of us?" "Chief, I did what you told me," said Azawa. "This is your list?" "This is the position list of all the staff in the Twin Guardian Towers." "Everyone's name is on it," said the chief of the towers. "Yes, all of us are on the list. Every single one of us. These are the sinners who will cause the Shuangshou Pavilion to collapse at any time," Azawa said in a low voice. Everyone was a sinner. The Twin Guardian Towers have become a mess because of all of us. We are about to destroy the Twin Guardian Towers. There are demons in the prison that have dominated us and are about to endanger society and the entire country. Each of us is an accomplice, regardless of our position. We turn a blind eye to the harm, let bizarre things happen, turn a deaf ear to the outside world, and scoff at the truth. General Takuichi just said that the Twin Guardian Towers are like a small kingdom. Now our country is about to be destroyed. Is this because of the action of some dissidents? Every kingdom has corruption and dark corners, but the fallen of the kingdom have already proven that our generation is stupid. We have no resistance in the face of erosion. Maybe some people still stick to their posts and principles, but it's also a crime to be weak and powerless. We are the ones who ruin the Twin Guardian Towers. Chief, you asked me to hand in a list of people who have threatened the Twin Guardian Towers. This is the list. The list shown on the big screen had the names of all Twin Guardian Towers members, including Azawa. Everyone was in it. Chapter 2971. The people in the court are shocked. Each person had to accept responsibility. The list that Azawa handed over was this one. The Twin Guardian Towers gradually approached the cliff's edge due to their carelessness, insensitivity, ignorance, and neglect, making it possible for it to fall at any time. Since the inmates might escape from their cells and infiltrate society, the people of this generation might also end up as the sinners of the Twin Guardian Towers. "Ozawa, you're insane," said the chief of the towers, Shigekyo. He was so angry that he breathed roughly. "I would like to apologize to the ancestors of the sacrificial mountain first," said Ozawa. A razor-sharp knife suddenly materialized in his hand as soon as he finished speaking. The guards next to Ozawa were shocked. They thought Ozawa would attack them, but he stabbed himself. The blood ran down from the blade to the handle. Ozawa's hands were stained red. "Ozawa!" Mo Fan yelled as he ran to stop him. Ozawa extended a hand and stopped Mo Fan. He was in pain, but he looked determined. "Don't worry. I won't kill myself. It is indeed easy to apologize by committing suicide, but that is what those who want to destroy the Twin Guardian Towers want. I won't let them take away the Twin Guardian Towers like this." Ozawa neither stabbed himself further nor drew the dagger out. He was still bleeding, but it wasn't enough to kill him. "You don't have to do this. You're not the only one to blame." Mo Fan looked at Ozawa. He was moved. Seeing the blood gushing out of Ozawa's body, Mo Fan could feel his sincere affection for the Twin Guardian Towers and his uncontaminated passion. His action was not meaningless. He was trying to wake everyone up from their daze. The blood demons did not have total control over the Twin Guardian Towers, but the evil thoughts had occupied everyone's mind. Everyone had forgotten how their forefathers fought those savage monsters, how they erected a splendid castle atop the cliff, and how many of their predecessors perished in the process. "You're insane, Ozawa. You're really insane. Until someone like you spread unfounded rumors that caused people to worry, the Twin Guardian Towers have always been in order. What you must do is to take care of yourself and those who spread panic instead of accusing everyone in the Twin Guardian Towers," the chief of the towers, Shigekyo, said angrily. "Chief, there is something I have always wanted to report. The previous regulations required us to regularly confirm the identities of the inmates housed in the East Guardian Towers in order to stop those who are adept at unusual magic from using these techniques to escape. It appears that this rule has been abolished at some point, and someone like me, who is in charge of prisoner verification, has just become a decoration in the police department," a guard in the guard regiment said. The guard seemed to have kept these words in his heart for a long time. When he finally could mention it, he looked at Ozawa. A look of relief flashed through Ozawa's face. It seemed that there were still people who could think rationally. 3 months ago, as I used the energy ball to remove the last of the negative energy from the cell, I noticed a prisoner who had no skin. He was covered in blood as if he had torn off his own skin. I reported this to the regiment commander a long time ago, but the regiment commander never got back to me, said another middle-aged guard. He deliberately lowered his hat so that his face was hidden. I saw it too. But not in the East Guardian Towers. I saw it in the dean's room, a female student whispered. "Ah, I thought I was dreaming. It turns out everyone has seen it. Could it be that the horror stories that have been going around the academy lately are real? Oh my God. I wasn't wrong about what I saw then." All of a sudden, everyone was talking about what they had witnessed. They had seen the blood demons in their lives but had not dared to believe it to be true. "That is the blood demon. It is an evil creature that can imitate the appearance of others," said Lingling. "Blood demons." "Yes, I have some information about the blood demon here. Mo Fan and I killed a blood demon recently, too. It impersonated Mo Fan," said Lingling. Lingling already knew everything there was to know about blood demons, including strong proof that they could change into others. The chief of the tower Shigekyo, Tegami Fujikata, and Katana Mochizuki all made somber faces. They did not want to discuss this issue. However, Ozawa's actions led to discussions among the members of the Twin Guardian Towers, and more people expressed their doubts. "Let's take a look. I'm also curious about it. Such an evil creature actually exists in this world," said General Takuichi. This, Katana Mochizuki seemed reluctant. "Katana, you're the most senior chief. I think you don't want the rumor to spread because it would cause panic in the Twin Guardian Towers. Now let's examine the blood demons. Everyone is interested in learning more about it as well," General Takuichi insisted. Many people were doubtful. The blood demons had replaced so many people that they would have made a slip while acting as the person they impersonated. Some people might have even seen their true appearances. Katana Mochizuki found that the people in the court were conversing about it. He knew that if he expressed a different opinion, it might raise suspicions. The blood demons did not get along well with one another. If the exposed blood demons were caught, Katana Mochizuki had no way to protect them. All of the information regarding the blood demons came on the screen right away when Lingling submitted it, allowing everyone in the court to see it. It was a short video that recorded the blood demon Mo Fan trapped in the trapped magic formation. Slowly, his bloody appearance was revealed. This is it. Oh my god. This is what I saw. Blood demons do exist. The students exclaimed from the crowd. The crowd itself was in an uproar. It turned out that blood demons did exist. They turned into someone's appearance in the Twin Guardian Towers. The people in the court were also shocked. Aizawa was relieved to see everyone's reaction. This was what he had wanted. No one, not even the unaffected, would believe him if he claimed that the blood demons had taken over the Twin Guardian Towers. A little guidance would allow everyone to draw conclusions based on their past experiences, which was always more convincing. Chapter 2972. The Demon King, Kikuroka. Mo Fan gave Aizawa a thumbs up. Aizawa smiled bitterly. The dagger was still in his stomach, so it was hard for him to express himself properly. Aizawa, though, had done an excellent job. He succeeded in getting those living in a dream to reflect and question. As Lingling had mentioned, a dream was a dream, after all. It contained a lot of absurd things. People would feel as though everything was real while immersed in it. But when they tried to think and question, they would realize that this dream was full of loopholes. The blood demons had controlled the Twin Guardian Towers, so it was full of ambiguities. The blood demons could steal a portion of the memory of the person involved, but they could not play their roles perfectly. Despite the perfect performance, a real person would always have their own flaws. Ikuko Ishida, where are you going? Showatani suddenly asked. I'm not feeling well, so I want to go back and rest, said Ikuko Ishida. Oh, why did mentioning the blood demons make you feel so uneasy? Can it be? Showatani stared at Ikuko Ishida. Ikuko Ishida panicked and bolted. Showatani chased after her. A rope made of interwoven light silk appeared on his palm, and he threw it. The rope landed on Ikuko Ishida and tied her up. Showatani, what are you doing? Why did you attack a student? Tegami Fujikata asked angrily. Showatani dragged Ikuko Ishida back. During a training session, Ikuko Ishida hurt herself. She was injured on her right arm. I asked the nursing staff to help her deal with the wound, but her wound had miraculously disappeared. The wound was caused by poison element magic. Even a healing mage would find it difficult to heal it so fast. At that time, I was suspicious of her. Use light element magic to burn her eyes, Lingling said to Showatani. You can't do that. Tegami Fujikata shouted. But Showatani ignored her. He knew other things about Ikuko Ishida that made him increasingly suspicious. He cast the light element magic on Ikuko Ishida's eyes. Ikuko Ishida covered her eyes and screamed. Black smoke rose out of her body as if she was burning. The black smoke became thicker. Her skin melted like black plaster. Black pus flowed down her body. What was exposed once the pus ran down was not typical flesh and blood but rather dark blood scabs. Her body was covered in hideous-looking blood scabs. Ah! The students next to Ikuko Ishida screamed in fright. A blood demon! A black scab blood demon! The horrifying thing did, in fact, exist. The court erupted once more. People could not believe that a person had suddenly turned to something like this. Tegami Fujikata had already gotten up. However, she had to pretend to be surprised at Ikuko Ishida's appearance. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Tegami Fujikata did not dare defend her. Chief! Aizawa shouted. What else do you want to say? The chief of the towers took a deep breath. He realized at this point that he was powerless to help the Black Scab blood demon. They could not show themselves because the moonless night had not yet arrived. If the others caught them in public, they would only die under the sun. The real Ikuko Ishida is imprisoned in the corridor of the prison of the East Guardian Towers. You wonder why I broke into the East Guardian Towers. This is the reason. Ikuko Ishida is not the only person imprisoned in the East Guardian Towers. I saw many people there, and I can tell you that Ozawa knew this was the right moment to tell the truth. At that precise moment, a guard who had been watching Ozawa flung himself at him. He planned to kill Ozawa, so he snatched the dagger from his stomach. When the man moved, his clothes seemed to be soaked by something. If someone looked closely, he would find that the guard was covered in blood and the uniform was dyed entirely red. He could not let Ozawa tell everyone what he saw in the East Guardian Towers. He must kill Ozawa. However, the blood demon guard did not notice Mo-fan sneering. Ozawa and Mo-fan switched places after a burst of brilliant silver light. The blood demon guard hurled himself at Mo-fan instead of Ozawa, who was now grinning. Mo-fan extended his hand, and the purple lightning wrapped around his arm like a snake. The snake struck out and bit the blood demon guard on the neck. From a distance, it looked like Mo-fan had lifted the blood demon guard with one hand. The blood demon guard could not move as the lightning demon snake bit it. Another one. Mo-fan smiled and threw the reckless blood demon guard to the center of the court. Everybody's eyes grew wide. They were still shocked about Ikuko Ishida's transformation, and another blood demon had suddenly appeared. A person had suddenly turned into a demon. Mo-fan slowly walked and stepped on the blood demon guard. He glanced at everyone in the court. They all maintained their composure. It seemed that the blood demon army planned to abandon these stupid blood demons who were caught. The clever blood demons would not simply reveal their flaws. It appeared that they were also immersed in the roles they played based on the blood demon that imitated Mo-fan. The blood demons are like mice in the gutter. Not only can they not live publicly, but they are also indifferent when they see their companion being trampled on like this. I wonder if there are any fearless and righteous blood demons. Can you step forward and compete with me? Mo-fan stepped on the blood demon guard's face and mocked them. There were thousands of people in the court, but no one stepped forward. You guys were once terrifying demons. Why did you suddenly change and become the well-behaved watchdog of the Twin Guardian Towers? Since you decide to become a dog that submits to humiliation, why did you commit such a heinous crime in the first place? If you've been a dog all the time, you don't have to be locked up in the East Guardian Towers, Mo-fan continued to mock. Mo-fan glanced around again. Someone stood up, just as he had predicted. It was an ordinary-looking man in a military uniform. His military uniform wasn't very neat, so it was easy for him to blend in with the crowd. He took off his hat and smiled. His face was distorted because of the smile. Hello, Mo-fan. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Kurokawa. The man in the military uniform dropped his hat, jumped off his seat, and walked toward Mo-fan. Mo-fan raised an eyebrow. What a brave demon king. Oh, it's you. Someone who had to kill people just for them to remember you, said Mo-fan in disdain. Kurokawa's face darkened. Someone like me doesn't have to kill people, and yet people will always talk about me. I'm like a dazzling star in the night sky, Mo-fan continued. Kurokawa became so enraged that blood smoke began to emanate from him. His features eventually melded horrifyingly as though it had been corroded by a powerful acid. He disliked acting. He liked to slaughter. Since the result was already known, there was no point in wasting time with these individuals. Of course, there is one thing I must praise you for. You are like an adult with no interest in playing this kind of childish game with the red demons, said Mo-fan. Chapter 2973. Border on. Kurokawa walked toward Mo-fan. He undid the tie around his neck and tore the uniform in disgust. He displayed his muscular chest, firm arms, and scarred arms. A scar covered the part below the neck like an exaggerated tattoo. Although Kikuroka's body was drastically different from the blood demon's, his face was corroded. Kikuroka was a half-demon. He was transforming into a blood demon but had not fully become one. The appearance of Kikuroka caused quite a stir in the court. The person who was the most infuriated was the chief of the towers, Shigekyo. He was responsible for freeing Kikuroka from prison. Kikuroka could take the place of someone from the west if he transformed into a blood demon. However, Kikuroka disobeyed the order and exposed himself. Even though it was inevitable, and the moonless night was approaching, exposing himself at this time was not a wise decision. Kikuroka was an uncontrollable factor. In actuality, a lot of prisoners resembled him. These people were demon kings from all over the world. They wouldn't have been qualified to be held in the East Guardian Towers if they weren't psychopaths and hadn't committed heinous crimes. Kikuroka had also always detested the Red Demon. The creature who could order him around did not yet exist in this world. He would do whatever he wanted. Many people like to act as the person they impersonate, but I have no interest in that. I am most interested in chopping your head off. I want to display it on my collection shelf. Kikuroka grinned. For someone like him, it was impossible to suppress the desire to kill, just as someone who was starving would find it impossible to ignore the aroma of mouth-watering food. Kikuroka wants to slowly destroy all that lives. When Kikuroka walked, Mo-fan noticed his arm. His left hand's wrist was now covered in the pronounced scars that covered the rest of his body. But his palm was not what was attached to his wrist, rather, it was a pitch-black hook. The sharp, curved hook resembled the ready tail of a scorpion. Kikuroka attacked. He was like a strong and sturdy scorpion. He resembled a powerful, solid scorpion. He approached carefully and suddenly launched the scorpion hook at Mo-fan's throat without warning. There was no fancy magic sheen, just a deadly attack, at a speed that caught people off guard. Mo-fan's eye suddenly changed color. His pupils widened, and the blurred figure of Kurokawa gradually became clear. Mo-fan saw that the black scars on his body were like some ancient animal patterns, which provided a strange force. Mo-fan did not have much time to analyze it. He extended his right hand, and a black metal substance quickly wrapped around his arm. Then, a dragon claw appeared on his fist. Kikuroka was a killer, an assassin mage. He trained his own special style of attack. He combined the abilities of the shadow element and poison element in his special way of attack, transforming himself into a vicious, black venomous scorpion that could slit the necks of his victims with ease. However, Mo-fan saw through him. If Kikuroka was a poisonous scorpion, Mo-fan was a sharp-eyed dragon eagle. Mo-fan used his spiritual knowledge from the ninth world to see right through the venomous scorpion's trump card. In terms of speed and power, Mo-fan and Kikuroka were not of the same species. Mo-fan attacked without the use of any fancy magic. He only used the dragon claw to attack Kikuroka's heart. A split second would decide the winner and survival in this deadly confrontation. Mo-fan moved away and avoided the deadly black scorpion of Kikuroka, but Kikuroka could not avoid Mo-fan's dragon claw piercing his heart. Plink! Plink! Black blood dripped from Kikuroka's chest. Mo-fan stretched his right hand forward and pushed Kikuroka, who was only half a step away. At the same time, he withdrew his dragon claw, and his hand returned to normal. He had no trace of Kikuroka's blood on his hand. Don't be so shocked. Most people can't avoid my attack. You're not alone. Mo-fan stood there with a confident smile. Kikuroka was stunned. He could not even feel the pain from his chest. It was too fast. In a matter of seconds, his life had been taken from him before the pain even spread through his body. It may not be a bad idea to die like this. Kikuroka did not have much energy to speak. He slumped to the ground like a heap of mud. Blood poured out of his chest. The blood pooled around him in a matter of seconds. His corroded face started to look normal again. It seemed that the erosion of the blood demon had no longer affected him as he died. Is Kikuroka dead? Mo-fan is 10 times more terrifying than Kikuroka. I couldn't even see their movements. The two engaged in a battle that moved too quickly for the troops and guards to intervene in time. The laid-back Mo-fan stood in the center of the court. He made everyone shudder in fear and disbelief. Kikuroka was a demon king. Many famous and powerful people in the Japan Magic Association had been attacked. The murderer, who once instilled fear, was like a vulnerable child in front of Mo-fan. Mo-fan was the real demon king. Mr. Mo-fan, thank you for killing this demon. I didn't expect Kikuroka to be hiding among the crowd. This is a mistake on our part, said the chief of the towers, Shigekyo. Kikuroka brought it upon himself. No one could stop it. A half-blood demon was unreliable, anyway. Since the red demon had not spiritually baptized him, he would make foolish decisions. But the show had to go on. The moonless night was coming soon. At that time, no matter how rampant and powerful Mo-fan was, he could not win against the red demon. A murderer, who was imprisoned in the East Guardian Towers, lived in the Twin Guardian Towers arrogantly and freely attacked people in the court. The Twin Guardian Towers have come to this now? Chief, I remember you admitted in the previous emergency meeting that you brought Kikuroka from East Guardian Towers and detained him in a secret place. Was this how you detained him? Does it mean that something is also wrong with the chief? Mo-fan asked the chief of the towers, Shigekyo. Shigekyo's face darkened. He was a blood demon, but he could not admit it. Unlike Kikuroka, he was clever and knew about the importance of the moonless night. Anyone who was exposed before would be abandoned. Mo-fan, you can't accuse the chief without direct evidence, said Katana Mochizuki. Chapter 2974. Battle. Actually, in the East Guardian Towers, Mo-fan was going to expose the chief of the towers. But Ozawa shook his head, signaling to Mo-fan that this was not the right timing. He could not expose the chief of the towers. The chief of the towers was one of the rulers of the Twin Guardian Towers. If Mo-fan provoked him, he would immediately order everyone in the Twin Guardian Towers to arrest Mo-fan. Ultimately, a battle would take place. Mo-fan was capable. However, if that happened, they would be unable to help those under the grip of the evil gang and those with sober minds. Chief, the escape of Kikuroka might be an accident, but I saw some people in the East Guardian Towers. I will point them out, so I hope you won't neglect them anymore. The Twin Guardian Towers are at stake. We must deal with those dangerous people no matter the cost, said Ozawa. Point them out then. The chief of the towers looked at Mo-fan. Although Katana Mochizuki and Tegami Fujikata did not speak, they knew what to do. This is another list. I am sure that these people are all blood demons. Ozawa handed them another list. Let me have a look first, said General Takuichi. After General Takuichi read it, he handed it to the other three people. Should we let everyone take a look, he said, indifferently. The list that Ozawa handed over did not include all the blood demons. After all, Ozawa did not know how many people were still imprisoned in the cell. He had walked to the cell at the end of the corridor. He had written down the names of all the people imprisoned in it from his memory, but the list had only a few names. If he exposed too many blood demons, the chief of the tower Shigekyo, Tegami Fujikata, and Katana Mochizuki would fight back immediately. Once a large number of blood demons were cleared, they would lose control of the Twin Guardian Towers. But for the moonless night, it was acceptable for them to sacrifice a small number of people. This was just a game to them. Ozawa was aware of his current situation. Exposing them all would only lead to chaos. Due to their need to act, he could eliminate some blood demons and identify others of sober mind. Katana Mochizuki, Tegami Fujikata, and the chief of the towers looked at the list and hesitated. Should we reveal our identities? Tegami Fujikata asked in a low voice. That's not worth it. It's only a few people. Katana Mochizuki shook his head. Don't you think they are deliberately weakening our strength by reducing our numbers, said the chief of the towers. Yes. If Kikuroka hadn't been so reckless, we wouldn't have had to compromise. Take a look at your credibility in the court. If you don't take care of these people, no one will trust you anymore. Do you want us to sacrifice you too? Katana Mochizuki asked. The chief of the towers gritted his teeth. It was all Kikuroka's fault. If he had endured it a little longer, everyone would have a new life. Why did he have to expose himself? If Shigekyo had known earlier that Kikuroka was this uncontrollable, he would have killed him with his own hands. HMPH. I have looked at the list. These people are trash, said the chief of the towers, Shigekyo. Everyone was a prisoner, and they were all crazy people. He did not have to pity them. If it were not for everyone having a common goal to escape from the East Guardian Towers, they would have killed all of them to avoid getting exposed. After getting the approval of the chief of the towers, the list of blood demons compiled by Ozawa was made public. Catch them! Don't give them a chance to escape. The chief of the towers ordered the mags of the twin Guardian Towers to take action. 37 people were caught in the pavilion, and they were all blood demons. They were tortured, after which they revealed their true appearances. The chief of the towers was smart. To prevent these 37 people from exposing other blood demons, he killed them all on the spot. The court suddenly became an execution chamber. Even though there were only 37 people, it nonetheless had a significant impact on others. As expected of the chief, we get to kill these parasites because of you. You flatter me. You should thank Ozawa. Actually, I asked Ozawa to do this. Since Ozawa violated the commandment to carry out my order, he should only receive a light punishment. The unfortunate occurrence of the twin Guardian Towers is indeed because of the negligence of every one of us, especially me. Let's end the public trial and go back, the chief of the towers Shigekyo said to the crowd. This trial could not continue anymore. The chief of the towers could give up on some of his companions. However, the red demon would blame him if more were killed. Chief, don't forget to save the people imprisoned in the East Guardian Towers. They have suffered a lot, Ozawa reminded the chief of the towers. I'll save them, of course. The chief of the towers nodded. Ozawa did not force them. If the blood demons revealed their identity, it would not benefit them. Therefore, they could only end this trial. Ozawa had to deceive others by claiming that all of the blood demons had perished and that the twin Guardian Towers would soon return to peace in order to make them feel better. When he told them about it, Ozawa sobbed. As he cried, he was not sure whether he felt sad for the sorrowful twin Guardian Towers or the torture and pain the dagger caused him. Ozawa returned to his room after he was released. Lingling helped Ozawa with his wound by wrapping some gauze around his abdomen. She felt a little sad to see him in pain. Ozawa, who knew the truth, had to face a powerful opponent. He even had to force himself to accept those terrible facts and abandon some people. I still can't save everyone, Ozawa said regretfully. You have done better than anyone else. Most people will choose to join and integrate with them when they find out that everything can't be changed. Only you choose to fight. People who can make such a choice are amazing. Lingling comforted Ozawa. But there are still many. Ozawa still felt a little regretful. He was blaming himself for not exposing more people. Maybe those blood demons would agree as well. Are you mentally prepared to let me destroy the twin Guardian Towers? You don't have to worry about it anymore. It will at least be better now, Mo-fan said. The number of people you exposed is good. If you choose more people, the blood demons might reveal their identity and kill the people imprisoned in the East Guardian Towers. Since your request was not too over the top, they didn't kill the people in the East Guardian Towers, said Lingling. Ozawa nodded quietly. This was what he had been considering. A battle is not all about impulsivity. You can't just run forward and kill the enemy. The enemy may be right in front of you, but you must still take each step thoughtfully, just as you did today. Sometimes, you even have to make compromises with the enemy. Lingling was impressed by Ozawa's decision. Chapter 2975. The essence of the Einherjar spirit. The weather outside the home that night was eerily cold. They felt as though they had entered a huge freezer even though there was no breeze. It gave the impression that the dim moonlight was primarily to blame for the frost-covered trees, eaves, and stones. We'll go to the sacrificial mountain, said Lingling. I've been to the sacrificial mountain. It's true that the red demon gathers its massive evil energy from the sacrificial mountain that allows it to ascend to become an emperor. However, the sacrificial mountain is like a fortress. It cannot be destroyed by using brute force. Besides, it's too close to the West and East Guardian Towers. If the evil energy spreads outside, it will turn thousands of people into tyrannical demons, said Mo Fan. The evil energy was massive. After all, during the moonless night, the red demon prepared for its ascent by gathering bad energy from many corrupted and evil places throughout the world. The sacrificial mountain was like Pandora's box. Even Mo Fan dared not simply open it. Mo Fan could only appear and attack the red demon when it believed that time had come for the energy to be transformed into ascension power. Before the moonless night, if they had come into contact with the evil energy, it would have been no different than them murdering the residents of the twin Guardian Towers. They reached the sacrificial mountain. There was a white stone path in the dense bamboo forest that led to the Torii Gate of the sacrificial mountain. Mo Fan and Ling Ling visited the sacrificial mountain in the middle of the night. They noticed the plain white silk that hung off the tree branches by the roadside along the mountain path, all the way up to the temple. There were even white knots tied around the stone piers that were shaped like statues of spirits to welcome guests to the temple. They exchanged glances. When was the sacrificial mountain decorated in this manner? Why did it look like a mourning festival? They continued forward. Soon, Mo Fan saw a monk and a few workers standing guard over the entrance. It was night time. They looked busy, but they were vigilant. They tried to avoid making any sort of sounds at all. Mo Fan and Ling Ling walked up to them. The monk smiled and watched the pair approach. "What are you doing here?" asked Ling Ling. "The festival is around the corner," answered the monk. "Is it tomorrow?" asked Ling Ling. "Yes, tomorrow is the day." "Tomorrow is the eclipse," said Ling Ling. "Yes, it's the eclipse." Most people are unaware of the Einherjar spirits on the sacrificial mountain. The Einherjar spirits are like the ancient night watchers who silently watch over the families. Hence, we, especially the young people, will pay tribute to them every year during the eclipse of this month, said the monk. "But why did no one mention this before?" Mo Fan asked in confusion. "Why do they have to mention it? Everyone has an Einherjar spirit they respect. Every year, the young people will tell us something they've done in the past year on the festival night. It must be something that they have summoned their courage to do after they were inspired by the great Einherjar spirits, or the lessons they have learned from the Einherjar spirits. Before being made public during the event, these things are typically kept a secret. As a result, they won't discuss anything prior to the festival. But I think they'll remember it for themselves." The monk smiled softly. "Only the young people?" asked Ling Ling. "Yes. Those beyond the age of 25 don't have to participate in the festival any longer. After all, they are full-fledged adults by that age. Their personalities are basically set. This festival is prepared for the young who are prone to getting lost, falling into depravity, or going astray," said the monk. "In other words, young people below the age of 25 of the Twin Guardian Towers will gather here tomorrow night?" asked Ling Ling. "That's right. Everyone will come. Nobody will skip it," said the monk firmly. "Could you be a little more specific?" Ling Ling asked with a sense of urgency. "I suppose you've seen the spirit tablet arranged inside the temple. Each spirit tablet represents an Einherjar spirit, and each Einherjar spirit represents a type of spirit. The Einherjar spirits are role models for the young. When they are young, they worship Einherjar spirits in their hearts. They learn about the Einherjar spirits' past and about their essence. They even try to emulate the praiseworthy things that the Einherjar spirit has done," said the monk. Ling Ling frowned. "Learn about the Einherjar spirits' past and about their essence, and follow the examples of the Einherjar spirits' praiseworthy actions." "I got it. I understand why the visitors of the sacrificial mountain on the name list died one after another," said Ling Ling. "Were they affected by evil energy?" asked Mo Fan in confusion. "They are affected by evil energy and also by the Einherjar spirits. Originally, the Einherjar spirits served as the young people's role models. However, the red demon brings in massive evil energy. As a result, Einherjar spirits are ingrained in the young people's minds. They would do everything they can to accomplish their goals even at the cost of their lives, said Lingling. Lingling and Azawa checked the visitors' name list. Many people were dead, and the reasons for their death looked reasonable. At that time, Lingling could not figure out if these people were affected by the red demon's magnetic field, or if it was due to their own problems. Thus, she could not reach a conclusion. Upon hearing the monk's words, Lingling finally understood the reason. Their deaths were in line with the essence of the Einherjar spirits. They followed the example of the spirits. Grand Master, did you lose a Einherjar spirit tablet from the temple recently? Asked Lingling. How did you know that? The monk cried out in surprise. He stared at Lingling for a moment before explaining. That Einherjar spirit tablet sparks controversial issues. Hence, I didn't pay much attention to it when it disappeared all of a sudden. Got it. Thank you, Grand Master. Can I join the festival tomorrow night? Asked Lingling with a smile. Of course, you can. I wish you a bountiful harvest, said the monk. Dusk arrived. The plain white silk swayed under the breeze. The sacrificial mountain was different after the decoration. The adornment gave the mountain a hint of color, however it did not make the peak appear very colorful. On the white silk, there were black ink scribbles that appeared to be lantern riddles for people to solve. The young people went up to the sacrificial mountain. They dressed in plain kimonos. Their kimonos were plain. The majority of them, including the kimonos for women, were in pale colors and hardly had any patterns. They were mostly young folks. They hardly ever saw inhabitants of the twin guardian towers who held influential positions. It seemed to have been something that had been agreed upon. They went up to the sacrificial mountain. In front of the temple, there were a lot of futons. Since they had arrived first, they took their seats in front of the Einherjar spirit tablets of the temple. They weren't very serious, really. They conversed casually. They stopped grinning, though, when the shelf containing the Einherjar spirit tablets was carefully pushed outside the temple and turned toward the people. Chapter 2976. The Gathering of the Good and Evil Eight Souls. Everyone was required to provide a brief account of how the Einherjar spirits had influenced them throughout the previous year. As the representative of the younger batch, Shinchino Mochizuki started first. He still looked the same since they saw him for the first time. He was stoic. His fringe covered his deep eyes. He wore a black kimono that brought out the grandeur and solemnness. He stood up and faced the Einherjar spirits tablets. After pausing for a while, he described his experience. I once thought I could obtain whatever I want as long as I work hard. But my experience taught me that I'm still far from being enough. I often overlook things and people around me. As a result, they assumed I was arrogant and rude. The truth is, I'm a single-minded person. When I focus on my own thoughts, I tend to overlook people who greet me. When I focus on my cultivation or battle, I forget that they are just training. Shinchino Mochizuki recounted his past sentimentally. He regained his qualification to participate in the World College Tournament. However, he was aware that he had behaved like a vicious dog that attacked and hurt many people. His Einherjar spirit was a man of wisdom. After Shinchino Mochizuki finished speaking, the rest took turns to talk about their own experiences. Mo Fan listened to them intently. He found it meaningless. After all, he did not like to do self-reflection through rituals like this. He believed that self-reflection was done by oneself in seclusion rather than displayed in front of others. If self-reflection was supposed to be done in front of others, it wouldn't be called self-reflection in the first place. However, this was the Twin Guardian Towers tradition. Besides, the young people of the towers respected the tradition. They each had an Einherjar spirit as their role models. They worked very hard for their goals. Mo Fan peered up to observe the setting sun. The sky was dark. The moon was obscured. The stars were sparse. The sacrificial mountain was enveloped in intense darkness. The stone lantern flames illuminated the young people. The young people were the twin guardian tower's future generation. Each of them told a story that motivated themselves and the crowd. For a moment, Mo Fan felt as if he was still a student. At that time, he thought he alone could turn the world upside down. Mr. Mo Fan, it's half time now. You can share some of your experience with us. After all, you're a role model to many people, said the monk with a soft smile. There's no need for that. Mo Fan wanted to turn down his offer. You're still very young, right? The monk insisted. The young people turned to Mo Fan. Their gazes looked eager. In the end, Mo Fan felt the pressure to share his experience and insights. I'm glad to know that you've been working very hard. My teacher once told me to always sail against the current, because the scenery ahead will be even more beautiful, and that I will find a better place. The truth is, as I sail against the current, aside from seeing a more beautiful world, I also notice the ugly side of it, and it's truly disappointing to behold that ugly side. Hence, I work hard to grow stronger in order to protect things which I think are beautiful, as well as destroying things that disgusted me. Mo Fan briefly spoke out his mind. Ki Tokuhoshi rose up at that precise moment. He seemed to have been considering a question for Mo Fan for some time. Mr. Mo Fan, how do you judge the beauty and ugliness of a thing? Do you rely on your own judgment? We are aware that things have their own beauty and ugliness. If you judge wrongly, wouldn't it be equivalent to committing a crime? Asked Ki Tokuhoshi. It's your turn. Tell us about yourself. Mo Fan grinned. He did not answer Ki Tokuhoshi's question. He passed the stage to Ki Tokuhoshi. Ki Tokuhoshi walked up to Mo Fan and gave him a quick glance. He sucked in a deep breath. He raised his head to look at the night sky. The sky was pitch black. It was the perfect night. Regardless of whether things were beautiful or ugly, all of them would be covered by darkness. When dawn came, people would see nothing more than a battlefield that had been cleaned up. Some people vanished into thin air after gaining their nobility. No one ever mentioned them. They didn't even have an epitaph. The man whom I revered is Kozuoki. Ki Tokuhoshi took out a Einherjar spirit tablet and placed it on an empty space. Mo Fan was not surprised. In fact, Mo Fan and Lingling had singled out two people the day before. One of them was Aizawa. Aizawa revered Kozuoki and always followed his example, just like the young people who held an Einherjar spirit in their hearts. They learned about the spirits of the Einherjar spirit and emulated the contributions the spirits had made. And Aizawa matched the red demon Kozuoki's needed carrier. However, Aizawa was already over 25. However, this did not preclude him from visiting Kozuoki's Einherjar spirit tablet or the sacrificial mountain. He was not greatly affected by the red demon's magnetic field, therefore, he was likewise oblivious of the additional spirit tablet in the temple. Both the Einherjar spirit teaching and the magnetic field had no effect on Aizawa. As a result, the red demon could not possibly lure him to do things that involved self-sacrifice for righteousness. The red demon was still short of the righteous soul. It needed someone to be the righteous soul. What then would it do to fulfill Kozuoki's soul? In order to enable one of the young men to perform an action similar to what Kozuoki carried out in the past, Kozuoki was included as one of the Einherjar spirits inside the temple. And the young man who was chosen was Ki Tokuhoshi. He had been to the sacrificial mountain. He had visited one of the Einherjar spirits. The Einherjar spirit tablet disappeared immediately after Aizawa and Lingling came to the sacrificial mountain. The Einherjar spirit tablet was none other than Kozuoki's. Ki Tokuhoshi had taken the tablet away. To give up your achievements for your friends. So, this is your righteous soul, right? Mo Fan stared at Ki Tokuhoshi. Ki Tokuhoshi did not answer him. Kozuoki had sacrificed himself in order to save Tegami Fujikata, Katana Mochizuki, and the rest of the group. What Ki Tokuhoshi did was exactly the same as Kozuoki. However, the fact was, most of the visitors on the name list had basically been sacrificed. After Lingling discovered the spirit of the Einherjar spirits and the missing spirit tablet, she had gone to the place where Ki Tokuhoshi had been severely wounded by the forbidden system. The forbidden system that he had encountered was extremely powerful. It was so powerful that it could shred a super-level mage apart. However, Kid Tokahoshi survived the powerful forbidden system and suffered only a moderate degree of injury. Putting aside the fact that Kid Tokahoshi did not sacrifice his own life, he followed the same example as the visitors on the name list. He emulated the Einherjar spirit. The Einherjar spirit he had followed by example was Kozuoki. He sacrificed himself for the sake of righteousness. He fit the requirements of the righteous soul. He even helped Kozuoki fulfill his last wish, to become a respectable Einherjar spirit whose spirit lived forever in the Twin Guardian Towers. The red demon Kozuoki gathered 8 souls. The sacrificial mountain was its ascension altar. To be precise, the Twin Guardian Towers was its ascension altar. The 4 souls of goodness in heaven and earth were embraced by the Einherjar spirits that the young people worshipped on the sacrificial mountains. Meanwhile, the 4 souls of evil in heaven and earth were engulfed by the Twin Guardian Towers, which had been besieged by blood demons, prisoners, and the evil gang. The fusion of good and evil 8 souls would give birth to a true wicked god soul. Chapter 2977. The 4 souls of evil. Any last words, said Mo-fan to Kid Tokahoshi. Kid Tokahoshi remained motionless. He smiled. Mo-fan didn't seem shocked despite discovering the red demon's true form. Lingling sensed a bad omen when she saw Kid Tokahoshi's strange facial expression. Even though they had found the red demon, she felt there was something strange about the Twin Guardian Towers. Had she overlooked something else? My last words are none other than my question I asked you moments ago. How do you judge things that are beautiful and ugly? How do you judge something to be good or evil in this world? Asked Kid Tokahoshi, calmly. Mo-fan and Lingling had found the right person. Kid Tokahoshi was the red demon Kozuoki. The moment he sacrificed himself, he was no longer the same Kid Tokahoshi that they had met. He became the new host for the red demon Kozuoki. It possessed the body of the young man who had sacrificed his achievements for righteousness. The red demon Kozuoki had not killed Kid Tokahoshi. Instead, it saved him. Triggering the forbidden system could have reduced him to ashes. However, the red demon Kozuoki saved him and took over his life. It was not surprised with Mo-fan either. It was ready to face him. You're right. I judge based on my own values, Mo-fan answered. If your values are distorted, everything you do is no different from committing a crime, just like the prisoners inside the East Guardian Towers. You'll develop their level of perversion. Since you possess great power, few people in this world will dare to rise against you. If so, how do you judge yourself? Kid Tokahoshi interrogated Mo-fan. This is interesting. The head of the demon of a generation is interrogating someone's soul. Mo-fan could not stop himself from laughing. Can we stop with the nonsense now? Mo-fan drew closer to Kid Tokahoshi. But Kid Tokahoshi had no intention to fight him. You respect violence, but I don't, he said. How should I put this? I asked you for your last words. I didn't ask for you to prattle on endlessly. Mo-fan put an end to his pointless discussion with Kid Tokahoshi. Mo-fan blazed with firestone and lightning. Bam! Mo-fan struck without hesitation. Lightning danced, as if a group of savage lions were shredding their prey apart. Kid Tokahoshi did not dodge Mo-fan's attack. He let the lightning strike him. Soon, Kid Tokahoshi was covered in blood. He turned black. Before the red demon completed its ascension, it did not possess an emperor-level power. Hence, Mo-fan's lightning element magic was fatal to it. However, the red demon did not avoid Mo-fan. It let him attack without any qualms. The red demon was not immune to the lightning element magic, and yet, it did not even dodge him. Kid Tokahoshi was injured. He was in agony, but he endured the pain. Mo-fan was puzzled upon seeing the red demon not defending itself or fighting back. Finding the red demon's real form prior to its ascension was regarded as a success for Mo-fan and Lingling. They were shocked to see, though, that it did not retaliate. As I mentioned earlier, I don't like violence. The red demon Kazuaki grinned. It stumbled slightly, but it forced itself to stand upright. Even if you destroy me, I won't fight back. Then you've already lost, said Mo-fan. Of course, I've lost. Have you forgotten how I was born, said the red demon Kazuaki. You were born from a mass of corrupted and evil energy before becoming a demon, said Mo-fan disdainfully. You're right. Most people find my birth to be disgusting. I don't think I'm qualified to become the wicked god, said the red demon Kazuaki. Then why don't you destroy yourself? Mo-fan struck again. This time, he cast heaven fire. This flame was powerful enough to reduce the supreme ruler such as the eight-headed serpent to ashes. Mo-fan did not believe that a demon hated violence. It would struggle and retaliate to avoid death. The heaven fire covered the red demon Kazuaki in an instant. It stood in the middle of the fire and allowed the flames to engulf it. Even so, it did not fight back. It was in agony, but it did not cast any evil energy to fight back. What are you doing? Shinchi no Mochizuki screamed. It's not Kid Tokahoshi, Lingling answered indifferently. It's not up to you to decide if he's Kid Tokahoshi or not. As his best friend, I'm the one who is in the best position to confirm his identity. He's Kid Tokahoshi. You're trying to murder him. Shinchi no Mochizuki charged to stop them. Shinchi, she's not lying. I'm not Kid Tokahoshi. The red demon Kazuaki gradually revealed its true form in the middle of the blazing flames. It was a mound of liquid that was silvery black. A human form was created out of the liquid. Although it had no face, it had a pair of gooey eyes. Its eyes contained a wisp of red substance. Its soul appeared to be represented by the red substance. Screams rang in the temple. A monster that resembled a demon that had been imprisoned in the depths of their nightmares materialized in the middle of the flames, frightening the young people. It appeared disgusting and awful. A moment ago, the monster was a living being. It was Kid Tokahoshi. However, the flames seemed to have melted its skin and revealed its true form. It was not Kid Tokahoshi. It was a demon with crimson red eyes. I'm the red demon. The red demon confirmed its identity in the middle of the blazing flames. It was as evil as hell. Shinchi no Mochizuki was dumbfounded. The truth was laid bare before his eyes. He could not doubt it. Kid Tokahoshi was possessed by a demon. It's time to end this today. Mo-fan sucked in a deep breath. He glanced at Lingling. Lingling's breath was caught in her throat as he fixed her gaze at the red demon. It was the main culprit. It's time to end this today. Most of the great demons tend to say it's either your doomsday or my doomsday. However, I won't say that. I must perish today, because it's my fate. The red demon laughed madly in the middle of the flames. It kept changing its voice. Sometimes it sounded like a male, and other times, like a female. It could be the 8 souls' voices. Show me what you've got. Mo-fan sneered. He knew the demon would not allow itself to be destroyed without fighting back. Show you what I've got, huh? Don't blink. The red demon raised its hands high. A red moon appeared in the pitch-black sky. Even though it was an eclipse, the moon appeared above the sacrificial mountain suddenly. The moon looked like an evil eye filled with blood veins, looking down at the tiny, pathetic world. It's my destiny. The tribute is my grave, but the red demon will never disappear from this world. Mo-fan, you can't kill the true red demon. The red demon Kazuaki laughed. It looked as though it was already victorious. I'll reduce you to ashes now, said Mo-fan. I don't need your help. I'll do it on my own. The true master that rules the world is born today. I'm a slave and have served you for a long time. The red demon Kazuaki stepped out of the flames. It was liquid in human form. But every stride it took altered the way it looked. It changed into 8 souls, 4 souls of goodness and 4 souls of evil. Mo-fan knew the 4 souls of goodness. They were Kazuaki, the cold hunting king, Yuna, and the red bird. But he had never seen the Mo Fan was shocked when he recognized the faces of the four souls of evil. Chapter 2978. The New Wicked God. They were Yu Ang, Lu Nian, the Cold Prince, and Su Lu. The four souls of evils represented the jealousy soul, the mad soul, the hatred soul, and the greed soul. Mo Fan was shocked by the faces that appeared one after another on the red demon. How could it be these four people, he wondered. Those four people represented the four souls of evil in heaven and earth. In other words, the 8 souls were either directly or indirectly connected to Mo Fan. Mo Fan was the one who sent Yu Ang, Lu Nian, the Cold Prince, and Su Lu to hell. He was perplexed. It was as though the gathering of the 8 souls was tailor-made for him. Could it be? Mo Fan watched as the red demon approached him one step at a time. The red demon remained in a mad, demonic form. It half-knelt before him suddenly. Mo Fan, I prepared the sacrificial ritual for you. The red demon Kozuoki raised its head and fixed its gaze on Mo Fan with devotion and fervor. Mo Fan was forced to take a few steps back. He had not anticipated this kind of result. He briefly believed it was merely one of red demon Kozuoki's tricks to distract him. However, the red demon Kozuoki did not show the slightest bit of intention to fight back. 7 souls flew out of its eyes. The 7 souls transformed into 7 wisps of red souls. The red soul surrounded Mo Fan under the red moon's illumination. What kind of trick are you pulling? Mo Fan said furiously. Are you sure you don't know the truth? Do you know what the bead hanging around your waist represents? The red demon was left with Kozuoki's soul. At that moment, it took on the appearance of Kozuoki, but its body remained in the shape of a soul in red, just like the other red souls. Mo Fan glanced at his waist. He had indeed hung the sublimed evil bead around his waist. Kozuoki took away an evil bead. Mo Fan, you've also taken an evil bead. I am a red demon of the 1st generation. Which red demon generation do you think you belong to? Do you seriously think that old Bao can modify the sublimed evil bead? All he did was change the name of the evil energy so that you can accept it. He then gave it to you to use as it is. Haven't you once doubted why the evil energy is so compatible with the demon inside your body? Why is it only you and me in this world who can truly refine such majestic and monstrous evil energy? Kozuoki half-knelt before Mo Fan. Upon facing the questions that struck his soul, Mo Fan stumbled. The red demon. I'm also a red demon. No. I'm not like you, yelled Mo Fan because he could not accept it. Yes, we're different, because you're more powerful than me. You can control it instead of letting it take control of you. I lost myself, but you remain who you are. This is why I'm not qualified for the ascension. But you are the true demonic wicked god, answered Kozuoki. It looked up once it had finished speaking and noticed the red, malevolent moon. The time had come. The red demon Kozuoki floated. It rested its gaze on Lingling and smiled. Your theory is wrong. Ki Tokahoshi is not the true righteous soul. It's me that will give up all the evil energy that I've gathered over the years for the new wicked god, including my soul, the true righteous soul. Take away everything I have so that we can embrace a greater god. The red demon Kozuoki floated. Under the reflection of the evil moonlight, the 7 souls surrounding Mo Fan occupied 7 orientations of the life souls. The moment the red demon completed its self-redemption and fulfilled its righteous soul, the 8 souls in heaven and earth gathered. Mo Fan stood under the evil moon and in the middle of the 8 souls. Everything was unbelievable. He came here to destroy the red demon and steal the fruits of evil that it had acquired through its sins over the years in order to achieve his forbidden curse. But the red demon sacrificed itself for him. The grand festival altar and the coronation of the wicked god made it seem like it had been the red demon's carefully devised trap. It fought with him, and he was bonded with the 8 souls. He had unknowingly embarked on the path to becoming the wicked god. As for the righteous soul, the red demon itself was the 8th soul. It offered itself up. Lingling was so shocked at the sight that she froze. The red demon's behavior had always been unpredictable. Regardless of how odd its behavior was, Lingling never expected the ceremony for the ascension of the wicked god to turn out like this. Lingling looked at Mo Fan. He was engulfed in red as a result of the Eight Souls' illumination. His bones, blood vessels, and skin all had an ugly red hue. The faces and eyes of the Eight Souls represented their destinies, righteousness, fairness, loyalty, perseverance, jealousy, madness, hatred, and greed. Evil energy poured over Mo Fan. The dark moon in the sky was about to allow his soul to change at that very instant. The sacrificial mountain appeared to be erupting like a volcano due to the evil energy that the red demon had been storing there for more than 10 years. Together with Mo Fan's soul, the Eight Souls were undergoing metamorphosis. Never before had the sublimed evil bead shone so brightly. It looked like a 1,000-year-old night pearl, and its luster filled the world. Under the illumination of the ancient pearl light, Mo Fan noticed half of Yu Ang's rotten face. Perhaps it was out of jealousy and anger, the other half of Yu Ang's face looked even uglier than the rotten side. Mo Fan heard Lu Nian's hysterical laughter. The Cold Prince briefly described the sins he had committed. Anyone could sense his monstrous hatred and resentment toward the world. Meanwhile, Su Lu was absorbed in his quagmire of power. He was so greedy that he wanted to become the world's most supreme human king. Mo Fan vividly remembered each of his words and his expressions. This was the four souls of evil of the world. Mo Fan had killed them. He had trampled them ruthlessly. Today, they submitted themselves to him. As for the lady from the Alps mountain, Yuna, he had told her the truth. She used her blood and spread it all over the garden to show that flowers that represented the truth would bloom. However, even after her blood dried up, not a single flower bloomed. Mo Fan had cleared her name. Everyone knew that Yuna had never betrayed the Alps mountain. The red bird was the only non-human soul. It had worn out its feathers, had experienced countless times of recovery, only to suffer numerous destructions again. The result was resentment. Mo Fan's heart was a divine fiery furnace. When he came into contact with fire, he recovered, and he was then born again. His heart was burning with an unmistakable fire of perseverance. Mo Fan constantly accepted challenges. He was like a red flaming bird that kept searching for truths. Regardless of how many times he broke his wings, or how severe the breeze was, or how heavy the downpour was, he flew up into the sky to fly again. Chapter 2979. Demonic Nature. The bead light spread across the sky. Every soul floated before Mo Fan, and the person finally appeared. Even though he had never seen that person in real life, his face clearly appeared in his mind. That person was the Cold Hunting King. He represented the rightful soul of the world. The 7 souls vanished. Mo Fan's body overlapped with the Cold Hunting King's wisp of red soul. Under the intertwining of the bead light and the evil moon, Mo Fan's face and body changed into that of a different person. His shoulders widened, and his face became squarer. The red soul stood before Lingling. She looked at Mo Fan. She also saw the red rightful soul that had overlapped with Mo Fan. Lingling. It was Mo Fan's voice, but it was also the voice of someone else, one with a more regal cadence. Lingling felt as if she had been electrocuted. She had waited for that voice to call her name for many years. When she was young, she always listened to bedtime stories before going to bed. Her father used to come home exhausted with bruises and cuts all over his body, but he would carry her and tuck her into bed while bragging about the demons he had killed that day. However, that night was different from usual. She had stayed up late at night. She almost fell asleep numerous times but was jolted awake by a footstep outside. Her father used to call her as soon as he entered through the door of the house. However, that night, she did not hear her father's call even after she waited until dawn. Lingling. You can go to bed alone. You can prepare meals for yourself. You have learned to live a healthy and balanced life. After Lingling grew up into an adult, but his voice would always ring in her mind. Sometimes, she could not help but bury her head in her arms and break down even after so many years. She had been waiting for her father all this while. She wanted to hug him so badly again, even though she knew he was dead and gone. She was still not willing to accept the truth. The father and daughter remained silent. No words could express how she felt when her father's voice called her name so softly. Mo Fan's soul overlapped with the Cold Hunting King's. It was the rightful soul of heaven and earth. The rightful soul was the most important soul among the 8 souls. At that moment, Mo Fan truly felt the king's emotions. If the king was given a chance, he would never choose to be the rightful soul of this world. The king longed to be an ordinary father and watch his dear Lingling grow up. He wanted to tell bedtime stories and watch her fall asleep. He wanted to drop her to school. He wanted to guide her away from bad influences. He wanted to delight in her youth as she grew up to be beautiful, but also wanted to worry about guys eyeing her. Unfortunately, time never went backwards. Lingling had grown up. She had grown up alone without his company. Even though the king had missed her and could never go back to the past, he was glad to see that she was well. This was the greatest satisfaction for him. "Thank you," the Cold Hunting King whispered to Mo Fan. Before Mo Fan could respond to him, the Cold Hunting King's red soul stirred up a powerful soul windstorm. The windstorm expelled the corrupted and evil energy from the sacrificial mountain and infused Mo Fan's body with the most pure, righteous energy. The 4 souls of goodness honored Mo Fan. The true wicked god was both good and evil. Mo Fan had been baptized in the past. He was furious when he was in Dubai. Mo Fan was a destroyer in contrast to the saints, Zhong Kong, Wen Tai, and Feng Julong. If the world became ugly, he would end it. The wicked god was both good and evil. It could save people. Likewise, it could destroy heaven and earth. Everything hinged on his own thoughts. "I am Mo Fan, and I'm also a demon." Mo Fan's eyes turned into blood ink, and his blood boiled. The red demon had red souls, but the true wicked god had a blood ink soul. It was exactly like the demon that resided inside Mo Fan's body. As far as Mo Fan was concerned, he never saw the star dust, nebula, galaxy, and star sea in his demon element. However, when the 8 souls gathered today, his demon element grew and turned the world into blood ink. The universe itself was blood ink. His lightning element, fire element, shadow element, summoning element, space element, earth element, and chaos element were inside the blood ink, demonic universe. Mo Fan sensed the drastic change in his own world. Before this, he used to wonder which element of the forbidden curse he would be chosen to wield after stealing the red demon's massive energy. The truth was that when he had seen Lunyan from the 4 souls of evil, he realized that the red demon's power could turn those who could not control it into a monster. Those who had been used as experiments to turn them into a demon by Lunyan all ended up the same. As for the red demon Kozuoki, it was a half-demon. But there was only one wicked god. It was clear that the red demon Kozuoki had found a more perfect demon. At that moment, Mo Fan finally understood why it said he could never kill the red demon. This was because he was the red demon himself. He was much stronger than the red demon Kozuoki. He was in a better position to control the 8 souls. He was more capable of posing a threat to the world. The 8 souls gradually dissipated. The new wicked god stood there. The blood moon slowly disappeared from the sky, and Mo Fan finally reverted to his original form. He was unaware of the wave of evil energy that was approaching him like a pack of massive dragons. With his just acquired supernatural power, he did not feel any sense of assurance either. In fact, he felt an unprecedented calmness. His blood ink eyes that shot evil power gradually returned to its black-brown color. Mo Fan looked around him and realized that most of the youngsters on the sacrificial mountain had fled. A black-haired girl hugged him tightly. It was as though she wasn't willing to let go of him. Mo Fan gradually became calmer. He was no longer as riled up as when he was under the power of the 8 souls. He reached out and patted her softly on the back to comfort her. "He's gone, isn't he?" Lingling buried her head in Mo Fan's arms. "Yes." Mo Fan nodded. "Are you a forbidden mage now?" Lingling looked up at Mo Fan. "I could be even more than that." Mo Fan did not know how to answer her. A forbidden mage. It appeared that becoming a forbidden mage was not the only option. Mo Fan could sense a significant difference in the magic galaxy submerged in the crimson cosmos. It appeared as though he had changed into a demon of extreme calmness created by the 8 souls. Lingling had not anticipated this outcome. But one thing for sure, Mo Fan would remain as he was. The vast malevolent energy did not make him lose himself. Perhaps, this was the reason why he was more perfect compared to the first generation of Red Demon. The first generation of Red Demon Kozuoki was a completely mad demon. It had sinned innumerable times. Swoosh! Swoosh! The black night sky was lit by a dazzling star fire. They heard the sound of the star fire arching across the sky. It sounded like a flute. Chapter 2980. The Angel's Trap. Lingling and Mo Fan both raised their heads to look up at the sky at the same time. They were startled when they noticed golden light wisps rising from the horizons coming from 6 different directions. Before cutting through the sky above the sacrificial mountain, the golden light formed an arch over the celestial sphere. What are they? Lingling asked in surprise. That was an extraordinary level of power. She'd never witnessed such magnificent magic. It looked like there were 6 divine golden threads that had separated the world into parts. It also looked like a bird cage that had covered the boundless and vast land of Japan. Mo Fan frowned. He used his dragon sense to explore the magnificent magic. Soon, he understood everything. Lingling saved the rest of the people inside the East Guardian Towers. The Red Demon is dead. The blood demons have nowhere to hide themselves, said Mo Fan to Lingling. But those things above the sky seem to be coming for you, said Lingling. Yes, they are coming for me. In fact, the barrier of the forbidden system of the twin Guardian Towers had targeted me from the beginning, Mo Fan said wryly. What are you going to do, then? Don't worry about me. With my current form, no one can defeat me. Mo Fan stroked Lingling's hair affectionately. You say the same thing all the time, but in the end, it's still, Lingling said in a huff. Go now. The battle is unavoidable. It's either they kill me, or I kill them, said Mo Fan. Lingling stared at Mo Fan. She wondered why he looked so calm despite noticing the strange light. She had a sensation of oppression as she anticipated a battle. What did Mo Fan have to confront now that he was a wicked god? Was he going to face those who were unshakable in this world, or did he no longer fit in this world? This happens all the time. Every single time, cried Lingling. Lingling. You still remember what I said to you at Canton Tower? Lingling wiped away her tears. Mo Fan felt helpless. If you die, I'll live a life that you'll hate to see the most. How could Mo Fan ever forget her words? If Lingling truly lived a life like that, the Cold Hunting King would never be able to rest in peace. Lingling, Mo Fan watched her preparing to walk down the mountain. He was reluctant to be separated from her. Lingling had looked at him sternly a few moments ago. When Mo Fan called her, she turned back and threw herself into his arms. She wrapped her hands tightly around him. Mo Fan, you can't die. You must live. I don't care if everyone thinks you are a demonic killer. I don't care if you don't fit into this world anymore. You have to stay alive. We all know who you are. We understand that everything you do is for the world. Lingling's voice grew increasingly emotional. Her tears streamed down her face. Lingling knew what Mo Fan was about to face. He was about to embark on the same path as Zhong Kong. He stood in opposition to the Holy City and the 5 Continents Magic Association Alliance. He had become a threat to the world. He was treated as an uncontrollable factor who refused to work alongside the corrupted Holy City system. The Holy City wanted to eliminate people like him. I promise you that I will stay alive, he said. Lingling left him reluctantly. The 6 wisps of golden threads on the horizons were getting closer. The sacrificial mountain looked as if it had been grasped by God's invisible, gigantic hand. The mountain was in the middle of the deformation. The mountain forest was crushed into powder. Flocks of birds fled in panic. When their black, tiny silhouettes reached a certain height in the sky, they fell all of a sudden. Go now! Mo Fan pushed Ling Ling gently forward. It was only then that she ran down the mountain. Mo Fan felt complicated as he watched her leave. The twin guardian towers were a cage. It had been a trap since the beginning. It was a trap set for him, and it had waited patiently for him to fall into it. He would have been fine had he not attempted to dabble into the forbidden curse realm. His demon element was an unstable element. With the additional protection of the Azure Dragon and the other totem beasts, he was seen as a heretic who needed to be exterminated. A heretic? Ah! It had been a couple of years since he finally set foot on this path. He remembered what the man had said to him that night in the prosperous holy city. This is my fight. Mo Fan could not do anything about it. All he did was watch Shon Kong and Qin Yue make their final decision to back off and leave the world to those numbskulls. Finally, he had his own fight. This time, Mo Fan made his own choice. Come, show me what the holy city has got. Mo Fan stood on top of the sacrificial mountain. He stood in the middle of the ancient forbidden system. He shouted the words to the sky. He knew about the origin of the magnificent cage. He was also aware of the consequences of his decision. That's outrageous, demon! You used the red demon as your pawn and committed heinous crimes across the world. You did all this so that you could become the wicked god. Do you know how many innocent lives you've killed with your filthy souls? Your sins will not be pardoned. Even the East Guardian Towers cannot put up with a criminal like you. We must take you back to the holy city in chains. The holy judge from the holy city will punish you on Judgment Day. A high-pitched voice rang out from the sky. Mo Fan noticed a tall individual with a pair of long wings in the middle of the night. The figure wore boots that belonged to a holy judge. The person was clad in olden armor. The pitch-black night became as bright as day upon the figure's appearance. It was an angel. It was an angel from the holy city. He had finally revealed himself. Mr. Monk, I didn't expect you to have a part-time job here. Mo Fan grinned. The monk who stood guard over the mountain had removed his ragged robe and put on an angelic military outfit. His current aura was completely different from his previous ordinary outlook as a monk. He exuded an air of divinity and did not look like an ordinary mortal at all. I am the Archangel Shalita. My mortal job is to be the guardian of the mountain. The Archangel Shalita was fair, but his gaze was razor-sharp. No one could look into his eyes. Since you took up a mortal job, you already know how I became the wicked god. You are also aware that the red demon Kozuoki is the one that committed all the heinous crimes, said Mo Fan as he looked up to face the unearthly experts in the sky. How do you explain the incident in Dubai? The civilians died because of the war that you started. Shalita questioned Mo Fan. It was Sulu who killed them. You don't have the right to use the power beyond the boundary in the city. Shalita's words invited no room for negotiation. Are we only going to have a verbal fight, then? So, you want to go against an Archangel's orders? Shalita sneered. I can come with you without a fight. In fact, I long to visit the Holy City Archangel's Hall, said Mo Fan arrogantly. Chapter 2981. Order. Mo Fan was encased in a cocoon. The cocoon was made of incredibly delicate, light velvet. He didn't experience any sharp pain or a tightening of the bonds around him. It was silky soft, instead. Mo Fan did not fight back. He allowed himself to be wrapped in the cocoon of light. The holy, blazing light velvet binding Mo Fan began to transform. The holy power gradually diminished. Wisps of red light slowly replaced the gold color. After Mo Fan was covered by the cocoon of light, the light velvet transformed into a red silkworm covering and protected Mo Fan. The cage in the sky was tightening up. What was even more exaggerated was that the magnificent cage in the night sky had turned red. Instead of 6 arches of striking light, they saw many crimson-red sides that were capable of axing heaven and earth. The red scythe slashed at the Archangel Shalita. The Archangel Shalita was shocked. Shalita originally used the demon-trapping heavenly barrier to trap Mo Fan. Little did Shalita know that Mo Fan's evil magic was so potent that he was able to absorb Shalita's holy magic and change it into his own might. Swish! The sacrificial mountain was divided by 6 pointed sides that were as red as the dark moon. The splitting force burst into flames like a lotus in bloom. No one was able to halt the great evil power that was disguised by the sacrificial mountain for a brief period. Thousands of demons from hell appeared to have flooded the planet as if a portal to hell had opened. The Archangel Shalita was protected by his golden armor. His milky white feathered shield surrounded him. His feathery shielded him like troops whenever the evil power poured against him. Shalita surveyed his surroundings calmly. He was in the sky, but he had no trouble moving around in the air. He raised his white feathered shield. The special glow of the feathered shield purified the surrounding and removed the resentful and evil aura. It also emitted light ripples that rivaled the splendor of the aurora. Everyone in the Twin Guardian Towers watched the magnificent sight. If God were to arrive on Earth, the wicked aura-filled night would change into a holy night with hymns being sung, as depicted in the old paintings. Shalita no longer showed an interest in the revolted demon-trapping heavenly barrier. After all, it was just a tool to subdue the heretics. He descended to the ground. An extra layer added to the ripples of light in the night sky with every step he took. It looked as if the sky had been stratified. Part of it belonged to a holy universe with a magnificent, quiet palace. Regardless of how lavish the palace was, Mo Fan clearly knew that it was an alternate dimension world that could trap him inside forever. Mo Fan sensed space element magic. He detected an unknown and scary universe. Shalita threw him into the dreadful world of the parallel dimension at that very instant. Despite having a holy and glorious palace, it was lifeless. It was a dead silent dimensional cage. It would slowly engulf Mo Fan. The Archangel Shalita had altered his magic. He cast his power like a true divine being. His spell looked like a phenomenon from a myth. Mo Fan sucked in a deep breath. The smell of that world was no different from the turbid air in the dark plain. He thought the smell on Earth was the sweetest. Mo Fan was not intimidated by Shalita's magnificent power. If he had no knowledge about dimensional magic, he would be trapped inside the alternate dimension for an indefinite period of time. Mo Fan remembered a forbidden mage with such supernatural magic in Dubai. He would be imprisoned in the alternative dimension for all time if he lacked understanding of dimensional magic. Mo Fan's spiritual universe had achieved the realm of forbidden curse. He had mastered the 2 greatest dimensional magic and would be able to find an exit inside the complicated and magnificent dimensional plane. Regardless of how strange or divine the dimensional plane was, as long as he could find the exit, it could not trap him inside forever. He followed the wisp of sweet scent in the air and found the route to the Twin Guardian Towers. The space palace appeared from the stratification, and Mo Fan escaped. When he looked up, the devouring plane continued to engulf things that got in its way like a magnificent black hole. It was about to devour the Book Mountain at the West Guardian Towers. "Shalita, what are you doing?" Mo Fan cried out in surprise. "The Twin Guardian Towers have fallen. It became a place where demons are kept. I won't allow the criminals to be released into society," said Shalita. He didn't appear to care that Mo Fan had gotten away. He targeted the entire Twin Guardian Towers with his powerful spell in addition to Mo Fan. "Interesting. You must have stayed here and observed all that took place. You still didn't show up and try to stop it from happening. But now, you want to destroy the place. Are you truly doing this for the sake of the society's safety, or are you just trying to cover up for your crimes?" questioned Mo Fan. "Everything that happens in this world is fleeting. They are like flowing water. It's the law of nature. Before the red demon became the wicked god, it hadn't crossed the boundary. As an archangel and a witness of the incident, I couldn't interfere in the matter," said the Archangel Shalita. "That's why you set up a trap for me. You didn't show up to interfere despite watching the red demon Kozuoki offer its righteous soul and enshrine me as the wicked god. Only after I cross the boundary, you have sufficient reasons to use your Archangel power to sanction me, he said Mo Fan. Mo Fan had always been on the Archangel's hit list. Now, he definitely topped the list. To kill Mo Fan, the Archangel Shalita allowed him to cross the realm of forbidden curse, so that he could be treated as a heretic. By doing so, the Archangel Shalita could honor the holy city in the name of killing the new generation of the wicked god. Shalita paid no attention to the red demon's transformation into the wicked god. Mo Fan's transformation into the red demon, then the wicked god with perfect demonic power and the ability to summon the azure dragon, became Shalita's perfect excuse for carrying out the bidding of the holy city. You don't have to speculate how the archangels do their work. We are never angels with holy virtues. We are killers. We work for God. While the politicians and conquerors will end up losing their reputations for killing the innocents, we don't care about losing our reputations. We look further and have more profound philosophies. We don't even view ourselves as humans. We keep the world in order. Shalita did not take Mo Fan's accusation seriously. His order of the world neither referred to pace or stability nor chaos. He was referring to the kind of order where Holy City reigned supreme and no one dared to challenge it. Chapter 2982. Down without a fight. Mo Fan stared at Shalita. Mo Fan could feel Shalita's archangel-like confidence even though he remained expressionless. Shalita had strategized everything. It was as if everything was under his control. He had been hiding atop the sacrificial mountain as a monk on duty. He must have been aware of the red demon's strategy. He had even seen the red demon saturate the sacrificial mountain with tremendous evil energy. When the red demon Kozuoki gave its righteous soul to make Mo Fan the new wicked god, Shalita was always there. Shalita remained idly by and observed everything that occurred. What Shalita did was no different from creating a demon, an emperor-level wicked god. Even so, he did nothing about it. Mo Fan suspected the red demon Kozuoki had known about the Archangel Shalita's presence. It knew Mo Fan would be deemed as he crossing the boundary the moment he became the wicked god, and that the Archangel would kill him. Hence, it had decided to work together with Mo Fan. The red demon allowed Mo Fan to take over the wicked god position for him to become the most powerful red demon, so that he could fight against the Archangel Shalita. But the Archangel was very ruthless. When Shalita fought, he was even more cruel than the red demon. Shalita destroyed everything. He wanted to wipe out the twin guardian towers from the world once and for all. After that, he would put all the blame on Mo Fan. Shalita would then honor the holy city in the name of an angel and take Mo Fan back in chains. People in the holy city had long arranged a seat for Mo Fan. They waited for a powerful and brave angel to hold Mo Fan down on the seat that was meant for the most terrifying heretic and demon. "Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble by playing with fire?" asked Mo Fan. Shalita had contributed to Mo Fan's ascension to become the wicked god. It was not because Shalita was crazy, but he was too arrogant. He was very confident in his ability to control everything. He held strong to his belief that he must destroy everything that crossed the boundary. But he was patient enough to wait for the people to cross the boundary instead of killing them when they were still weak and young. "Even though you've become a wicked god, you're still no more than a baby to me," answered Shalita calmly. The truth was, Shalita did not intend to play with fire. There was a certain order for everything in this world. To put it clearly, the world's order could be compared to a leaky water pipe. The moment the water pipe began to drip, most people would assume it was still fine and use it after getting it repaired. However, they would notice the water begin to eat through the repairs and overflow from the pipe. They would still believe that the leaky portion of the water pipe just needed to be tightened. The entire water pipe would explode and cover the place with water in a matter of time before they could do anything about it. From Shalita's point of view, he would change the water pipe the moment it begins to drip because the quality of the water pipe was inferior and failed to support the water pressure. Shalita saw things differently. He knew the water flow was strong and that the water pipe was of poor quality. Thus, he knew all this would eventually lead to an explosion and a mess. However, not everyone agreed with the same theory. They assumed that repair alone could solve the water pipe from leaking. For convenience, others would just repair the pipe or adjust the water pressure. Mo Fan was like a strong water flow. Meanwhile, the country, the Magic Association, the Mags institutions, and other social organizations were like the poor-quality water pipes. They thought Mo Fan's didn't pose a threat like the leak from the water pipe. But Shalita viewed him differently. He believed Mo Fan would break through the society's bondage sooner or later. Even without the red demon Kozuoki's sacrificial ritual, Mo Fan would dabble into the realm of the forbidden curse in a couple of years. Instead of allowing Mo Fan to grow stronger, like a water pipe that was going to burst at any time, Shalita did not mind fueling the flames. Shalita wanted to make Mo Fan explode. He wanted it to be known to the world that Mo Fan was an out-of-control heretic. The blame of the red demon sins would obviously be shifted to Mo Fan as well. Shalita could tell the world that Mo Fan was the man behind the red demon gang. Mo Fan had, after all, become the wicked god and he was a beneficiary of the evil energy. Shalita did not need evidence or the truth. All he needed was a direction. The holy city also needed an excuse. On two conditions, said Mo Fan to Shalita. Shalita did not understand what Mo Fan meant. First, spare the twin guardian towers, said Mo Fan to Shalita. 2. Withdraw the wanted notice for Mourning Shue. My beloved has suffered far too much in the extreme Southland. I hope she can return home. Shalita descended to the ground. His glowing feathered shield made him look holy and proud, like a deity from heaven. Are you pleading guilty? Shalita asked in surprise. Of course not. Why would I plead guilty? I didn't commit any crime in the first place, but I can go to the holy city with you to face the judgment anyway, said Mo Fan. Shalita was not happy with his answer. It's my duty and mission as the heavenly cloud and winged shadow. I will give up my hostility and my incredible destructive power. I will give up the meaningless killing and face the holy city's fair judgment. Mo Fan blurted out the words. That's the language of the holy city. Who taught you that? Shalita cried out furiously. Don't I deserve to be judged? Refuted Mo Fan. You don't deserve that. You should fight back. You should. Shalita flew into a fit of rage. This was not the outcome he expected. He wanted Mo Fan to fight him back. He wanted Mo Fan to be angry. He wanted Mo Fan to become mad and make an enemy with the Archangel as well as the Holy City. Shalita was only able to swiftly execute him with the charge of heresy if he fought back at that point. But Mo Fan was willing to face the judgment. Mo Fan had spoken in the Holy City's language. It was the Holy City oath. For those who had been viewed as heretics, as long as they gave up fighting and were willing to face the Holy City judgment, all the priests including the archangels from the Holy City could not dispose of them. They were required to deliver those folks to the Holy City. Those people would be subject to the judgment of the 11 stones. The oath was engraved in the soul of the Archangel. When Mo Fan recited the curse with the power of divinity, the Archangel Shalita could only take Mo Fan back in chains. He had no right to get rid of Mo Fan. Otherwise, the divine oath would come back to haunt the Archangel Shalita. You're living on borrowed time. Shalita was enraged. Who taught Mo Fan that language? It was true that the Holy City embraced the divine oath, but only few people in this world knew of it. Someone must have been assisting him. That person must be in a higher position in the Holy City. Could it be the wicked god? Even though Mo Fan had just become the wicked god with powerful magic, Shalita was confident that he could kill him. Chapter 2983. The Archangel of Murder. Shalita was an angel of force. He was a killing angel. He had to kill Mo Fan today. The heretic had to be put to death by Shalita inside the twin guardian towers. So, he had to blow up the towers. Shalita did not want to give Mo Fan more time. Mo Fan had just become the wicked god. Shalita still considered Mo Fan an infant in terms of power. But the moment Mo Fan digested all the evil energy, the magic elements inside his body would break through the forbidden curse. By then, he would truly become the king of the wicked god and would be powerful enough to kill an archangel. Are you sure you're not playing with fire? Mo Fan stared at the furious Shalita. He sneered. Thank you for helping me become who I am today. Since you regard me so highly and even used the red demon Kozuoki to set me up, I won't let you down. It has to be Gabriel. It must be Gabriel. She's a stupid and ignorant woman. It was only then that Shalita came to understand how Mo Fan had learned of the oath. How can you say that about her? You're the one who told her about the red demon and hinted to her to reveal the information to me. Sharja did everything according to your order. I also did everything as you had arranged. What else are you still dissatisfied with? Said Mo Fan. Mu Ningxue was exiled. Xinxia's election path was obstructed. Mo Fan also never believed he could be secure. In fact, someone set up a trap for him shortly after he concluded his cultivation behind the locked door. The truth was, when he stepped into the holy city and met Sharja, he had never suspected her to set him up. It was not until the appearance of the Archangel Shalita that Mo Fan believed he had most likely been betrayed by Sharja. She was in cahoots with other archangels and wanted to send him to his death. Before he departed, Sharja told him something in a foreign language. Mo Fan had not understood the intent of that language at first. At this moment, Mo Fan finally understood. He had run out of options a long time ago. The holy city rejected a demon element mage. They would not allow a demon to summon the sacred totem Azure Dragon. Even Commander Hua and Chairman Xiaozheng had repeatedly warned him to not appear on the east coastline or get involved with the ocean demons battle. Still, Mo Fan could not bear to leave the magic city alone in its crisis. He became the savior of the city and was in the limelight for a while. He transformed into a demon in front of the entire crowd. As a result, the holy city had already decided to target him. The holy city gave an absolute death order. Even Sharja had to cooperate with them, and she became a stepping stone for the killing angel, Shalita. Mo Fan knew he would dabble into the realm of the forbidden curse sooner or later. But he had not expected the people from the holy city to eagerly look forward to his progress. They could not even wait to help Mo Fan to gain the forbidden curse so that they could kill him. They wanted to see Mo Fan fight back. If he did, they could claim that he was a rogue demon who had gone insane and attacked the angels of the holy city. By then, everyone would be convinced that he was against the holy city. Fine. Mo Fan would agree to go to the holy city with them. He was willing to oblige with their plans because he needed time. He needed more time to allow the demonic wicked god inside his body to become stronger. He had become very powerful. But the survival of the twin guardian towers still depended on him. If he decided to fight with Shalita, the tower would be destroyed instantly. Shalita would make a big deal out of the fact that he was the wicked god and that the red demon Kozuoki's sins would be transferred to him even if he managed to escape the Death Angel. Many times, people did not care about the truth. The moment they were told that the red demon Kozuoki worked for Mo Fan, his reputation would be tainted. His country might still side with him, but the rest of the countries in the world would be against him. If Mo Fan were to fight Shalita, he would not show him any mercy. But this was not the right time to fight Shalita. Just like Azawa, thought Mo Fan. Although Azawa knew the truth and had a strong urge to fight all the blood demons in the court, he still held back. He knew that his anger and recklessness would jeopardize everyone. Mo Fan was ready for battle. He needed to be as calm as Azawa. He needed the help of the public. If he could reveal the truth to them, he would not have to face the war alone. He still had faith in those who trusted him. Therefore, Mo Fan gave up on fighting back. He still trusted Sharja. She had not been able to tell him everything. Although Mo Fan was seemingly at a dead end, she had tried very hard to allow him a route of escape until the end. Mo Fan's surrender infuriated Shalita. Mo Fan's decision to submit to the holy city's judgment proved that, despite appearances, he was not hostile to the holy city. He respected the holy city, and he agreed to its summons of judgment. Under this situation, the holy city had to consider a lot of factors, especially the public opinion and the truth. If Mo Fan could prove that the Red Demon Kozuoki's crime had nothing to do with him, then he would not be considered a heretic that had to be exterminated. If China wanted to recover from the Ocean Demon's damage, they would not allow Mo Fan to be mistreated. If the people from the Holy City could not find something to convict Mo Fan, they had to release him. It was easy for the Holy City to convict him. Even the Holy Saint, Wen Tai, had been executed. Still, they did not want to drag the issue for long. After all, they had personally sent Mo Fan to the path of becoming a powerful wicked god. Playing with fire. Shalita finally understood. HMPH. Do you really think you can escape just like that? When you reach the Holy City, you will most certainly be put to death. Shalita's tone changed. He no longer sounded as cold as before. His tone conveyed some feelings. Shalita had never expected Mo Fan to pull this trick. Was the demonic wicked god truly an infant? The infant was born with divine power. The world would be in danger if he continued to exist. I believe the people from the Holy City would judge me fairly, said Mo Fan calmly. The corners of Shalita's lips twitched. It was clear that he was suppressing his inner fury. A fair judgment? My judgment means justice. Shalita's tone was strange. He vehemently objected to any adjustments being made. He wouldn't let anything get in the way of his plan. Even if Mo Fan agreed to accompany him without a struggle, he wouldn't accept the result. Shalita's face changed. His emotions changed from irritation to indifference. His indifference was tinged with arrogance. It was as if the world was nothing to him. He could choose whatever he wanted to do. His iris turned golden. It appeared as though the additional dimension in the sky had evolved into a space-mutated beast. It raised its claw, which had the power to obliterate both heaven and earth. Its claw was bigger than a cloudy mass. The twin guardian towers were in its line of sight. It was the dimensional destructive claw. How could mortals stand against such strength? What are you doing? Mo Fan shouted. Chapter 2984. Sacred Feather Vermilion Bird. Shalita's nasty and callous visage broke into a mocking smile. Do you seriously think that your cleverness can buy you more time? I never allow anyone to interfere with my law enforcement and judgment, Shalita said in a high-pitched voice. Inside the black dimension, the dimensional destructive claw touched the castle located on the cliff of the East Guardian Towers. The robust castle was lifted like a toy and was slowly dragged into the lifeless world with the Palace of Death. The twin Guardian Towers was protected by a powerful ancient forbidden system. The forbidden system could trap everyone inside the East Guardian Towers. It provided a layer of absolute protection. Yet, under the Archangel Shalita's dimensional destructive power, the ancient forbidden system was no different than a foam. The yellow forbidden system was crushed with ease. Under the cold, night sky, the magnificent East Guardian Towers were swept away by the dimensional wind into the terrifying sky. The lengthy drawbridge that connected the East Guardian Towers and West Guardian Towers were hung upside down. Under the attack of the terrifying dimensional power, the drawbridge and the castle were like kites that had their strings broken. Bam! The drawbridge was completely broken. For a moment, the castle was let loose. Everyone watched as it was ruthlessly swept into the cold, lifeless dimension. The dimension looked like a layer of folded intervals floating in the night sky. Everyone saw the East Guardian Towers being swept into the shredder before shattering into several bits, strips, and finally dust. There were thousands of prisoners inside the East Guardian Towers. When the castle was thrown up high into the sky like a kite, the prisoners were expelled from the castle. The crowd saw the East Guardian Towers and the people inside being shredded into pieces. That wasn't even the scariest part. The West Guardian Towers, a thriving mountain town with a university, library, restaurant, hotel, fortress, and forest, were also listed up. The tree leaves filled the sky and rustled in the wind. They collided violently in the air. The soil, debris, tiles, broken branches, benches, flower beds and other things were pulled up. The West Guardian Towers looked like it had been turned upside down. The sundries were thrown out into the sky, including the people inside the towers. None of them were spared. They were like straws in the strong breeze. The West Guardian towers echoed with their cries and screams. The gardeners clung tenaciously to the trees. They appeared to be straining and holding on their life-saving straws as they were engulfed in a flood vortex. The trees were uprooted, nevertheless. The ground was razed. The roots were pulled off. It was hopeless, no matter how fierce their will to live was. The West Guardian towers, like the East Guardian towers, were carried into the fatal dimension and reduced to dust. Numerous people died brutal deaths. Mo Fan could smell the strong odor of blood. The Archangel Shalita was more ruthless and cold-blooded than the criminals in the East Guardian towers, despite the fact that he shone with holy light and appeared to be a holy divinity. What about now? Shalita turned his head and rested his gaze on Mo Fan. Mo Fan was protected by divine oath runes. Mo Fan showed no emotion. The anger in his chest, though, was going to erupt like a volcano. This is only the beginning. I'll destroy everything you care about. Do you think Mourning Xue can survive if she hides inside the extreme Southland? Those who are on my list can never survive, especially you. I'll decide the day and the time you die. Shalita's gaze was frightening. He was a killing angel. This was Shalita's true form. He did not care about how the world perceived him. Humanity's moral values could not stop him. There were no procedures in his judgment. All he did was kill. The sacrificial mountain was in shambles. Mo Fan stood on top of it. The golden divine runes turned into beautiful poetic words. They gradually surrounded him. Sharja had taught him the divine oath. With the presence of the divine oath, the killing angel Shalita could not hurt Mo Fan. He still had a chance of surviving in the middle of the desperate situation. After that, he could take his time to make a comeback. It also meant that, under the divine oath's protection, he could not cast any demon element magic. The divine oath worked both ways. Mo Fan could not hurt the Archangel Shalita. You did all this just to make me destroy the divine oath. Mo Fan's voice was icy. Lingling and Azawa were inside the West Guardian towers. They, too, could not escape the Archangel Shalita's destructive power. Shalita made it a point to kill everyone inside the Twin Guardian towers so that Mo Fan would submit to his authority. So what? Said Shalita indifferently. I never wanted to cause irreparable damage. I still had hopes for you and the holy city. I never wanted to. It's you who has a death wish. Mo Fan's anger reached the point where he could no longer control himself. Enough was enough. He could not put up with Shalita anymore. Since the matter has come to this point, let's end this now and for forever. You are the one who made me the wicked god. So, let me shred you into pieces with my own hands. 8 wisps of souls, including the souls of goodness and the souls of evil, appeared upon Mo Fan's screen. They broke through the divine oath and transformed into demonic gods. They stood behind Mo Fan. They were enormous and magnificent. They resembled 8 demonic mountains on the ground. As for Mo Fan, his demonic flames surged into the sky. The red flames illuminated the night sky into an evening glow. Numerous red divine birds flocked together. They resembled a veil of leaves under the mountain breeze. They covered the sky and the moon. They were as striking as the stars. Mo Fan was ablaze in the flames. Aside from the 8 Souls Mountain, a silhouette of a divine flaming bird gradually spread its red heavenly wings. For a moment, the 8 Souls Mountain blazed in fire. The flocks of red birds fell onto the divine shadow of the bird behind Mo Fan like fire meteors. Each fall of the fire meteor stirred up a torrent of fire. Each torrent of fire was a baptism for the divine shadow of the bird. Every 1,000 times of baptism brought about a fresh transformation in the shadow of the bird. It transformed from the red bird to the flaming magpie. It then transformed again to become the flaming sun eagle and Chongming divine bird before becoming the sacred feather Vermilion bird. They were all feathered demons. They were all red birds. Whenever the birds struck the sky, they reached the realm of nirvana. The red birds with hardy souls had a legend or a myth. The sacred feather vermilion bird and the divine fire phoenix were the heroes of the myth. The myth resided in Mo Fan's heart. It was the mysterious feather sacred totem beast. It had never disappeared from the world. It was a red bird. It was superior even to heaven. It was like a man with a heart that was harder than gold. It would fight against everything. Finally, its soul was awakened by Mo Fan. Chapter 2985. Kill the Angel. Mo Fan was a demon. He was a wicked god. He was also a divine phoenix that rose from the ashes. He looked up to see the Archangel Shalita. Mo Fan's eyes looked as if they were a sea fire that could even engulf the Great Wall of China as he approached Shalita. Your era is over. 7 archangels in charge of maintaining the order of humanity, huh? Let me take your place. Shalita, you don't deserve that position at all. At that moment, the true demonic wicked god finally descended. The sacred totem beast soul was awakened inside the wicked god's body. It was the world's most powerful fire. It was capable of reducing the corrupted conquerors to ashes. Mo Fan made a leap. His sacred feathers faced down in the sky. When he spread his wings, fire swept across the sky. He lunged at the lifeless palace of death. He struck a punch. The next moment, the palace of death and the destructive wind in the dimension disappeared altogether. The wicked god's fire covered the sky and swept away the aura of the dimension in a single blow. Meanwhile, on the land, the mountains near the West Guardian Towers were uprooted, loud explosions were audible. The next moment, the fortress, library, institute, restaurant, and hotel inside the towers were crushed. The people inside the tower started to fall like rain. They smashed onto the crumbling towers. They were shocked and believed it to be a nightmare. They were on the verge of losing consciousness when they noticed the horrifying fissures in the mountains and stronghold, and the crumbling towers. However, a few of them had been drawn into the lifeless palace of death and were ultimately crushed into powder. Shalita's divine power caused destruction with a godlike precision. Regardless of their levels of cultivation, they were just ordinary beings, and their lives were as worthless as straws. But the demonic shadow was the only one who could fight with such a divine figure. For a moment, people did not know how to differentiate between the god and the demon. The godlike figure wanted to reduce them to ashes, but the demonic shadow wanted them to be saved. Azawa! Azawa! Lingling did not care much about treating her own wounds. She hurried all the way to a stack of woods, where she used every ounce of might to dig a bloody person out of the crumbling pile. When she dragged him out, Lingling realized Azawa was only left with half of his body. The unhealed cut on his abdomen marked the severance of his upper body with his lower half. The lower half of his body had been swept into the palace of death and turned to dust, just like the people of the East Guardian Towers. Lingling's eyes turned red. She tried to help Azawa up, but she did not know how she could make him feel better. Azawa did not look to be in pain. Instead, he reached out a hand to comfort Lingling. Her body trembled in anger. Is this where the twin Guardian Towers belong? I thought I'll be able to see the sunset and drink beers on the wheelchair with my peers who share the same passion, whispered Azawa. Don't bother about the twin Guardian Towers for now. Even if the towers are destroyed, we can rebuild them. If you die, no one can resurrect you. Lingling wanted to treat his injuries, but she did not know how. Azawa's body was halved by the dimensional wind. Even a psychic mage could not cure him, let alone Lingling, who only knew basic medical care. When I was swept up, it was only then that I realized how puny I am. I can't do anything. I can't save anyone. Azawa fixed his gaze on Mo Fan in the sky. At that moment, Mo Fan shone like a blazing sun. The Archangel Shalita was magnificent and noble, and Mo Fan was his only match in the world. The rest were just fireflies. You've done very well. You've done a really good job. You're more sober-minded compared to the rest in the twin Guardian Towers. You're the best. You're the hero of the towers. You've saved and awakened everyone. You've done all you can. You're not puny, said Lingling. Lingling wanted to tell Ozawa that no matter how puny they seemed to be, they belonged to their own small world. They were great people, especially since they were willing to stand up and defend the things that they cared about. Unfortunately, it was already too late for Lingling to say the words. Ozawa stared at the sky where the Archangel Shalita fought with Mo Fan. His eyes looked lifeless. There was no luster in them. He was dead. He died alongside the fallen twin guardian towers. Ozawa refused to close his eyes. Lingling could not stop crying when she looked at his tired and exhausted face. Ozawa had done a very good job. Who exactly brought his world to an end? Who was it that had no mercy at all for them? Who was it that destroyed the twin guardian towers, which Ozawa had worked tirelessly to safeguard, without even the tiniest sign of decency or humanity? Someone sacrificed themselves to protect the towers. But some had no regard for it at all. They trampled the sacrifices under their feet. They were none other than the archangels from the holy city. Lingling had never experienced such rage and agony. She also wished she could become a demon and destroy the dreadful, depraved world for good. Mo Fan observed the scene on the ground. He saw Lingling. He also saw Ozawa with only half of his body. He saw the shattered twin guardian towers. In the end, Shalita destroyed the twin guardian towers. Regardless of whether the people were criminals or innocents, everyone had died because of his ruthless magic. Mo Fan heard Lingling's cry. The flames of anger in his chest only grew stronger. Go to hell! Behind Mo Fan, long wings of flames appeared. Like an intensely burning planet, he charged at the Archangel Shalita without caring much about others. The Archangel Shalita was surrounded by a tough feathered shield. One of his potent celestial powers was the shield. But as soon as Mo Fan walked up to him, his angelic feathery shield melted. The Archangel Shalita seemed like he would be reduced to ashes because of the explosion. Shalita ignored the twin guardian towers. There were still some remnants from the towers, but he could not wipe them out, because Mo Fan was a threat to him now. Shalita flapped his angelic feathered wings and surged into the deep navy blue sky. He glowed in a beautiful aurora light. It was beautiful and vibrant. When he reached the sky, streams of light that resembled holy, sharp swords pierced the sky and ruthlessly charged toward Mo Fan. It was the dome-light heavenly swords. Mo Fan looked up to see the divine punishment. They were demonic swords from heaven. Not only could the swords pierce him, but they could also nail his soul to the bottom of darkness. Even so, Mo Fan refused to give in to the high and mighty Shalita. Mo Fan passed through the dome-light heavenly swords. The swords cut his skin, and his demonic blood spattered. He spread his divine phoenix wings. The next moment, a pool of fire surged in the sky. Chapter 2986. You created me. Mo Fan would not make concessions. His body was raging with flames, making him look like a divine spear that could pierce through the sky. He was incomparably dazzling in the blue night sky. The land, rivers, and mountains within hundreds of kilometers were all dyed red by the sky-piercing divine spear. He attacked the Archangel Shalita again. Without his powerful angelic feathered shield, the Archangel Shalita could only use his supernatural powers to confront Mo Fan head-on. Shalita had his wings pointing downward and was gazing down. Then, his body turned into a fine silver statue. However, a light that was not seen in the open still shined from within his eyes. Shalita bowed his head. Suddenly, numerous silver breezes in the shape of hats swept through everything in his line of sight. Shalita was at an altitude of thousands of meters, so the area he could see was vast. Having occupied a vast area, the hat-shaped silver wind circled and gathered to form a silver wind domain on their way to attack Mo Fan. As Mo Fan's divine phoenix flame collided with those silver winds, the fiery flame was continuously extinguished. Mo Fan was so powerful that he was unstoppable. However, the silver wind domain slowed his speed and weakened his strength. The spiked spear that could pierce through the sky began to dim and disappear like a fleeting meteor after passing through the silver wind domain. The powerful spear was neutralized. Archangel Shalita's supernatural powers were also startling. Mo Fan was in the raging hat-shaped silver winds. His irises turned dark red, and demon patterns covered his arms. Infinite power was in his veins, making his body as strong as that of a supernatural entity. He extended his hand and closed his fingers. The evil energy that could make the world tremble turned into a bloody sickle in the sky. He tried to cut Shalita's head with it. Shalita did not know that Mo Fan's demon power was unparalleled and thought he was trapped in the silver wind domain. Even though they were thousands of meters apart, the bloody sickle that seemed to be able to divide the vast sky into two still slashed down. Shalita flapped his angelic wings and dodged. The majestic feathers scattered. Shalita's wings and shoulders were wounded. He could feel the burning pain. Shalita did not stop. He flew toward the sky. The bloody sickle was still hanging high above his head. No matter how fast or far he escaped, he was still under the blade. Swoosh! The sickle slashed again, and Shalita flew nearer to the ground. It was a large virgin pine forest with tall, centuries-old pine trees. The crown of coniferous trees formed a dark green sea lake. The view was breathtaking when the wind blew. But in the next instant, the enormous pine forest was destroyed. As it pursued Shalita into the forest, the bloody sickle felled tens of thousands of century-old pine trees and split the ground. Shalita was fast. He flew swiftly past the low mountains and undulating forests. However, he could not shake off the attack of the demonic bloody sickle. Shalita quickly turned around to see the sickle's destruction of the landscape behind him, and he was horrified to see it. The enormous pine forest ended at the seashore. Shalita wanted to hide in the ocean but found that the beach, seawater, and shallows had been cut in half, causing a gap to form between the water. Although it had been pursuing him up until now, its strength was still so terrifying. Shalita stopped, gasped, and glanced back at the vast, torn land. His heart pounded in fear. He touched his back. His hand was covered in blood when he pulled it back. "I'm injured." Shalita could not see his back but could feel a burning pain. He stepped on the seawater full of sand. When he was about to wash his wounds with the water, a silver wing on his back suddenly slipped off and fell into the sea. Shalita was stunned. He slowly turned his head and found that blood spurted from his back. A wing! His wing! One of his wings was severed. Shalita could not believe it. He forgot to pick up the silver wing from the water which was soaking in the dirty seawater. He could not accept the fact that he had been severely injured. "I will tear your wings first. Then, I'll break your hands and feet before cutting your head off." Mo Fan's voice boomed on the beach. In terms of speed, Mo Fan was just as fast. When the bloody sickle tore apart the land, he chased after Shalita at the same time. Shalita's face changed. He looked crazier and angrier than before. "I made you the wicked god, so I have absolute power to kill you." Shalita's voice was loud and cold. "If you were really confident in destroying me, you wouldn't look so afraid." Mo Fan walked toward Shalita while watching his angel's blood stain the beach red. "Afraid of you?" Shalita laughed like it was a joke. As he laughed, he saw his silver wing floating in the seawater. Mo Fan had cut it off. Despite being an invincible killing angel, he was injured. Was Shalita not afraid of Mo Fan? If he was not afraid of Mo Fan, why would he be so mad to push Mo Fan into the abyss of death? If he was not afraid of Mo Fan, why would he make Mo Fan his prime target to honor the holy city and regard him as the greatest hidden threat? Many existences in this world were stronger than Mo Fan, but Shalita had chosen Mo Fan. He was not afraid of Mo Fan's current strength. He was afraid that Mo Fan would break through all the shackles, and eventually, even the Archangel could not restrain him. Shalita was afraid of Mo Fan's terrifying growth. Shalita foresaw the terrifying growth of Mo Fan and wanted to destroy him before he became more powerful. However, Shalita suddenly realized that he had made a huge mistake. The wicked god was not a newborn baby. His body had an adult demon. Having gathered the 8 souls and sacrificed the red demon Kozuoki's evil energy, Mo Fan could not control the powerful demonic power, which now possessed the strongest soul. He could use the demonic power at will. Besides, the divine soul shaped by the wicked god made the souls of the red bird and Chongming divine bird in Mo Fan's body born into the soul of sacred feather Vermilion bird. This awakening was already powerful. When the two combined, Mo Fan was not afraid of the archangels. Shalita was playing with fire. He regarded Mo Fan as the greatest threat and wanted to get rid of him. However, he never thought he would turn Mo Fan into a demon with his own hands. He created the sacred phoenix Vermilion bird that was reborn from death and a mature demon who no longer needed to drain his energy. Chapter 2987. Sacred Tooth Staff. Buzz? The arrival of Mo Fan seemed to have caused the seawater to evaporate. At first glance, it looked like a vast dry field covered with a thin layer of salt. Shalita did not pick up his severed wing. The silver armor with gold patterns on his body began to glow brightly, which made his ordinary figure look like a silver-winged god in the light. Sacred Tooth! Shalita raised his hand, and a light shined and descended from the sky and covered him like veils. Then, a thin and long staff appeared on his hand, and the staff looked special. The top was a dragon tooth blade, which looked extremely sharp. Its end was a thorn, which was made of the toe thorns of an ancient dragon. The body of the staff was made of dragon bone. It looked crystal clear and radiated a wild, ancient aura. Judging from its appearance, it was not a long-range staff. It was a combat staff. Not only was it blessed with supreme magic power and secret techniques, but it also possessed strong combative abilities. Shalita held the combat staff tightly, and his confidence surged. He regained his pride. Most mags had lost the ability to fight in close-quarters battles, but according to the system of this world, mags who could fight in close-quarters battles were several grades stronger than those of the same level. The opponent could not detect their attacks and attempts because of obvious spell casting. Mags would keep a certain distance from each other in magic duels. Once they found themselves in a dangerous situation, it would be easier for them to escape. Therefore, the death rate of mags was much lower than people from other domains. Shalita chose this combat weapon because he wanted to kill Mo Fan, no matter the cost. With a combat staff made of the teeth of an ancient dragon and silver armor with gold patterns, Shalita had transformed into an archangel of murder. The sacred aura emanating from his body was bloodthirsty. He was a ruthless demon but also a noble patrol angel. Everything he did was to maintain the order he believed in. The flames of the sacred feather Vermilion bird still covered Mo Fan's body. When he saw Shalita's transformation, he did not show any scorn. This guy represented the most powerful human in the world. His power exceeded the limit when the unique angel halo was turned on. Mo Fan remained alert. His eyes changed as he used the dragon sense of the Black Dragon Emperor. He observed the Archangel Shalita with an ability that did not belong to humans. He knew that Shalita would attack soon and he might die at that moment. Shalita moved. 1 phantom. 2 phantoms. He only had 1 wing left, but it seemed as though he still had several of them. When the 3rd phantom appeared, Mo Fan felt that there were 3 Shalithas in front of him. They all held the terrifying sacred tooth staffs and approached him strangely. Mo Fan suddenly stopped when the phantom of the 3 angels formed a triangle. Mo Fan could not approach any phantoms until he identified the real Shalita. Shalita waved the sacred tooth staff and slammed it down on the ground. Mo Fan's surroundings were torn like an oil painting. This made his protection over the land become meaningless. Shalita slashed from 3 directions while tearing the space apart. Mo Fan had to find a way to avoid it. Mo Fan tried to calm himself. Shalita was skilled in dimensional magic, and the sacred tooth combat staff in his hand was endowed with the powerful ability to split space. Mo Fan observed his surroundings to identify the phantom since the space was still intact. Mo Fan only needed a few seconds to analyze the opponent's attack after using the dragon sense. If an outsider saw it, he would see a large crack in the land and a massive lightning bolt. It was frightening. The demon blood on Mo Fan's body was boiling with excitement. At the same time, it also sent a chill up his spine. It was a warning from the dark vein. He was in danger. Swoosh! Mo Fan dodged, but a long wound appeared on his body. It was not fatal, but it was painful. Mo Fan's whole body, including his head, ached. He was scared as though an ancient dragon had really caught him. Mo Fan moved further from Shalita. It was no wonder Shalita looked contemptuous when he got the sacred tooth staff. The sacred tooth staff was like a torture device. No one could move away from it or withstand its attack. Mo Fan did not know what suppressed his abilities. Every time he used the dragon sense to look at Shalita, he felt that Shalita was a giant dragon with its fangs bared, and he had nowhere to hide. That is the ancient dragon tooth. The Black Dragon Emperor is only a young dragon in front of it, so you can't use the dragon sense against it. A voice sounded in Mo Fan's mind. It was Apers. She was warning him. Mo Fan was a little surprised. Apers was hibernating most of the time, especially after the battle with her two sisters in the Dark Abyss. She spoke now because she wanted to help him. But Apers should not show up to fight for Mo Fan. She was just a vulnerable snake in front of Shalita. Unless Apers could become the real Medusa Queen, Shalita would easily kill her. She would only have demon power to threaten Shalita only if she could become Medusa Queen. Dragon's observation ability is not the best in this world, Apers said. As the wicked god with 8 souls gathered, you can borrow my eyes. More phantoms appeared. Shalita made another move, and the phantoms increased to 9. Mo Fan could not see Shalita's movements clearly when there were 3 other phantoms. With 9 phantoms, it would be even more difficult. Borrow Apers' eyes, wondered Mo Fan. Mo Fan did not understand it until the 8 soul mountains appeared on his back. They turned into a powerful force that could suppress Shalita's potent angelic aura. At the same time, Mo Fan's eyes changed. The eyes no longer had only one color like the dragon's eyes but several specks of them. One of them was gold in color, just like Medusa's eyes. When the golden eyes gleamed, Mo Fan was surprised to discover that everything in front of him had stopped moving. Chapter 2988. Frost of Alternate Space. Time seemed to have frozen. There were slight differences, but they were almost the same as temporal stasis. The most powerful skill of the eyes of Medusa is the temporal stasis. Apers' voice sounded in Mo Fan's mind again. But it is only visual awareness, a kind of pseudo-temporal stasis that allows you to gain more time to tahink. As a wicked god, you're just a baby right now. There's still a lot of power you need to master. Although Apers made him sound weak, he knew she was trying to help him. Mo Fan's opponent was the Archangel Shalita, so he needed more powerful abilities to deal with him. The golden eyes that Apers bestowed on him were crucial. Mo Fan was able to see Shalita's movements and get rid of the fear he had felt because of the dragon's teeth. So, this is space duplication. Mo Fan finally discovered the source of those powerful phantoms. Shalita's sacred tooth staff duplicated the space and the power of the staff itself. It was similar to the cross-seal formation of the chaos element, but Shalita could copy the magic in progress. Shalita was the most skilled mage in dimensional magic Mo Fan had ever met. With golden eyes, Mo Fan could use temporal stasis. However, he had to speed up to resolve this. The 8 soul mountains on his back suddenly disappeared. He turned into a silver arrow and passed through the gaps of those duplicated spaces. The outer layer of the silver arrow was full of the flames of the sacred feather vermilion bird. Mo Fan spread these flames into those phantom spaces, and they were duplicated as he predicted. Shalita created 9 layers of phantom space. The flames of Mo Fan's sacred feather vermilion bird also turned into 9 layers. Shalita's face changed when the 9 layers of raging sacred feather vermilion bird flames swept toward him. It was too late for Shalita to put away the phantom spaces. He never thought Mo Fan could see through it so fast. After he saw it through, he used the 9 layers of phantom space to duplicate his flames too. Each of the 9 layers of vermilion bird flames was like an ancient flaming mountain when attacking. Shalita kept waving the sacred tooth staff to create a safe space in front of himself. However, Mo Fan was also a dimensional mage. With the demon blood, his ability in space element had become stronger. It was easy for him to connect the cut section. The raging flames still engulfed Shalita in the end. The silver armor on his body was deformed, and he was in pain. His distorted face looked no different from those vicious prisoners. The battle silver armor on his body melted and flowed onto his body. Shalita realized that his skin and muscles might blend with the armor, so he discarded this precious battle silver armor. Shalita revealed his burnt and ugly skin. He finally used the combat staff to open a dimensional tunnel in the 9 layers of flames and escaped. Mo Fan already saw where Shalita was heading and waited at the end of the dimension tunnel. The claw of the wicked god grabbed Shalita's wing. Shalita was also a ruthless person. When he realized Mo Fan wanted to drag him and pierce through his throat with the claw, he waved the staff and cut off his wing himself. Then, he rushed toward the coastal mountains while bleeding profusely. Mo Fan chased after him. He transformed into a wicked flaming phoenix and shuttled across the coastal mountains. Shalita suddenly turned around to attack with the end of the combat staff. The thorny spears hit like torrential rain and destroyed the big mountains. Mo Fan flew in the air, but he suddenly stopped, as if his soul had left his body. The wicked flaming phoenix he had just transformed continued to move forward through the thorny spears to Shalita. Shalita was furious. He held the combat staff and drew a swirl mark on his chest with the other hand. Where his fingers passed, blue tracks like star fragments appeared. This track was in the shape of a vortex. When he finished drawing it, he pushed it forward. The blue trajectory formed by the fragments rapidly expanded and turned into a giant painted vortex. The star fragments filled the painted vortex, which looked like a mysterious sunken area in the starry sky. The wicked flaming phoenix that Mo Fan had transformed crashed into the painted vortex and disappeared. The raging flames also disappeared when they touched the painted vortex. The sky that was still red became dark and silent. It was indeed difficult to deal with someone proficient in dimensional magic. He could not withstand the attack with normal defensive magic, and his powerful magic was easily thrown into another space, which was equivalent to disappearing from this world. Even if Shalita's wings had been cut off and his back was bleeding, he had no intention of running away. He held the sacred tooth combat staff and used the tip to slash toward Mo Fan in the air. A strange substance splashed out and quickly solidified around Mo Fan. An extreme coldness engulfed Mo Fan. He observed and realized that it was the frost of alternate space. It appeared that there was a cold substance in the sky, which was also present in many planes not in this world. The wandering creatures in alternate dimensions would be frozen instantly by them. That was the frost of alternate space. It was rare in the sky but could still freeze those powerful feathered demons into dead objects. The frost of alternate space that Shalita sprinkled around Mo Fan would spread. They could quickly spread in the air. A small drop from the alternate space could instantly freeze dozens of kilometers of mountains and rivers, and the creatures in these mountains and rivers would die. The frost of alternate space did not have to cover objects to freeze them like ice cubes. It just needed to shroud them a little. It was capable of suffocating living things. Mo Fan quickly fled the area that was covered by the frost of alternate space. Shalita continued to wave the sacred tooth staff to summon this terrifying substance from the alternate space to this fragile world. The creatures in the mountain range slowly died, making it look like a black mountain on a distant planet. The flames of sacred feather vermilion bird on Mo Fan's body were also extinguished, and his body became stiff and cold. Chapter 2989. Stab his heart. Mo Fan knew that he would not be able to escape from this area no matter what, so he did not waste time struggling. The heart was like an eternal furnace. The icy cold from the polar regions or the frost from the alternate space could not extinguish the furnace. In his chest, the flame of the sacred feather vermilion bird was rolling. Every drop of blood in his body was burning hot, enough to form the most powerful fire. Every inch of his skin was hot and expelled the cold of the outside world that invaded his body. Vitality. Energy. Mo Fan was a red sun full of infinite vitality. Coldness, loneliness, and death could never erode all that he had. The heat of the red sun would sweep all these away. It seems that I still haven't mastered a lot of things. Mo Fan looked at the flames of the red sun in his chest. Becoming a wicked god did not mean Mo Fan was invincible. It meant he just discovered a skill that he had to work hard to improve. He still needed to discover many powerful forces and awaken many potent supernatural powers. This was probably the reason why the Archangel Shalita was unwilling to give Mo Fan a chance to survive. Shalita knew that a newly born wicked god was growing every second and would only get stronger with time. The flames of the red sun dissipated the frost of alternate space. The sacred tooth staff in Shalita's hand caught fire. His hand was burnt. Shalita's face turned pale. The wound on his back began to take a toll on him. He became weaker, and his eyes turned vicious. He attacked Mo Fan again with high speed and strength. His body was getting weaker, but it was still like a big steel mountain to Mo Fan. Bang! Mo Fan was sent flying. Waves of ripples appeared. The ripples rushing into the sky could easily penetrate the dark cloud several hundred meters thick. They could even lift the ground if they rushed to it. Mo Fan fell to the ground and hit the land between the mountains. More than a dozen nearby mountains collapsed under the force of the fall. Dust was everywhere. Shalita suddenly rushed down from the sky like a silver lightning bolt. Mo Fan used the eyes of Medusa and saw Shalita's sacred tooth staff trying to stab his head. Its power was so strong that it washed away the surrounding air, forming a giant cone-shaped airspace. Mo Fan stood up. After seeing that Shalita planned to fight him in close quarters, he stood his ground. Mo Fan rushed up from the ground like a sharp red light and fought fiercely with Shalita's silver lightning bolt in midair. Their figures were blurred because both were impossibly fast. They were like two black dragons fighting each other. The pure savage power of the demon was not inferior to that of the Archangel. When the sacred tooth staff stabbed, Mo Fan held the staff's handle tightly so that its sharp fangs could not attack him. Demon patterns appeared on Mo Fan's skin. His forehead, face, and arms were full of these scary patterns. These patterns were full of powerful energy. Mo Fan tightly grasped the sacred tooth. Shalita wanted to pull it out but found that Mo Fan was pulling him closer bit by bit. The terrifying killing intent in the dark red eyes made Shalita feel afraid. Mo Fan pulled the sacred tooth staff fiercely and flung Shalita toward a sharp mountain peak. The mountain peak broke, and Shalita rolled over and fell into a vast, wild grassland. Before Shalita had the time to stand up, Mo Fan triggered a storm cloud. Mo Fan stood proudly in a sky full of dark clouds. Shocking lightning bolts struck from the sky and hit the same position. The barren grassland instantly turned into a purgatory of lightning. Shalita's body twitched after the lightning struck him. He could not even hold the sacred tooth combat staff and kneeled on the ground. Lightning bolts continued to strike him, and Mo Fan stood in the middle. His eyes turned from dark red to light purple. More and more lightning bolts struck from the sky and hit the mountains. The barren grassland where Shalita was turned into a deep abyss. There was a huge hole caused by lightning strikes from the sky. There was no light in the bottom of the hole, except for lightning bolts that kept striking continuously. Shalita rose from a pile of scorched underground rocks and trembled. His back was severely aggravated, and he had lost a lot of blood. Compared with his previous prideful self, he was now miserable. He looked like an injured, wild wolf. The sacred halo had disappeared. Mo Fan's demon power had suppressed it. He raised his hand and tried to call upon the lost sacred tooth combat staff. The sacred tooth staff flew quickly from the thick rock layer to Shalita's hand, like a needle piercing through the soft mud. But when he saw his sacred tooth staff, he found that only one part of the sacred tooth staff remained. The upper part had disappeared. Boom! A fierce lightning bolt struck the hole. When it was about to hit the bottom of the hole, it suddenly turned into numerous snakes. The snakes quickly filled the hole like filaments and illuminated it. The light was dazzling. Shalita was anxious when he found Mo Fan standing less than 10 meters away. Mo Fan was holding the other half of the sacred tooth staff. "If you want it, I can give it to you," said Mo Fan. The next moment, Mo Fan appeared before Shalita. He tried to stab Shalita's heart with the blade of the sacred tooth staff. Shalita squirmed and dodged, but Mo Fan still pierced through his arm and nailed him to a rock. The angel's blood splattered in the cracks of the rock. Some specks of blood hit Mo Fan's face. Shalita was furious. He stabbed at Mo Fan's chest with the remaining half of the combat staff that he held in his hands. Mo Fan could dodge, but he would miss the perfect opportunity to kill Shalita. He was already mad with anger, so being stabbed did not scare him. He extended his hand. His palm faced Shalita's face. The flames of Vermilion bird surged from his body again and transported to his wrist within seconds. Finally, the flames burst out through his palm. Chapter 2990. Wake up! Boom! After a huge blast, it appeared as though an earthquake had impacted a sizable region of mountains outside of Osaka. Mountains, meadows, and stretches of coastline spanning almost 100 kilometers abruptly crumbled. Red lava, billowing flames, and fire pillars fell from the sky. The earthquake in Osaka was powerful. In this international city, traffic halted, electricity went out, and warning alarms sounded everywhere. A continental plate west of Osaka had broken. Even if all of Japan's volcanoes erupted at the same time, it would not have caused such a massive destruction. Some Japanese forbidden mags in Osaka also had to show up. They looked westward over the city and were frightened by the sight. Which peerless emperor of the Pacific Ocean did this, they wondered. Why did he appear in Osaka? Why was there no warning? The forbidden mags in Osaka did not dare to go and check. They knew that force would melt them if they approached. Fortunately, this power was not directed at Osaka. Otherwise, hundreds and thousands of people would have been wiped out. In the broken zone, the lava flowed. The area was covered in red magma. Mountain-like rocks and gravel floated in the lava ocean. A man was floating on the lava. He wasn't burned by it. There was not even a trace of flame on his body, and he did not seem to have any trouble. He drifted to the rock. Suddenly, he extended his hand weakly. He grabbed a corner of the rock and climbed up from the lava. His body was icy cold because he had wrapped himself in dimensional frost. However, his neck and face were completely scorched. It was a skull-like head with a pair of ugly eyeballs. He looked around as though searching for something. Finally, he found a corpse. A corpse that had been pierced through the chest by the sharp end of the sacred tooth staff. The corpse was also floating on the lava, and the sacred tooth staff was still protruding from his chest. Ha ha ha. You thought I didn't know you could be reborn in flames, didn't you? The end of the sacred tooth staff has the spirit stone of the dimensional frost. The dimensional frost has killed your heart, so you can't be reborn. Shalita looked at Mo Fan's body and laughed maniacally. Shalita survived Mo Fan's flaming palm, but Mo Fan did not survive Shalita's deadly stab. Shalita's wings were severed, the sacred tooth staff was broken, and even his head was burned to the point that only bones remained. But he had still won against the wicked god in the end. Shalita traveled the world and knew very well that a powerful wicked god would be born in this world. It was riskier than he expected, but what could be more fulfilling than to step on a generation of wicked god in honor of the holy city? Shalita could not move anymore. He wanted to check Mo Fan's body. After all, a wicked god usually had many lives. But Shalita could not move at all. Mo Fan was indeed dead. Shalita could not sense any life force or evil aura from his body. He planned to lie here, rest for a while, and deal with it after his energy was restored. Shalita could not let Mo Fan's body soak in the lava for too long because he knew exactly how he had killed Mo Fan. The spirit stone of the frost of alternate space was at the end of the sacred tooth staff. He stabbed the end of the staff into Mo Fan's heart, which meant that the frost of alternate space had entered Mo Fan's heart. It had frozen his heart. Shalita did not know if Mo Fan would keep absorbing the surrounding volcanic elements and underground magma. The wicked god was the most evil and tenacious of creatures. Once the heat dissolved the source of frost of alternate space, he might be resurrected from the dead. Shalita was a little anxious. Although he had won, he was still worried about it. To ensure that Mo Fan had no chance of surviving, he had to regain his strength quickly and strike a fatal, final blow. Shalita enjoyed lying there and watching Mo Fan's corpse float on the lava. It was like looking at his spoils of war. A smile appeared on Shalita's face. Thud. 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 Shalita heard a few light footsteps. His hearing was worse than before. He could not hear the footsteps until the person was very close to the pool. Mo Fan's flaming palm had been powerful. Under normal circumstances, forbidden mags would not dare to approach this place rashly, so who was it who had approached at this time? Shalita glanced in the direction of the footsteps. He frowned when he saw a young girl with an innocent face. Shalita knew this girl. She was Lingling, the huntress who had traveled by Mo Fan's side. Lingling stood on the edge of the lava pool. She glanced at Shalita indifferently before looking at Mo Fan's body. Unfortunately, he died. Go. Leave. I won't attack you, Shalita said indifferently. You destroyed the twin guardian towers and killed many people, said Lingling. The fact is that I saved Osaka and destroyed an evil nest. The heroic spirits of Sacrificial Mountain and the whole of Japan should be grateful to me. The twin guardian towers are infected with the plague. I know you want to find a cure for the plague, but can you really find it? It will spread and cause contagion even if you find a cure. To prevent ourselves from being infected, people all over the world will vote to isolate the village under such circumstances. Isolation is tantamount to destruction. The question is, who will do it? Shalita said calmly. You're ruthless. You only think about yourself, but I think about all people. Don't forget that it's not the blood demons who control the twin guardian towers but the evil gang. That's a cult. There are not many innocent people in the twin guardian towers. Forget it. I'm too tired to discuss this with you. I'm Shalita. Everything I do is objective. I'm an archangel, the patroller of this world. I don't need to explain myself to an egoistic little girl like you, Shalita retorted. Lingling jumped on the broken stones floating on the lava. Her body obviously could not resist such intense heat, so she sweat profusely. What are you doing? Shalita asked. I think it's you who should die. Lingling jumped to the front of Mo Fan's corpse like a nimble deer. She firmly grasped half of the sacred tooth staff that had stabbed Mo Fan's chest with both her hands. Stop! Stop! Shalita suddenly roared. Lingling ignored him. The frost of alternate space immediately froze her hands and entered her body. With Lingling's current cultivation and physique, she could not stand this extreme cold for even a few seconds. But Lingling did not let go of the staff. She used all her strength to hold onto it. You promise me. Wake up, she yelled at Mo Fan. She tried with everything she had to pull out the sacred tooth staff that was in Mo Fan's chest. Wake up! Chapter 2991. A New Heart. Lingling pulled the tip of the sacred tooth staff out from the back. The tip passed by Mo Fan's heart, leaving a scary hole in his torso. The red lava slowly flowed into the hole in his chest. The frost of alternate space that remained in his heart slowly subsided as the hot lava melted it. The lava was like the blood in Mo Fan's body. It was expanding the shriveled heart and reviving it. Badump! A clear heartbeat reverberated. At the same time, a sharp fluctuation occurred in the lava pool and river that covered the entire hole. Badump! Badump! The heartbeat resounded twice in a row. The red world suddenly went crazy. There was a raging eruption of lava and flames. Numerous fire pillars shot up into the sky. Badump! 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 The heart began to beat rapidly. The area to the west of Osaka instantly erupted with spectacular and violent flames like volcanoes. It was quite startling. In the flames of the volcano, a body drifted up. He was bathed in the inexhaustible lava fire. He regained his vitality and was eventually reborn, just like the son of the sun. Shalita slumped against the swaying rock in fright. He thought he had killed Mo Fan and won the battle. However, he hadn't expected that an inconspicuous girl would be the reason for his defeat. When Mo Fan came into contact with fire, he was reborn. The wicked god was immortal and had the most powerful flame in the world. If he was not killed in time, no one knew what catastrophe he would bring to this world. Shalita could not move his eyes away from Mo Fan at all. Mo Fan's heart kept beating as though it had never been frozen by the frost of alternate space. After his rebirth, his heart seemed to have gotten even stronger. It was like a scorching sun that kept burning. The aura of the red sun hit Shalita's festering face. He could sense that this wicked god with a new heart was even stronger than before. The flame might be even superior to the flame saint of the holy city. The wicked god had been growing all this time. Shalita was terrified not just because he was powerless to fight this wicked god but also because he had created an invincible demon. If he did not kill Mo Fan today, he knew Mo Fan would become terrifying as time passed. Why, you have no idea what you've done. Shalita's voice trembled. He no longer sounded arrogant. If the holy city is full of ruthless scum like you, it shouldn't exist in this world at all, said Lingling. Flames were everywhere, but the ground was not hot at all. Mo Fan, who had a new heart, landed beside Lingling. His body had no raging flames and shocking demon patterns anymore. Mo Fan looked neat and clean, just like an ordinary man. The flames all over the sky had already shown his extraordinary power despite the lack of demon aura on his body. If he issued an order, the flames in the sky would descend. The flames of the wicked god would burn Osaka, the vast mountains nearby, and even the ocean at a distance. This was the real power of a god that could crush thousands of lives in a single move. If Mo Fan were a real wicked god, with resentment toward the world and endless contempt in his heart, he could burn everything to the ground. Mo Fan only wanted to kill one person. Archangel Shalita, who represented the holy city, was his target. Mo Fan walked toward Shalita. Shalita's eyes betrayed the fear he felt. He also felt annoyed and regretful. Why did I create such a dangerous creature, he thought. You probably can't honor the holy city in the way that you want, but you can die in the holy city, if you want. Mo Fan smiled brightly. You won against me, but you can never win against the holy city. So, I still win even if you kill me now. You have become the enemy of the holy city. So, now you are a criminal everywhere around the world. You can run away, hide, and fight, but what about the people around you? They will also be rejected by this world. You still lose, no matter what. You still lose. Even though Shalita was afraid of death, he provoked Mo Fan. You're right. Mo Fan nodded. If I'm alive, I'll be your only enemy. If I'm dead, your enemy is the Holy City, the 5 Continents Magic Association, the Forbidden Curse Association, and countless countries and powerful people loyal to the Holy City, Shalita continued. Does it mean I'll have a way out if I don't kill you? Mo Fan smiled. Yes. We can let go of the past and stop fighting. In fact, there are many secret agreements like this in the Holy City, said Shalita. Shalita has already lost, so he could only bargain with Mo Fan with his identity as an archangel. He knew what Mo Fan needed and what was important to him. He could use it to his advantage. I agree to your second condition, said Shalita. He knew Mo Fan was questioning what choice he should make. Next time, you should agree to my condition before destroying half the city. Unfortunately, I don't want there to be a next time. Mo Fan reached Shalita. Mo Fan extended his hands and held Shalita's ugly head. With a smile, Mo Fan slowly applied force and lifted Shalita's head while he stepped on Shalita's body to hold him down. Shalita's neck stretched, and he felt the pain of suffocation as his head was pulled up. He struggled. You're such an exquisite and perfect archangel. How can you have such an ugly head? I'll help you remove it slowly. This is also a great time to reflect on what you have done wrong and why you made the situation worse. Try not to make such a mistake in your next life, or your head will be pulled off like this again, said Mo Fan as he continued to pull his head off. He sounded like a gentle elder giving sound advice. But the bones of Shalita's neck cracked. His agony was apparent in his struggle. Chapter 2992. The Mourning of the Holy City. Schlick! Shalita's head was finally separated from his body. Mo Fan picked up his head like a melon from a farm. He looked at it and thought there was nothing special about it. He then casually flung it to the side. Shalita's body twitched. Mo Fan crouched down by the side. He observed the body for a while in case the Archangel had any supernatural abilities that would have allowed him to be resurrected from the dead. It was only after Mo Fan confirmed that Shalita was truly dead that he left in satisfaction. Mo Fan walked to Lingling. He noticed that her hands had turned purple as a result of frostbite. He took her hands into his. A gush of gentleness and warmth spread and gradually removed the chill in her body. Lingling looked pale. It took a few minutes before her cheeks turned pinkish again. Mo Fan's heart was full of conflicting emotions as he looked at Lingling. Lingling was indeed not an ordinary girl. Even the forbidden mags from Osaka dared not approach this place, and yet, she did. She also saved him from the Valley of Death in front of Shalita. What if Shalita still had some energy left in him and killed you with a snap of his finger? Promise me. No more of such foolishness in the future, said Mo Fan. His heart ached for her. Lingling was truly fearless. She saved him from the Archangel of murder. Even the newly promoted wicked god almost died in that Archangel's hands. Instead of waiting for an uncertain outcome like a fool, I might as well take the risk, said Lingling. You're right. We picked the right bet, but we didn't win. What should we do next? Mo Fan breathed out a long sigh. It was not a sigh of relief of having survived this dangerous encounter. It was because he knew that the real horror had just begun. We don't have a way out of this anymore, said Lingling. We? Upon hearing Lingling's words, he could not help but reach out to hold her face. It's not us, this time. It's me. Girl, are you really sure you want to join me in overthrowing the holy city? Don't you even think about leaving me behind, said Lingling fiercely as she slapped Mo Fan's hand away. I don't intend to leave anyone behind, but I have my own plans. You should go back to school and study hard. I now find that magic can't change the world, but knowledge can, said Mo Fan to Lingling. What's your plan? Lingling panicked. She could somewhat guess what he was thinking. I need more time. I can't start a war with the holy city now, so I've decided to go to the holy city and let them hold me for trial. With that, I can stall for time, said Mo Fan. If you go to them now, they won't treat you fairly, said Lingling furiously. Mo Fan tried to persuade Lingling that things were not that bad. Lingling, don't be so quick to judge everything negatively because of that scum of an angel. How sure are you to say that the holy city and its entire ruling class are hopeless? Even if they are, I'll still fight till the end. At the end of the day. You don't want to get us involved in the situation. That is what you are planning. I am not a child, retorted Lingling. I know you aren't a child anymore. You've always been smarter than most people, and you're better at judging a situation than anyone else, said Mo Fan. You chose to face judgment in the holy city because you want to protect others. But you have to know that those people whom you want to protect are willing to go to hell and back with you if you face a life or death situation. Lingling shouted at Mo Fan. Those people whom you want to protect are willing to go to hell and back with you. Mo Fan felt a gush of warmth in his heart after hearing those words. If that's the case, I think I've lived a good life. Mo Fan did not expect Lingling to say such touching words. He hugged her. So, are you still going to surrender yourself? Lingling buried her head in his arms. I'm not surrendering myself. We all need more time, said Mo Fan. But? Lingling's words were on the tip of her tongue when she felt slightly suffocated because her heart was full. Mo Fan hugged her tightly, as if just a simple hug wouldn't be enough to make an impact on his memories. Ling Ling, though, saw it as another goodbye. She remained silent. She cherished the moment. At least she was prepared for it. Ling Ling finally let go of her restlessness. You're still young. Don't say things like that. I like the days when we used to catch demons together. Oh, okay. The foothill on the east of the Alps mountain was the world's cleanest wilderness nourished by snow and ice. It was a vast and endless land. A magnificent and ancient city was built on the land. Stepping into the land felt like returning to Europe's prosperous era. There were tall city walls and an ancient gate. It was surrounded by crystal-clear ice and snow. The architecture of the city was exquisite. The streets were spotless. The colorful magical barriers were like sheer veils. They were formed to protect the noble lady, the holy city. The barriers enhanced the beauty of the city. This was a city where miracles happened. Its distinctive style attracted numerous tourists every year. The city had a strong religious presence. It was the Mag's supreme religion. The magical cultivation path was long and difficult. It was tedious and painful. The thought of being able to occupy a place in the holy city filled them with hope and power. The holy city was full of colors, especially with the gold that represented holiness. The rose gold represented femininity, the white gold represented purity, and the brownish gold represented majesty. However, the holy city had another color today. It was shrouded in black. Black signified mourning. Black symbols were seen everywhere. Black feathers filled up the corners of the streets. Black flags were everywhere. Devotees of the holy city strolled slowly through the streets while dressed in monk-style black clothing. They held a black chalice filled with clean water with a willow branch dipped in it. They sprinkled the water onto the roads. This was a ritual of sorts. It was a custom of mourning in the holy city. If one of the archangels passed away in holy city, they would hold this ritual to mourn for them. It was a solemn sight. He died for us. Shalita's name will be engraved on the majestic monument on the sacred peak of Alps mountain. We'll remember him in our hearts. We'll bring that demon to justice. We'll search for him even to the ends of the world. We'll trace his demonic aura. We won't rest until we catch him and put him to death. We pray this in the name of the Archangel Shalita. The foghorn-like voice of the Archangel Ramiel swore to heaven over the city gates. People used the bridge to enter and exit the city. They lowered their heads and dared not even utter a word or bring up the subject. 3 days ago, sensational news spread around the world. One of the archangels who monitored the world, the Archangel Shalita, was tragically beheaded in Japan. And the murderer was Mo Fan. Today, the holy city mourned for the death of the Archangel Shalita. The mags who entered the city felt its wrath. The supreme, divine right of the holy city had never been trampled this way before in the past. You don't have to pursue me to the ends of the world. I'm right here. The Archangel Ramiel's shout resounded throughout the city when a man in front of the city gate removed his hood. The man had his hands in his pockets and stood before the priesthood of the holy city. Mo Fan. Mo Fan. He's the wicked god. No, he's a demon. The crowd was so scared that they fled everywhere. Meanwhile, the priests and archangels mourning for Shalita's death looked confused. Chapter 2993. That person is Mo Fan. Black feathers, black flags for mourning, and black flower petals were sprinkled all over the streets in the holy city. In front of the audience, Mo Fan made his way to the end of the city's boulevard. The holy palace was in the city center. The holy city had a total of 7 avenues. From above, they could see how crowded with structures the city center was. The 7 avenues from the edges of the city led to the majestic holy palace and intersected at the perfect center point of the city. The avenues divided the holy city into 14 areas, and each area was presented in the shape of a fan. The holy city was divided into a front city and a back city. The front city was the 7th area that was near to the Alps mountain. It was also the only entrance to the holy city. After they entered through the city, the path led straight to the holy palace. When Mo Fan noticed that the first avenue of the holy city was filled with black thorny flowers and roses, he gave them a smile. "I didn't expect such a big welcome from you." "I'm flattered," he said to the Archangel Ramiel who escorted him. Ramiel blew his beard and scowled. He was so furious. "We're mourning for Shalita. This will also be your funeral. Archangel, didn't you have a rule that said whoever willingly recited the divine oath would be fairly judged?" "I am still innocent until proven guilty," said Mo Fan with solemnity. "Do you think you can survive the judgment?" said Ramiel. Mo Fan sighed. "Judging from the tone of your voice, I can sense that you will convict me without hesitation on Judgment Day." "You're right. You may be able to deceive the world with your various lies, but we're aware of how Shalita died. Are you aware of the severity of your sin for killing an archangel? You will be subjected to the harshest sanction of the holy city," Ramiel said without hesitation. "You're not the only person who decides the outcome of the judgment," said Mo Fan. "We all know what will happen to you. Here's a reminder for you, the last person who faced similar judgment was a Greek called Wen Tai," said Ramiel. "It's my honor to be treated unfairly just like him," answered Mo Fan. "Stop spewing nonsense. The reason he was executed was because of our fairness. Regardless of your position, identity, or religion, the people from the holy city will never allow a heretic to survive in this world," Ramiel said, firmly. Mo Fan did not say anything more. It would be meaningless if he continued to debate with someone like him. There were no vehicles on the holy city avenues. Everyone traveled on foot. The clergyman dressed lavishly, including the Archangel Ramiel. He wore a purple-gold divine armor. Even his feathers glowed in a golden luster. He looked majestic. The sight was impressive. Such a situation did not often appear in the holy city. The pedestrians were forcibly pushed to the sides. Only the clergymen could walk on the clean and spacious First Avenue. The truth was that the people did not look at the clergymen. They focused on Mo Fan, who was at the front of the line. They found it hard to believe that the legendary three-headed and six-armed demon was actually an Eastern boy who looked so ordinary. His demonic aura was not intense, and he did not have rageful golden irises. He had the typical Eastern features with neat, black short hair and a pair of black-brown eyes. Mo Fan walked toward the holy palace. He recited the divine oath, so no one could put shackles on him. The Archangel Ramiel stood behind Mo Fan and glared at him. The clergymen reacted as if they were facing a great enemy. They kept a close watch on their surroundings and acted cautiously. Was it true that the killer of the Archangel Shalita surrendered to them without a fight? They wondered. He was arrogant and looked down upon the holy city. Would he truly allow the people of the holy city to take him into the palace in chains? There must be some kind of conspiracy. They could not let down their guard. They had to be prepared for a battle. They continued to march forward. Both sides of First Avenue of the holy city were crowded. They dared not step into the middle of the road. They stared at Mo Fan. They discussed him in fear. The journey was long. It was so long that by the time Mo Fan stepped into the holy palace, the world already knew of his arrival. People from St. Kai's altar in Australia, Cape of Good Hope, Magic Castle from Africa, St. Paul's Holy Church from Europe, and the Divine Palace of Freedom from America congratulated Ramiel and his group. Shalita's death had shocked everyone from the Magic Association. Thus, the Enforcement Union from the Magic Association immediately listed Mo Fan as the most dangerous and wanted criminal. The directive was issued from the continental level to the national level before spreading to various famous cities like wildfire. Finally, the people from the Magic Association learned about the news. It had been years since a directive was issued with immediate effect. Similarly, they had never revoked such a high-level directive in only 3 days. Mo Fan had truly put the people from the Magic Association on edge these 3 days. None of the Magic Association, including the Continental Magic Association, wanted to take over the troublesome case. After all, who would dare to arrest the person who was capable of killing the Archangel Shalita? Mo Fan surrendered himself. And that was the best outcome. Asian Magic Association was the only association that did not immediately issue a wanted notice. Meanwhile, China Magic Association tore the wanted notice after receiving it from the Holy City. No matter how heated the debate or the world was, Mo Fan slowly entered the Holy Palace and vanished in the midst of the holy judges while being covered in live social media posts from many different nations. At the City of Canals in Venice, a Gothic-style sanatorium was situated near the hills. It provided a perfect view. They could enjoy the beautiful sunset of Venice from here. Many people admired the view and took some pictures. Some of them lamented the fact that it had been such a long time since they had enjoyed the sunset in Venice. They had not enjoyed such a golden, serene, and picturesque sight for a while now. A lady sat quietly on her chair. She rested her gaze on a frivolous young man who was goofing around. He looked comical, and he flirted with one of the nurses as if no one was around. "Mother, what are you looking at?" Zhao Yuqian peeled off the skin of the grapes and held it up to her mouth. The lady shook her head. She had no intention of eating the grapes. She smiled. Manyan used to be like him. He always looked as though he lost his soul and his mind whenever he saw pretty girls. He ignored everyone. When he was young, he only played with girls with good looks, both older and younger than him. If he was still alive, he would be about the same age as that young man. Chapter 2994. How are you doing down there? Zhao Yuqian's face turned somber. He did not want to hear his younger brother's name, especially since he knew that his brother had not perished as expected. "Mother, take a rest. I'll come and visit you next time." Zhao Yuqian rose, straightened his suit, and bid farewell to the lady. "Do you have something else to do again?" asked the lady. "Yes, I've a lot of things to handle. Ever since the trend of the dragon mage started in Europe, our family business has been severely affected. The crowd goes to the auctions where dragons are held for sale. They care less and less about us. Our old customers who used to fawn on us go to buy things from our competitors now," Zhao Yuqian said with great dissatisfaction. "Old customers? They cooperated with us because they respected your father. Now that your father is gone," said the lady. "Why do you always talk like that? Why must you always do that? Regardless of our topics of conversation, you always have to mention it. Mother, why can't you keep yourself in check? How can I chat with you if you continue behaving this way?" said Zhao Yuqian impatiently. The lady was so shocked when she watched Zhao Yuqian become furious. Soon, she calmed herself down. "I can mention them only to you. Don't you miss them at all?" "We were a family." The lady looked slightly disappointed. Zhao Manqian realized that he had lost his temper and quickly took a few deep breaths to calm himself. "I didn't mean that. It's just that I feel sad whenever you mention them." "I don't want to feel sad. I want to move on with our lives," Zhao Manqian said softly. "Whenever I mention them, you look angry instead of sad." "Mother, I wasn't." "Fine. I understand how you feel. I saw a young man who resembled your younger brother, and I inevitably thought of him. Go back and do your work. You must spend a lot of effort on the family's business." The lady regained her composure. "Okay. Rest well. When the weather turns warm and you get better, I'll take you home," said Zhao Manqian. Zhao Manqian left in a haste. He panicked. It was as if he was afraid that his mother saw through his true inner thoughts. Meanwhile, the lady by Miaoying fixed her gaze on Zhao Manqian's silhouette. She did not blink even for a second. She wondered when her family had reached such a state. Regardless of how beautiful Venice was, it could not sweep away the pathos in her heart. Bai Miaoying closed her eyes and tried to rest with restlessness and torment in her heart. She waited for time to pass meaninglessly. It was almost night. The weather was cold. Still, Bai Miaoying refused to go back to the house. She did not want to feel suffocated by the stuffy air inside the house. Not long ago, she had learnt the news about her family from an old caregiver. The news was the reason my Biaoying became seriously ill and was admitted into the hospital. She could not accept the truth. She could not help but suspect her son. Was it true that Zhao Yuqian was the one who did it? Thump! 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 She heard footsteps approaching her. Bai Miaoying ignored the sound. Someone wrapped a warm, wool coat around her and gently placed his hands on her shoulders. Bai Miaoying opened her eyes. She was greeted by the sight of a handsome and familiar face. He always smiled even when he was serious or angry. He liked to smile. Bai Miaoying remembered that when he was young, he often gave people a warm smile. He could not stop giggling. The corners of his lips curled upward even when he was engrossed with something around him. This was also the reason why Bai Miaoying and her husband were so fond of him. It was as if he was born to love his home and everything that his parents gave to him. "Are you Xiao Manman?" At that moment, Bai Miaoying could not quite believe what she saw upon watching his face. Her first thought was not that her son had risen from the dead, but that she had fallen asleep in her chair and subconsciously entered a dreamland. "Ahem, I told you not to call me by that name after I turned 18, the man said, appearing embarrassed. "As long as I am alive, I will call you that." "Xiao Manman, where's your father? Did he come to visit me with you? How are you doing down there? Did the ghosts mistreat you? Are you well fed? Do you have enough money to spend? Did you receive the things that I burned for you in Venice during Tomb Sweeping Day last year? Oh, dear. I forgot that Venice is a foreign country. I guess the Italian ghosts have confiscated the money. Even if they didn't, the money has to go through the customs of the underworld. They must have withheld a lot of stuff. I'll return to the country and add more things for you." Bai Miaoying was so excited that she talked non-stop, as if she wanted to say everything within those few seconds. "Mother, I'm sorry that I couldn't bring Dad to visit you." Zhao Manyan sat on the chair. "Why? Didn't you meet each other? You must rely on each other. Don't go separate ways just because of minor arguments. I know he's very strict. He always hopes that you can become successful and gain the right to speak in society just like him. But he also told me that your spontaneousness is an admirable quality. People live to enjoy their lives, and it's counted as a blessing as long as they can live peacefully. If you're happy and keep that cheerful smile, he won't force you to join the Chamber of Commerce, an elite in the political arena, or the man among men." Bai Miaoying truly had a lot to say. She finished everything in a single breath, as if she was afraid that she would not have a chance later. After Zhao Manyan heard her words, he stopped smiling. Grievance showed up in his eyes. "Mother, I can't bring Dad to visit you because I'm not down there. I'm still alive. I'm living a good life. You're not dreaming. Look at your surroundings. Your dream can't be so real that even mosquitoes are around to bite you." He patted Bai Miaoying's arm. Bai Miaoying felt a searing pain. Her complexion kept changing. The expressions on her face alternated between shock, joy, and doubt. "Xiao Manman, is it really you?" Bai Miaoying could not quite contain her excitement. "Yes, it's me. I've been wandering outside for a few years. I miss home. Above all, I miss you." Zhao Manyan smiled. He gave his mother a big hug. Chapter 2995. Zhao Manyan's Lies. Bai Miaoying's eagerness was still too much to handle after a while. Perhaps it was because she had suppressed her emotions for a very long time. She wanted to burst out in tears, but her eyes were so dry that she felt pain. "Let's go in and talk," said Bai Miaoying to Zhao Manyan as she tried to calm herself. "It's okay. Let's chat here." "I know what you're worried about," said Zhao Manyan. "Let me take a good look at you." Bai Miaoying looked at Zhao Manyan. She reached out to touch his face. Zhao Manyan was no longer as fair as he was, and his skin was not as soft and supple anymore. He had been maintaining his good looks for a very long time. He had dyed his hair a vibrant color. It made him look pompous and overly fashionable. Today, the outline of his face seemed to show his character. He looked more regal and bold. He used to have a pair of innocent-looking eyes, but at that moment, they looked deep and full of complicated emotions. Even though he looked as frivolous as before, Bai Miaoying noticed this was just his outer appearance, a state of mind that he had been maintaining for a very long time. He had gone through a lot. He had changed a lot. He had experienced sadness and torment. Still, he had not lost himself. He had grown into himself. Perhaps, he had become more mature. But Bai Miaoying believed Zhao Manyan was more than just a mature man. You look more like your father now. Bai Miaoying let go of his face. She looked relieved. Maybe. Zhao Manyan tried to recall his father's face. You and your brothers are very different in terms of your personalities. Yu Qian obeyed your father since he was young. He did everything according to your father's orders. He seldom went against him. After he grew up, he wanted to take over the family business. As for you, you don't really show any interest in the family business. You did the opposite of what your father told you. But now, Yu Qian has changed. And you grew up to be like your father. Bai Miaoying sighed. Zhao Manyan did not say anything. He sat by her side and listened attentively to her. Bai Miaoying could talk endlessly. Back then, she often nagged Zhao Manyan. He played games while listening to her nagging. In fact, he did not really pay attention to her words. This time, it was surprising to see Zhao Manyan sitting there quietly and listening to his mother. He listened attentively to every word she spoke. In the past, he would become impatient. But at that moment, he found that he enjoyed listening to her talk endlessly. There's something I have to tell you. Bai Miaoying's face changed. She looked bitter. What is it? Your father could have lived longer, but Yu Qian, Bai Miaoying felt as if something was stuck in her chest. She had no intention of telling Zhao Manyan about it. She had just gotten him back. However, considering her younger son's safety as well as Zhao Youqian's change of character over the years, she had to warn Zhao Manyan to be wary of his older brother. Now that Zhao Manyan was alive, the family succession, that had been dragged out for a very long time, would fall into his hands. She could not guarantee that Zhao Youqian would not do something reckless. Bai Miaoying told her younger son about what she had learnt from the old caregiver. Zhao Youqian was the one who had unplugged his father's medical equipment so that his father passed away earlier. Mother, how can you simply listen to the old caregiver's words? No matter how much of a scum Zhao Youqian is, he would never use father's life as a bargaining chip for the family competition. Don't be absurd, mother. Zhao Manyan refused to believe it. Yu Qian has been lost these years. I feel that I no longer know him anymore. He loses control of his emotions. Xiao Manman, even though he's your older brother, we're a large family, and there are many things that cannot be maintained solely through family relationships. No matter what, you must be careful. Bai Miaoying trusted the old caregiver. There's something I haven't told you, said Zhao Manyan. I was inside the ward when my father passed away. Zhao Manyan told Bai Miaoying part of the story when he had sneaked into the ward. Zhao Manyan only told her the part that his mother would be able to accept and be at peace. He didn't tell her about his brother giving the orders to unplug the medical equipment. Is it true? Bai Miaoying cried out in shock. Zhao Manyan spoke in detail. Bai Miaoying wanted to believe him, but she was still worried. Of course, it's true. The Black Vatican laid their eyes on me. I didn't show up all this while because I don't want to get you into trouble. Mother, don't worry. Yu Qian is not as bad as you think. Perhaps, the people from other clans deliberately wanted to crush us after knowing about such a big change in our family. So, they simply made up stories, said Zhao Manyan. That's great. I almost believed them. Do you know how sad I was when I heard it? I even felt like killing myself. Our family was doing fine. I was shocked to see it turn into something like this. Bai Miaoying's tears streamed down her face. She heaved a long, relieved sigh. After learning the truth from Zhao Manyan, Bai Miaoying felt as if she had finally gotten rid of the despair and pain. The air was fresher, even the night in Venice looked more breathtaking. Bai Miaoying could not quite accept the fact of Zhao Manyan's death. She knew he was terribly sick, and she knew he wouldn't have survived for long. His illness had triggered internal strife in the family. As a result, Bai Miaoying was so dejected that she did not even have the courage to live on. Finally, Bai Miaoying could rest assured that both of her sons were well and good. Stop thinking about unnecessary stuff. Take good care of your health. Eat well. Who knows, maybe you will live long enough to see your own grandchildren in a couple of years. By then, we may need your help to take care of the children. If you aren't here, I don't want to have a child, said Zhao Manyan with a warm smile. Bai Miaoying slapped Zhao Manyan's head playfully. Don't simply spew nonsense. You must have at least 7 or 8 children and contribute to growing our family. Otherwise, you will be sorry for the young girls you've flirted with. Chapter 2996. The Man and the Turtle. Contributing to the birth of 7 or 8 children was quite a challenge for Zhao Manyan. However, getting 7 or 8 wives would be a simple task. Tell me about yourself. What have you been doing in the last few years, said Bai Miaoying. I'll pick the most exciting stories to tell you. I don't want to learn about your promiscuous life. Bai Miaoying said gruffly. No. I am talking about heroic stories about saving people and maintaining peace in the world, said Zhao Manyan. Are you sure you did all that? Bai Miaoying raised one of her eyebrows and looked at him skeptically. They sat there and chatted for a very long time. Zhao Manyan noticed Bai Miaoying was so tired that she squinted her eyes while talking. Even so, she, like a child, refused to go to bed. She insisted on waiting for him to finish his story. Zhao Manyan helped her into the house and handed her over to the nurse. I'll be in Venice for a while. I will come over to visit you. Go to bed now and get well soon, said Zhao Manyan to Bai Miaoying. I'm not sick. All I have is that sorrow in my heart. I've finally gotten rid of that and have even gotten back my son, said Bai Miaoying. Well, you hardly have the strength to talk. Go and take a rest first. I still have something I need to do, said Zhao Manyan. What is it that you need to do? Bai Miaoying asked firmly as though she would refuse to rest if he didn't answer her last question. A friend of mine is in big trouble. He might need the help of our family's influence in the international arena, said Zhao Manyan. So, are you coming back to the family? Yes. I didn't master the magical skills, so I must come back to inherit our family business, said Zhao Manyan. But your older brother? It's fine. I'll talk with Yu Chen. He's my biological brother. We should support each other, said Zhao Manyan. Bai Miaoying nodded. Even though she believed Zhao Yuchen was not easy to communicate with, they were, after all, biological brothers. They would sit down and talk things through. It wouldn't matter who inherited the family business. Zhao Manyan walked down along the sycamore forest path. He was about to leave the sanatorium when a man in a cyan-patterned formal suit appeared in his path. He stared at Zhao Manyan with his razor-sharp gaze. Zhao Manyan did not look surprised when he saw the man. He walked toward him. I heard your conversation, said the man in a cyan-patterned formal suit in a low voice. This is the difference between you and me. Of course, the main point is I don't want Mother to live in pain because of the things you did. Father has passed away, and she is already very sad about it. I know she expects you to be innocent from the bottom of her heart. Besides, you've been behaving well before her. I don't want to ruin her impressions of you, said Zhao Manyan calmly. You're indeed my good younger brother. You're very considerate. Since you defended me this time, I won't kill you. If you promise to live the life of a scum and never get involved in the family affairs, I can guarantee that you can live in peace away from here. Zhao Yuchen walked out of the forest. A group of people in dark golden monastery robes appeared behind him. The people in monastery robes had their foreheads covered by the brim of their hats. They were masked in breathable gauze. It was clear that they did not want Zhao Manyan to see their faces. But they had imposing auras. The forest was dead silent. There was not even a single chirping sound from the birds or insects. Even the air turned so cold that it was about to freeze everything. They were a group of top-notch experts. If this were the past, I would have given you all the things that father left for us. But I won't do that anymore. I need the power of the Venice Chamber of Commerce, said Zhao Manyan. You leave me no choice, then. I will cripple you first before sending you to a mental hospital with a nice environment, said Zhao Yuqian. That was exactly what I wanted to do to you. However, considering that doing that will raise our mother's suspicion, I decided to forgive you temporarily. Everything you did was insane and heartless. It resulted in two outcomes: I'm not dead yet. Second, father passed away by his own choice. Based on these factors, we can still stay together as a family. We can, at the least, pretend to be one for our mother's sake, said Zhao Manyan. I don't need your forgiveness. I'm the one who is in control of the situation. You should beg me. I can spare your life for mother's sake, Zhao Yuqian said ruthlessly. I don't care what you feel about me. It's up to me how I want to treat both of us. Anyway, you guys can lock Zhao Yuqian up and throw him into the water prison to calm him down. Let him think clearly about who is in control of the situation now, said Zhao Manyan as he snapped his fingers. Zhao Yuqian was stunned. He thought Zhao Manyan had brought along many experts with him. However, he soon found out that Zhao Manyan was not talking to himself. You're still using such childish tricks, Zhao Yuqian was about to mock him when he felt someone grab his arms from behind. Ah! Before Zhao Yuqian recovered his senses, two people had twisted his arms upward behind his back. His joints were about to break. Zhao Yuqian gritted his teeth in pain. What are you doing? Zhao Yuqian turned around and realized that the people in dark golden monastery robes were the ones grabbing his arms. What was going on? Are they under Zhao Manyan's spell? You've been in close contact with the Killer Palace. I've dug out the background of the pair who struck me in Venice last time. Zhao Manyan approached Zhao Yuqian. Another two people in golden dark monastery robes walked to Zhao Manyan's back and stood behind him respectfully. They bowed to Zhao Manyan. That's impossible. How can they pledge their loyalty to you? Zhao Yuqian was both shocked and furious. He had spent a lot of money training the Guardian Mags. Simple. If they refuse to pledge their loyalty to me, they must die. You assume they will do anything for money, including sacrificing themselves. You assume they won't betray you if you can pay them a handsome sum of money. The truth is, compared to their lives, they don't give a *t about how much money you give them, said Zhao Manyan. How shameless of you to even call yourself the guardians of the Killer Palace. Zhao Yuqian cursed at them. The guardians of the Killer Palace stood there in silence. The Killer Palace had its own rules, dignity, and religion. Unfortunately, none of these were worth mentioning when they came to face a scornful black totem turtle that was as big as an island. They had seen the massive thing with their own eyes. It lunged at them like a black mountain range emerging from the middle of the sea. It was a terrifying creature that was almost certainly close to, if not already, an emperor-level creature. When the blonde man and his turtle appeared inside the hidden monastery, the Killer Palace, no one dared to go against him. Chapter 2997. Business Summit in Venice. Their power and tactics appeared weak before the absolutely powerful creature. Zhao Yuqian never expected to be subdued with such ease. He had a large network and was in control of many assets. He had gained various titles in the world arena. However, at that moment, all this appeared to be meaningless. The water prison lived up to its title. The water inside the water prison was very freezing. When he was first dropped inside the water, he did not quite feel the cold. After staying in it for a while, he gradually felt bone-chilling pain which became unbearable. The water prison was dimly lit, hence it lulled one into a sense of peace. However, the water was smelly, and the humid environment made it difficult to close one's eyes. Zhao Yuqian was not a mage. He did not have even the slightest interest in magic cultivation. He had a very weak physique. He collapsed easily inside a common water prison. It took a few days before someone finally opened the water prison door. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit took Zhao Yuqian out of the water prison. After Zhao Yuqian left the water prison, he saw a carpet on the floor. He grabbed the carpet and wrapped it around himself like a crazy man. Even so, his lips had turned purple because of the cold. He could barely walk. "Uncle Qing, what took you so long to save me? Do you know how I've been living in the past 2 days? It has to be Zhao Manyan's doing. I won't spare him. I'll assign someone to dig him out," said Zhao Yuqian furiously. "Yuqian, it's Manyan who asked me to release you. He told me your mother's health has improved. She will be discharged from the hospital today. Manyan will be attending the business summit in Venice, so he can't pick Mrs. Zhao up. He said you must wash and dress up so that Mrs. Zhao won't suspect anything," said Uncle Qing. "Did you say he's going to attend the business summit? Does he have the ability to attend the business summit? Damn it! I've worked so hard to accumulate the resources and form a good rapport with various parties, and he comes back suddenly and takes it all away." Zhao Yuqian shouted hysterically. Zhao Yuqian's many years of hard work had been squandered. He couldn't accept it, especially not when the person was his most hated younger brother. "You should be more sensible. Many of our family members heeded his orders. Moreover, you are aware that his current status is not inferior to an international great mentor of Forbidden Curse level. Based on this factor alone, hardly anyone in Zhao Group dares to go against him. You'd better take good care of Mrs. Zhao from now on, or you really risk spending your life inside the water prison," said Uncle Qing with a long sigh. Uncle Qing was one of the elders in the Zhao Group. He was their father's right-hand man. He knew the ins and outs of the corporate sector. Later, he worked for Zhao Yuqian. He managed everything so well even in the absence of his father. Zhao Yuqian had not figured out his own situation even to this day. He no longer had the upper hand. How is that possible? Don't be ridiculous. Where's Zhao Jing? Did Zhao Jing's group agree to accept him into the Zhao Group, too? Asked Zhao Yuqian. Zhao Jing's group submitted to someone else long ago. We didn't know who that person was before. But I assume you should know who that person is now, said Uncle Qing. Is it Zhao Manyan? Zhao Yuqian was baffled. Zhao Jing's supporters were the younger generation in the Zhao Group that were able to compete with Zhao Yuqian. Originally, he thought Zhao Jing's group would select a new leader to preside over the situation after Zhao Jing went missing. Zhao Yuqian did not expect that the person would be Zhao Manyan. Zhao Manyan was about to inherit the massive fortunes of the Zhao Group. Instead of supporting the sidekick, Zhao Jing, they might have decided to support Zhao Manyan. After all, Zhao Manyan was the rightful heir. On top of that, despite the passing of Mr. Zhao, many elderly people in the business arena showed their respect to him. They only dealt with Mr. Zhao's immediate family members and ignored the rest of the people in Zhao Group. Zhao Group encountered a severe economic crisis. They needed someone to preside over the situation and lead the company. Zhao Group had to maintain the right to speak at the business summit in Venice. Take me to the business summit. Take me there. He is going to ruin the Zhao Group. He will get us into trouble. He's still young and is a stranger to those cunning men from the commercial arena. They don't recognize him, said Zhao Yuqian. If you insist, I'll have to send you back to the water prison. You only have one choice now. Go wash and dress up, then pick Mrs. Zhao up from the sanatorium and chat with her at home, said Uncle Qing. Uncle Qing, what do you mean? Do you mean I? Zhao Yuqian stared at the elder of the family. When he saw the firmness in his eyes, Zhao Yuqian realized something. Uncle Qing was on Zhao Manyan's side. Why did Uncle Qing think that Zhao Manyan was capable of leading the whole Zhao family and Zhao Group? Fine. I'll see how he deals with the cunning old men in the commercial arena. I'll see how he's going to give an explanation to our mother. If he messes up things in the business summit, Zhao Group's reputation will be ruined on the international stage. When he dies, I'll see how he will answer to our father. Zhao Yuqian was so angry that he smashed all the bottles and jars beside him. Zhao Group chaired the business summit in Venice. The 5 continents' chambers of commerce gathered to discuss the development of the major chambers of commerce for the next 2 years. They wanted to set some codes of conduct for the Chambers of Commerce Alliance to avoid damages because of the malicious competitions. They also wanted to exchange ideas with one another. After all, even the hidden clan from the Parthenon Temple would attend the business summit, let alone the various continents of consortium and great families that held control of the commercial lifelines. In the past, too, Zhao Group hosted the business summit in Venice. This year, Zhao Manyan's father was no longer the host. He had passed away. As his father's successor, Zhao Yuqian worked very hard to prepare for this in the past few years so that he could formally present himself before the world's chiefs of major consortia, the presidents of the national chambers of commerce, the heads of prestigious families, and the major royal focal points. However, in the end, Zhao Manyan took over his place. Zhao Yuqian's willpower collapsed. Zhao Yuqian had been waiting for this day. He did everything he could to get ready for this day. He did not expect Zhao Manyan to pretend to be dead all this time and sweep in on this day to take his place. The business summit started. They saw a young man. He looked so young that he did not even have a beard around his mouth. The young man had blonde hair, which did not quite suit the solemn occasion. Even though he was dressed in a standard burgundy tuxedo, had an upright posture, and exuded an imposing aura, he did not look like someone who was reliable to the VIPs in the commercial arena. Most of the time, only the leading bosses or highly respected people would host such an occasion. Most of the guests had not seen the young man before. Ladies and gentlemen, good to see you. Perhaps, many of you don't recognize me. I'm Zhao Manyan, the heir of Zhao Group. You can address me as President Zhao. My father has passed away. I'm not here to continue his legend. I'm here to bring all of us to achieve new glory in the commercial arena. Zhao Manyan gave a simple introductory speech. The warm smile on his face showed his confidence and strength. Chapter 2998. The person in charge of Zhao Group. You're still a novice. We can guide you closely for the sake of Mr. Zhao. Regarding the contract between our royal family and Zhao Group that disallowed the merchants from selling silver jewelry in the Indian Ocean, could you nullify it from today onward? Snorted Prince Benny from the Spanish royal family. The Spanish royal family was an old guest of the business summit in Venice. They were one of the most important members within the chambers of commerce. Their main business activity was noble silver and rare pearls. Of course, I can nullify the contract. After all, the value of your trinket productions pales in comparison to the small crafts from Yiwu, China that are exported worldwide. You can trade in the Indian Ocean. Sign the contract and you will no longer be on the list of the Chambers of Commerce of Venice, replied Zhao Manyan calmly. The members from the Spanish royal family turned pale upon hearing his words. Did the young man have God with him? Even Mr. Zhao dared not strike their names off from the Chambers of Commerce of Venice. Chambers of Commerce of Venice will take over your place. Prince Benny, instead of spending time chatting with your female seniors and juniors in Oho's holy school, you should spend more time supervising the processing chain of your noble silver jewelry. See for yourself the number of complaints and criticisms from European countries. As Zhao Manyan was speaking, he shot a glance at the lady next to him. The lady placed a stack of documents before the Spanish royal family and Prince Benny. Under the crowd's stare, Prince Benny did not have the courage to flip through the documents. He was well aware of the contents inside the documents. Before this, Zhao Yuqian was in charge of the Chambers of Commerce, and he had helped Prince Benny handle the issue in silence. However, the new heir had exposed the issue. The Zhao family has 2 more years as the president of Chambers of Commerce, and I'll be running the show for these 2 years. Regardless of our titles or statuses, we are all businessmen at heart. Even a fruit vendor can pick out rotten fruits from a pile of fruits, so why can't you, especially in luxurious goods trades? How disappointing! Does anyone here have any comment on the change of quota? Zhao Manyan looked around the room. Some of them had business dealings with the Spanish royal family. Before they could raise objections, Zhao Manyan went on to say, "If you have any opinions, you don't have to talk to me. You can talk to the Chambers of Commerce of the Ace Alliance." Right after he said that, most of them decided not to speak up for the Spanish royal family. The Chambers of Commerce of the Ace Alliance was a bold, new country. Their national chambers of commerce practiced the same culture. They would fight to death with anyone who stopped them from gaining wealth. Most of the attendees in the business summit traded internationally, and they were well aware of the situation in South America. The Spanish royal family did not have much power. Meanwhile, the Chambers of Commerce of the Ace Alliance was different. The Chambers of Commerce was tied to the Union countries. It was clear that the new president had obtained the Chambers of Commerce of the Ace Alliance's full support. Otherwise, the countries in South America would not show their interests in the Chambers of Commerce of Venice. Zhao Manyan had just joined the Chambers of Commerce of Venice, and he had already struck the Spanish royal family off the list and replaced it with a new Chamber of Commerce. Many, in the beginning, wanted to show their dissatisfaction. But they kept quiet. The Chamber of Commerce was not as simple as it appeared to be. Not only were members of the Chambers of Commerce scheming and fighting against one another, but Zhao Group itself was riddled with flaws. Despite Zhao Youqian's efforts, his influence was far less than that of his father. Even if Zhao Youqian was the one who came to power, he, too, would be questioned in many ways. He might even be requested to step down on the spot to give way to someone else who had more power to take over the presidency of the Chambers of Commerce of Venice. Zhao Youqian's purpose was not to daunt the business tycoons. All he had to do was to keep Zhao Group's 2-year appointment as the president of Chambers of Commerce. "I am a suspicious person by nature. Regardless of which country, which field, or which forces you serve, I have never heard of your name before. Your understanding about the Chambers of Commerce may be even lesser than that of my servant. May I know how you intend to lead us to glory? Since Mr. Zhao has passed away, we should hold a general election soon. After all, your auctions have been noticeably empty in recent years, at least in Europe." "I don't care much about it in other regions," said Nozankasa of the Casa family. "From now on, things will change," said Zhao Manyan. "How are you going to make the change? I don't want to listen to your empty and childish development plan. I need to see something practical. If none, please return to your seat in the Chambers of Commerce, and I'll be the host today. After all, we have basically confirmed the Casa family as the next president to serve. It's not a bad thing to serve the Chambers of Commerce 2 years earlier," Nozankasa said provocatively. When the Casa family took the lead, many European consortia and royal families expressed their dissatisfaction and requested to immediately hold a general election. "Everyone! Silence, please," said Zhao Manyan. However, the arguments continued. It was clear that the crowd refused to listen to Zhao Manyan. Just then, Nozankasa raised his hand and clenched his fist. Within a moment, the crowd fell silent. They showed their respect to Nozankasa, as if he was their leader. They waited for him to make his speech. "Please show us that your family's auction and magic bazaar continue to occupy the largest share of the Chambers of Commerce among all of the countries." Nozankasa extended an inviting hand. The gesture made him look like a gentleman, but he was, in fact, being aggressive. "Does that mean that we will continue to preside over the Chambers of Commerce over the next 2 years if I manage to show you the proof?" asked Zhao Manyan. "At least I won't have any refuting opinions on that," said Nozankasa with a smile. The European Casa family was involved in a wide array of activities, one of which was close to Zhao Group's main business activities, auction and magic bazaar. They were aware that Zhao Group's operation of auction in various countries was no longer as profitable as it used to be. Without Mr. Zhao, Zhao Group was still able to stand firm in the international arena, but they lacked the qualification to preside over the Chambers of Commerce of Venice. "This is our contract with the Victorian dragon taming family. We will be in charge of all the dragon-related auctions in Europe, Asia, and America in the future." Zhao Manyan snapped his fingers. A blonde, blue-eyed Italian woman dressed in a professional suit walked up to Nozankasa and passed him a copy of the documents. Nozankasa was stunned. He quickly flipped through the copy of the documents. The contents were lengthy. He did not read everything in detail, but he noticed Duke Elaine's signature at the end of the contract. Duke Elaine was the first heir of the Victorian dragon taming family. They were told that the title of heir could be removed now because Elaine had already taken the reins of the Victorian dragon taming family. The Victorian dragon taming family was at their height of power. They were the only great family that surpassed the Casa family in Europe. Chapter 2999. Zhao Group's leader. When did you sign the contract? Nazankasa sprang up from his seat and questioned Zhao Manyan. It's been some time since I signed it. Before this, my older brother, Zhao Yuqian, helped to handle our family business. He's not very close with Duke Elaine. The contract officially came into effect after I took over his position, said Zhao Manyan. Nazankasa flipped through the documents. There was a supplemental agreement after the contract. He frowned. They had the audacity to challenge Zhao Group in this field, all because they had obtained young dragons from the Victorian dragon taming family. As a result, Zhao Group's bidding clubs faced serious problems. The dragon auction became trendy in Europe. Any industry that produced dragon-related products made a lot of money. Moreover, there was a great demand from several rich continents. Therefore, people criticized Zhao Group for this. This was probably the reason they had been pulled down from their altar. Zhao Yuqian had a very poor relationship with the Victorian dragon taming family. Little did they know that right after the Zhao family changed their heir, the Victorian dragon taming family gave them their exclusive auction right. This had not only strengthened Zhao Group's financial resources, but they had also obtained Duke Elaine and her group's deep trust. The confusion was that Zhao Manyan was still very young, so how had he obtained Duke Elaine's trust? Mr. Nazankasa, I've another contract. We plan to acquire all of your bidding clubs and use them specially for our dragon auction venue. You can look at our proposed price and see if it satisfies you. Apparently, Zhao Manyan came prepared for the Chambers of Commerce of Venice. He snapped his fingers again. A third pretty lady came out with a new contract and passed it to Nazankasa. Nazankasa was stunned. What the heck? He had come here to oppress Zhao Group's bidding clubs. How did it turn out that Zhao Group wanted to acquire his clubs? We have no intention of selling our bidding clubs. Please take back your contract, said Nazankasa gruffly. I only proposed the acquisition once. After all, we still have many other choices. I thought your family has high prestige in Europe, so your auction will be trustworthy, said Zhao Manyan. Nazankasa sneered. Meanwhile, the consultant beside him read the contract in detail. After the consultant finished reading the contract, he whispered to Nazankasa, Sir, if Zhao Group monopolizes the bidding market, we won't be able to compete with them. Instead of letting it gradually fall into disuse, we might as well accept his offer. After all, the money can be used to make up for the energy stone mining problem we invested in South America. We should focus on the energy magic stone now. There's no need to compete with Zhao Group in the bidding industry. After hearing his consultant's advice, Nazankasa could not help but read the contract carefully. The price offered was indeed very enticing. Zhao Group was filthy rich, after all. If they could splurge to acquire his bidding clubs, then the Zhao Group had ample funds. A businessman could not act recklessly. I'll consider the price offered. I'll read the contract in detail. Nazankasa smiled. I hope we can work well together, said Zhao Manyan. When the Casa family stopped asking Zhao Manyan to step down from his position, the rest of the representatives with lesser power naturally shut their mouths. None of the leading bosses had the intention to start a war with Zhao Group, thus, the rest of the great families, consortia, and royal families did not dare to oppose them. After all, Zhao Group was still the host for Chambers of Commerce of Venice. Zhao Manyan had sent them a very clear message by kicking the Spanish royal families out of the Chambers of Commerce. Issues targeting Zhao Group gradually reduced. What was left was some conflicts among the major consortia. The president of the Chambers of Commerce had to stand up to mediate the dispute. Zhao Manyan was not very good at mediation. Thus, he passed it to an elder of the Zhao family. People had to act according to their abilities. The scale of the chambers of commerce of Venice was large, and the knowledge about it was as deep as the ocean. Zhao Manyan still had a lot of things to learn. "Old Dong, I hope these cunning old men won't think about replacing me anymore," said Zhao Manyan to an elder beside him during the break. "They won't bring up the issue this year, but I'm not sure about next year. It all depends on our harvest this year." Old Dong gave him a smile. "Why are you smiling?" Zhao Manyan asked in confusion. "Young Master Zhao, the fact that you're an admirable mage has contributed a lot to our family. For a very long time, the great families and royal families from Europe have been prejudiced against us. They assumed we're just businessmen, and that a businessman is not as noble as a mage. They criticized us for raising prices, sensationalizing the commodities, and tinkering with the finance market. They said we didn't make any contribution to society," said Old Dong. "Really?" "I'd say doing anything is pretty much the same," replied Zhao Manyan. "Cultivation is the noblest of human pursuits. Our foundation is built in the Magic City. You're the hero of the city. Even your father failed to build a rapport with some of the great families' alliance or chambers of commerce alliance. But as soon as you took over, success came naturally. All this could be done because of your respectable image in the Magic City. After all, who would doubt a businessman who can give his life for a city?" said Old Dong calmly. Zhao Manyan had never thought of it that way. After all, everything he did all these years was mostly because he had been dragged down by someone else. Perhaps, he had been dragged down too frequently, hence, he unknowingly fell into the pit himself again. Maybe. Zhao Manyan was puzzled. "You've gotten first place in the World College Tournament. The Europeans look highly on these titles. In fact, the world regards these titles very highly. Zhao Group spent a lot of money to invest in students from prestigious schools. We hope that they will bring us back the corresponding glory. Unfortunately, the return on investment is very poor. Still, we have to spend the money on them. But now, you alone are a powerful and great mage. Your aura is different from the leaders of consortia who still need the protection of the guardian mags. Therefore, I believe your uniqueness and glory, as well as your talent and ability in the commercial arena, will make you do better than your father someday," said Old Dong from the bottom of his heart. "Old Dong, you think too highly of me. I'm worse than Zhao Yuqian in terms of doing business." Zhao Manyan shook his head. He was aware of his own ability. "You're different. It's true that he's an outstanding businessman, but he's not an outstanding leader. Zhao Group has a lot of outstanding businessmen, but we need a motivating and committed leader." It was clear that Old Dong thought very highly of Zhao Manyan. Chapter 3000. You're the Supreme Pontiff. As the old saying went, he who was able to go through the hardest hardships would stand out from other men. In the past, Zhao Manyan was a playboy who lacked ambitions. Today, despite his playboy appearance, those who had a good sense of judgment because of their wealth of experience from their lives could see that Zhao Manyan showed his open-mindedness through his seemingly lackadaisical behavior, because he had seen the beauty, ugliness, goodness, and evil of the world. Not every young heir was open-minded. However, most successful people were open-minded. While the experienced businessmen were good at careful planning and budget-conscious, Zhao Manyan had to be the one to conquer the arrogant European consortia, European ancient, great families, and European royal families. Zhao Group was not short of money, but they lacked the respect from the world. After the meeting was over, Zhao Manyan sat alone at the top of the Chambers of Commerce Tower. Behind him was an ancient bell engraved with dragons and mountains. He could enjoy the full view of Venice. He still remembered the day he was forced to the Valley of Death by Zhao Yuqian. How could he possibly not feel dejected? Whenever he recalled his father at the time of his death, his father did not look angry or resentful. Instead, his father looked regretful. Zhao Manyan finally understood why father looked so. For a very long time, Zhao Manyan hated his older brother so much that he wanted to kill him. Zhao Manyan could not wait to tell their mother how scum Zhao Yuqian actually was. Zhao Manyan did everything he could to make himself stronger so that he had the resources to take revenge. However, by the time he had the ability to take revenge, Zhao Manyan was reluctant to speak out the truth when he saw his mother looking at a loss, as if someone had sucked away her soul. He could not afford to set off a bloody revenge. So, he decided to cripple Zhao Youqian's most powerful weapon. Zhao Manyan did not stop Zhao Youqian from being a businessman. As long as Zhao Youqian took good care of their mother and family business, Zhao Manyan would not hold a grudge against him. After all, his father did not show any resentment toward Zhao Youqian. Whenever Zhao Youqian had a few screws loose in his head, Zhao Manyan would send him to the mental hospital and let him stay there for a couple of days. There you are. Have you finished the meeting? Why don't you take a rest? A soft voice rose. Mother, why are you here? Zhao Manyan turned his head around. He was surprised to see Bai Miaoying. Her complexion improved a lot compared to last time. I learned from old Dong that you did a great job today. If your father is here, he'll be very happy about it. Bai Miaoying took her seat. I've asked the ladies to record the video. I'll send him the video later. I suppose there's internet down there, said Zhao Manyan. Bai Miaoying rolled her eyes at Zhao Manyan. I don't understand. How did you make the Victorian dragon taming family sign the contract? Even if you have a close relationship with Duke Elaine, she can't possibly agree to sign such an important contract with you. Bai Miaoying asked in puzzlement. Mother, what is my greatest talent? Asked Zhao Manyan. Magic. Zhao Manyan shook his head. Doing business? Zhao Manyan shook his head again. Then, what is it? Bai Miaoying could not think of anything else. Courting girls. Zhao Manyan said proudly. Bai Miaoying was stunned. It took her a while before she recovered her senses. Really, she cried out in surprise. It's true. There was once I went for a vacation in the Victorian dragon taming family's house with 2 friends. Initially, I intend to shamelessly ask for a flying dragon from Elaine. 2 of my friends only had their eyes on dragons, and they racked their brains to conquer the dragons. However, I'm smart enough to realize that as long as I'm able to conquer Elaine, I'll be able to get all the dragons, said Zhao Manyan. Bai Miaoying could not help but let her jaw drop upon hearing his words. He was a talented man. His son was truly a talent. I've seen that girl before. She is a nice girl. Despite coming from a distinguished family, she can adapt to any environment. Bring her over for a meal if there's a chance, said Bai Miaoying. Actually, I'm still courting her. This is by far the most difficult girl I can get my hands on, said Zhao Manyan embarrassedly. Then you have to work harder and show her your true feelings. Stop using those lousy tricks, said Bai Miaoying. Okay. Mother, there's something I might need your help with, said Zhao Manyan. What is it? Zhao Manyan looked solemn. It was clear that he had something serious to talk to her about. We must have the final say in Venice. I need to whitewash someone. Whitewash someone? Are you referring to the Holy City's case? Bai Miaoying widened her eyes. Yes. After the heavy rain, the olives outside Athens city bloomed flawlessly. Unique fragrance came from the clusters of pale yellow stamens, and it made the city look like an enchanting woman. The Parthenon temple goddess election that had been postponed numerous times finally took place this year. People in Athens city felt as if they had been through a long war, and that the days of darkness finally came to an end. Inside the city stood 2 sculptures. The sculptures represented the candidates of the goddess who had reached the final stage. One of them was Yixinxia, the other was Izisha. Izisha's sculpture had a long spear in her hand and was covered in magnificent armor. She made her sculpture a symbol of victory and gave off the aura of a fighting saintess. Meanwhile, Yixinxia's sculpture was unarmed. The sculpture perfectly depicted her aura of gentleness and meekness. Her sculpture held a long olive branch, with the other hand resting on her chest. Her sculpture looked serene and elegant, which represented peace and wisdom. The 2 saintesses portrayed 2 different styles. It was difficult to conclude which of the 2 the people preferred. But one thing for sure, the one who failed would have her sculpture knocked down on the spot. According to the final stage of the previous goddess election, most of the losers ended up poorly. After all, this was not a beauty pageant contest. The Greek government was closely related to the Parthenon temple election. They were all about fighting and competing for personal interests. After the two sainters finished giving their speeches, the Athens city stirred up. The crowd could not wait to salute and give their allegiance to their goddess in advance. The speech was the final public canvassing. It would then be followed by the flower festival before the final election results. They returned to the Parthenon mountain. The path was neither too narrow or wide. The other female attendants had left, leaving only Azisha and Yishinshar. They would return to their respective sainters' hall at the intersection in front of them. Azisha stopped at the intersection and turned around. All this time, I've been mistaken about one thing. Probably this was also the reason why you can grow to become so strong within a short period of time, said Azisha to Yishinshar. Yishinshar turned around and looked at Azisha in puzzlement. I admitted that I'm the one who plotted everything. I'm the one who set you up to become the Red Cardinal Salon. I know your blood relationship with Salon, said Azisha bluntly. Everyone knows about it, said Yishinshar coolly. But I didn't accuse you. It's just that I've always been wrong about one thing. Azisha never took her eyes off Yishinshar. What is it? Yishinshar asked nonchalantly. You're not the Red Cardinal. You're the Supreme Pontiff Yishinshar, said Azisha with great conviction.